fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. It is Wednesday, day 2 of our week 3, and getting to the point where we're starting to learn a lot about these teams and what they have in store for us throughout stage 3 as they all vie to try and make it into playoffs. My name's Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have none other than Roy and Gompers. Gomper, oh, what a smile, Gomps. Oh my goodness. Radiant, how are we doing?
I wish I was Radiant. What the heck? No, I'm kidding.
Okay, dude.
No, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this all day today. Just because, I mean, we have 4 teams that I actually haven't been able to analyze yet throughout the entirety of this stage so far. So I'm just hype. I've seen their games. I've seen what everyone has to offer. So yeah, I'm like ready to go. Let's go.
I love to hear that. Let's go. And I mean, getting into it, Roy, what we've gotten to see from Challengers so far, like, yeah, there's still a couple teams that we haven't quite seen the most of, but a couple of teams that we've really gotten to have our eye on so far, especially too, with it being Wednesday. We got to see some teams yesterday, Vi, and things were shaking up quite interesting. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, yeah, you said we've seen some crazy matches in VCL. We saw some crazy matches yesterday alone, like the SRG game, right? The MBG game, SAD versus Burger Boys, and even the YFB versus Blue Otter. Like, all those matches were actually nuts. So it's really just awesome gameplay. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here and I'm happy to see more of these teams.
And we have to talk about the craziness yesterday because you can't leave it on that sort of cliffhanger. I would hope that everyone is here for the matches, but we can't quite assume. And starting off, I mean, we got to see SRG and Nightblood, 2 teams that have really been able to step up, go up against each other. And this one too, Roy, when you're looking at it, like the battle of the IGLs, the big brains here was crazy.
Yeah. No, we're seeing such a level up from all the IGLs. I feel like in VCL, like these teams are starting to become a lot more dynamic. They're starting to like kind of just move around so nicely, and even like on defense, on their attack side, and even in the pulse plans on like a super micro level, like just the level of Valorant overall is getting so crazy. But yeah, this series, guys, I mean, this came down, this first map between SRG and NBG, it came down to literally pistols on that first map. So obviously we got to see a lot of Valorant yesterday. We're seeing the come up of SAD. We're seeing kind of, you know, the rise and fall of some of these teams, and it's been really interesting, I would say.
And I like that rise and fall of some of these teams, because I do want to point out TSM did run away with the victory that day as well with a 2-0. So it is pretty exciting to see, you know, some of these teams kind of come up from that rut that they were facing before. So it is definitely like a different pace, so kind of like a change of pace almost, which is super exciting.
And yesterday we got to see teams that were, you know, about 1-1 or that 0-2 that were vying to get those wins. But today for the first match, and not just the first match, both of them, we're going to be looking at the undefeated teams so far. Teams that we've gotten a little bit more opportunity to see throughout this and are all looking really, really strong to be starting off our stage 2. First up, it's going to be Maryville University going up against Cubert. Later on, Landor going up against Envy. And I think this is especially exciting when I look at these 4 teams. Are undefeated so far, Roy.
Yep.
Because when we're still trying to get this idea of where the best teams fall, who's the number 1, number 2, number 3
power
teams.
rankings.
Yeah, like these teams they're all making a vie for that top spot.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, Cubert, we all had our kind of our own little doubts about it. I'm sure we're going to get into it in a lot more detail, but yeah, Landor kind of seemingly coming out of nowhere. They've looked great. Obviously, Envy's kind of the expected top performer right here. We saw how they played in Split 1. We saw what they did in Split 2. Now they're kind of just keeping the train rolling, going head into Split 3. But yeah, I'm excited for today's matches. The 2-0, we should be seeing some, I know, quote unquote, high level Valorant, at least to some degree. So it should be very informative and very fun and all the cool Valorant things.
Yeah.
I love cool Valorant things. Thank you so much for that pro analysis. That was a
like that?
right time, Jay.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've been
good stuff.
paycheck stealing my whole life. Let's go. Just keeping it going.
We'll keep it going with the cool Valorant things and talk about one of the coolest teams we have here in Challengers, Cubert Academy, going up against Maryville University today. So Cubert, I mean, I always think back to the Cubert Academy team, the first time they played Winthrop, and it was, we're going to end the dream of 5 college students, to then losing. But they took down Winthrop University last week, getting some revenge there, and now going up against another collegiate team, which I am so excited for this matchup, and also for this iteration of Cubert Academy. I mean, Gomps, looking over at the roster, this is a Cubert Academy that was not without changes heading into the split, but all changes that worked really well in Caillou Satellite. Like, this team's looking clean.
They're looking amazing. I think for kind of like, I mean, they were looking good in stage 2 as well, but there were obviously some ups and downs happening within that roster, right? Some wins that weren't necessarily questionable, and some wins that were, some losses that were obviously questionable. I feel like now they've kind of paved their way into success with this 2-0 throughout this entirety of the season. They have, you know, that new coach WKN, which actually was previously a coach for forgive me if I'm saying this wrong. Dryad always corrects me. Laytam, for adding a new perspective. So I think this is exciting. I think they've definitely been testing out like their strengths, their weaknesses, and I'm just really liking this roster.
Yeah, I think also, like, to say that this roster, the changes that they've made isn't a little bit suspicious, or at least some people had some suspicions, would be almost misleading, right? Because like, you're introducing a player that's almost never played Sentinel into the new role. You're bringing in a new IGL. You're bringing in a new coach. Like, even when you introduce like a coach or an IGL in isolation, that is a whole like other dynamic to the team that is introduced, right? Like the perspective is completely different, that, you know, their approach, their philosophy, like there's just so much more voices and kind of just overall like changes to the fundamental, you know, the recipe, the identity of the team, if you will. And I feel like but they've looked great is what I'm trying to say. Like, they've looked fantastic with Caillou. They've looked great with their new coach. Their direction looks good. They look tight. Their set pieces are great. And they're just keeping the train rolling now as they keep improving and fixing things.
I think what really helps for Cubert Academy is, even though there's a couple of pieces that are changing, you still have that same core, the same just main ingredients to this entire cake that really just make the whole product pop. But we got to talk about Nismo first, because when you look back at what Nismo's been able to accomplish, not just within this team, but within the Challengers scene himself, he has always been there, Gompers. And I mean, the impact that Nismo's been having is insane. And I feel like he's leveled it up for this stage as well. Like, he's just on all-star performances. Like, he's a scary contender out there.
You can say scary, but the shirt is saying otherwise with the flowers. Like, it looks like a sweetheart on the photo. But yeah, I think Nismo, just like, okay, I know Nismo has said on their Twitter, like, they're a one-trick KO, which I have to agree, because they're just playing absolutely insane. I believe it's 50 assists on KO alone against Winthrop, and 34 assists against Core, and as well as like 1.37 KD in 4 games with 244 ACS. It is like the stats are speaking for itself with Nismo, and I feel like it's just incredible the way that this team can just truly rely on one particular initiator and have that player be so good on one role that there really is no need for flexibility. And I think that's what, honestly, that's what KO offers in general.
And I feel like KO is also in such a good spot in the meta, right? Like we kind of talked about how we're headed into this kind of very heavy double controller-y, double sentinel-y sort of like meta. And I feel like KO fits in really nicely. So when you have somebody like Nismo who has the experience and he's in a role that is so like dynamic and flexible in terms of like supporting other players, kind of reading the map, like perfect counter utility, like there's just so many levels of KO that can get a ton of value throughout a round. So when you put Nismo on a character like that, he just gets so much value. He's very comfortable. It comes naturally to him. So he's like, it's popping off. He's almost perfect with his util. Like you couldn't ask for a better player in a more perfect role, to be honest.
And a perfect time to be a one trick when KO's looking strong.
Yeah.
The stars are aligning.
KO.
Always comes back to KO. But I want to talk about the next player because KO has always been there for Nismo. But for Satellite, coming onto this team was a little bit more of a transformation. Cubert Academy has not been shy about role swaps, training people up to be in a different role. And when we saw Satellite before, Roy, he was within that duelist role. And there's questions after that first week with him being brought on Senti. But last week's performance definitely was a big step up and looking a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, he definitely did not have a shining moment in the first week, Sierra, but coming into the second week in the last week's matches, like he looked great. And I think as he gets more comfortable in this role, like we're really going to see some very important step ups from him. Like, and I feel like he's going to be a very key player, right? Because in this current meta, like you want your Sentinels to not be ultra passive. Like you want them to hold down ground. You want them to challenge. You want them to have this sort of like X factor, because really Sentinels are a big key to like kind of throwing off the Valorant formula, right? And allowing teams to be more dynamic in the mid round and just like kind of holding space when they're not supposed to, or like quote unquote, it's not favorable. Like you want these players to be in these kinds of roles, because the more the enemy team respects the Sentinel player, the more map control you can utilize to your advantage. And you want somebody, you know, scary like Satellite on that role.
No, and I love that point too of having a scary Sentinel player and having someone step into that role, because we did see Satellite play more into the duelist role with Ambrosia, and it was spectacular, right? The first kill percentage in general was insane for Satellite. They were confident, they were ready to play the game, and I feel like now that we're seeing them into the Sentinel role, yes, it's going to take time. It's not going to be an instant click, but they are playing like a duelist and they are trying to make that adjustment. And I think that in general is just something that needs to be found throughout the team. You know, what utility can I use to kind of give me those advantages? So I think when they finally find that placement, it's going to fit perfectly within Cubert.
I definitely like this direction that Cubert has. This looks really, really strong, but they're contending up against a really strong team today, and none other than Maryville University. Again, Maryville's first time within this challenger scene, and it's also going to be the first opportunity that we get to see Cloric within this squad for challengers, since he was out before we had Zerona in. And I mean, Roy, Zerona was a super sub, do not get me wrong, but I'm excited to see definitely IGL back and how this whole team's going to form as a function, especially with Cubert on the opposing end.
No, Zerona has blown our minds, and I actually had a talk with the assistant coach for Maryville recently, and he was also singing Zerona's praises. He thinks that Zerona is incredibly good, and honestly, the guy passed the eye test many times, and his stats reflected also. It's very obvious. But that being said, I am a huge fan of Cloric. I think he's a very high firepower player, but he's also very intelligent, and he's very like vocal with the way he plays the game. No wonder why he's the IGL, kind of like the main IGL for this roster. But yeah, like Cloric is an insane player. I think he also brings a lot of like positive energy to the roster. But ultimately, this roster, guys, is, in my opinion, like maybe one of the most well-rounded roster when it comes to like not really requiring a star player. Like they don't need anyone in any role to have pop-off games for them to have clean wins, because of the fact that all of them are just insane.
I agree, and it's interesting too, because it's not just, you know, challengers where they're showing up with a 2-0 and they're doing so well. They've also done so in different tournaments, right? Going finals against Envy and Red Bull Homeground. So it is kind of interesting to see, like, this isn't just, you know, your typical collegiate team. This is another one, just like Winthrop University, that's kind of made their way into this tier 2 stage.
I mean, talking about the players, like this collegiate team could not be slept on for one moment. And we have to talk about the Breach of the team. And I don't mean someone who just plays Breach, but is Breach himself, as we determined on last week's broadcast. And talk about Wildfire. I mean, we get to see him pick up the Aegis sometimes, Roy, and he looks phenomenal on it. But like the impact, whether it is the Breach, whether it is that Sova, like just look at it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, almost dropping 30 on Breach on a Haven game. Yeah, I would call that impacts here. That's definitely one word I would use to describe Wildfire. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what even I can add to this conversation that would be intelligent. Like he's just a good player. He played very well in a supportive role. You want that from people. You don't want people to be ultra reliant on utility or kind of just being like utility bots for the roster, right? Like you want somebody on the team that can trade players, you know, secure positions, like make sure they're doing the right things at the right times. And whenever it comes down to holding ground, like they're ready, they're down for it. And I think having players that are all willing to take the risks here in every single role, that's really what creates a team-wide X factor. Like you're not just depending on a duelist to make your plays. You're not just depending on controllers or the sentinels to make your plays. Like you have people in all these different positions that could pop off, and Wildfire is in that sort of like flex role that he's able to do that in that role as well. And it's just great. It's a great player to have on the team.
And we've gotten to see that potential to pop off. I mean, of course, we're seeing the little moments from last week's matches where Maryville University just crushed their opponents. But even in the first week, just a 4K to close out a game, just ice cold blood in this guy's veins. That's it. He's been so much fun to watch in the server. He's been so consistent at such a high level. So that's a difficult opponent to contend with. But Maryville University have quite a few great players. And talking next on the team, Gomp's got to talk about Giza. Because when you're talking about someone who's going to have that impact out in the server, again, someone who's not on this duelist role, Giza is right there putting up some numbers.
Roy says it well. I mean, this whole entire team is flexible, and I think Giza's honestly like a key factor into that flexibility. They've been a flexible player throughout the entirety of their time playing Valorant, right? Duelist and Sentinel with obviously like that was at the time where the chamber meta was taking place under Cloud9 Academy, right? So like this goes far back into the past. And then now playing Initiator, I mean, back then playing Initiator with Nearest Airport, and now, you know, the occasional Sentinel with Maryville. So it really doesn't matter what role we see Giza under. And I think that's something that's quite spectacular to see that, you know, throughout the duration of their time playing, they have adapted to not only all of the updates that have been happening and the nerfs and the buffs, but also just the changes in the players they're playing. So I feel like you can throw Giza on any role, and even like we've seen the occasional Raze, right? And just play to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I'm also about to jump scare all Giza fans. You can actually have good performances off Reyna. Oh my God, it's actually, I know, guys, everyone please stay relaxed, stay calm, okay?
Say it ain't so.
Believe it or not, people can pop off even on non-duelists. That mind-blowing.
That is some crazy analysis coming out here. Thank you so much. I mean, there's a reason too that we don't see him on this duelist role, and that's because Maryville also has a really cracked duelist. I mean, this is a triple-pronged approach. What can't this team do? We got to talk about Renz, but also going up against the stacked duelist that we didn't really get to talk about on the side of Cubert Academy. Renz and Redux, this is going to be a great head-to-head. I mean, when Giz is not on the duelist, it's because Renz is out there in the server. Any duelist, just Gomp's putting those numbers in. And Redux is someone we've talked about at length. I mean, he is Cubert Academy, for Christ's sake, right? So and he had a pop-off last week too, so this will be great.
I agree. And it's actually interesting. I listened to a podcast with Redux in it, and I think Redux said something along the lines of they used to spend hours on retake simulators. So I think that might be playing a bit into their duelist capabilities, to be honest, which I just found to be such an interesting fact. But yeah, the effort is there. I mean, like it is crazy because Redux, you know, just used to be this player that we viewed as such a young kid coming into the scene, and now Redux is just the kid. He's the kid. So it's quite interesting to see this matchup against Renz. I think Renz definitely having, I'm not going to say big shoes to fill, but might actually be able to destroy some shoes that are out there on the field right now with Redux. I think Renz is such a good contender to go up against, you know, a legend like Redux for sure.
Yeah, the other thing with Redux too, guys, is I feel like his intelligence as a player flies under the radar often because we see so many highlight clips from him, and we kind of just say like, oh, this player is so mechanically strong, right? But a lot of the times, like, you can see that Redux is playing with a pretty high IQ for the game. Like he's in good spots. He knows how to play slow. He knows how to work the map. He knows how to like find himself in very advantageous positions and even capitalize off his team's util. And that kind of like is an interesting contrast because Renz is sort of that player. Like he has such a deep like TAC FPS background, and they're both kind of like high IQ players, and they're very experienced, and they're both dynamic with pacing. And I think the sort of battle between these two players is like really interesting because they're both very smart and they're both very mechanically cracked, and it's really just going to come down to like which team is capitalizing better off like all the things happening as a team.
With both of these teams being undefeated so far, like they've had a really great start into stage 3, and one of those streaks is going to end today. So talking about the series itself, let's go into the map picks and bans, especially we're getting to the point where we've seen a little bit more information from each of these teams. And I feel like at this point, it's just the collegiate special. It's not just Winthrop University. Maryville to Gompers. Lotus is going to be first up on the docket.
No, I like this. I think this is good. It might be, I'm not going to say testing things out a bit because we have seen quite a lot of Lotus throughout the entirety of this stage. I think it's been definitely a big popular map, but also not very consistent with a certain particular meta. I mean, there's definitely like certain agents that will make an appearance here, but I like this for this pick. It's safe, it's comfortable for Maryville. It's something that they've been playing for quite some time, right? I think it's like a total of 17 games played throughout the duration of 3 months. So for them, this is as good as it gets. They have a very set particular role here, which I'm definitely excited to see how well that works out.
Yeah, the first map's also interesting because both maps are kind of just known to both of these teams, right? Like it's very clear what Cubert is looking to run on this map. It's very clear what Maryville is looking to run on this map, and it's not really a weak point. Which again, whenever you see like a first pick coming out from a team and like both teams are very like strong on that map, that makes me think like as a former IGL, I was like, okay, they're thinking that they have a good read on how the enemy team's approaching it. They don't care if they're strong on it, but they recognize that there is some kind of condition that they can use to their advantage, or they have like some read on the formula that they feel like they can exploit. So when I see a first pick like that, I'm expecting Maryville University to be coming in with a pretty solid game plan on that first map.
I agree. And I actually just want to stress the fact too, like both of these teams are 2-0 right now. So whatever map you pick, it has to be honestly strategic if you want to keep that streak going, just because like there is going to be one team, whether as phenomenal as they've been playing throughout the duration of this stage, that is going to have to unfortunately take a 2-1. So it is going to have to be something where you're confident going into it. And I think Icebox being banned, you know, off the rip and all these other maps that may have taken, you know, their stride and now are just being put on the back burner, they have to have reasoning, right? Pick the maps that you feel the best on. So yeah, it is a very, very big challenge to take on.
I mean, two very strong teams that can't both stay undefeated. So it's time to see how we thought this one was going to shake up for the day. I mean, this one was tough. I feel like we're getting into the stage of things with the predictions where you really got to think. I don't know, but Roy, you're right there with me. Maryville University. I mean, I know that it was a good victory against Winthrop University, but for Maryville, I mean, with Chloric back and everything, they've only been playing at a fraction of their true power. So what are they capable of now?
Listen, education on top. That's all I'm saying right now. The university teams cannot be slept on. I like what I saw from Maryville in the first 2 weeks. That being said, guys, this was not like a 80% certainty prediction from me. I really do feel like this could go either way. It could be either a 2-mapper or a 3-mapper. It's really unclear, but one thing's for sure, it's going to be a very close game. And I do also want to point out that Maryville, although they are 2-0, they haven't really been tested against any of the current top teams. Like this is their first real test, but I'm very confident, or at least I'm somewhat confident that they're going to be coming out on top here in this matchup.
I don't know. I mean, listen, my reasoning, I guess, with Cubert is just, I've seen the improvement. Obviously, they've made some roster changes that I think has kind of given them the up significantly. And I'm giving a lot of hope over, I guess not a lot of hope, but a lot of excitement over to Satellite being put into the Sentinel role. I think it's something that does need to be developed a little further, but I think they've been doing such a spectacular job so far of fixing their previous efforts, right? And, you know, and within the last roster and trying to understand, you know, what really did go wrong and what changes could we make. And that's why I think, you know, WKN kind of putting in that new perspective has been really, really fun to watch. So I guess that's my pick. That's why I'm going over for Cubert here.
I mean, no judgment. I think like this was a really hard one to pick between. Like you could not go wrong, honestly. But let's get into this match, Agent Select with Lotus. I think what's the most exciting about Lotus to me is when you talk about the duelists and the fact that they're both really smart as well as mechanically gifted. To see that come head-to-head on Lotus of all maps is going to be really, really exciting. And that's where as well, Gomps, we get to see that Neon v Neon, but a lot of the rest of the teams being built out in very different ways.
Yeah, this is nice, actually. I think obviously Nismo taking on the care role is something that I feel like is just going to work out the way that it normally does, is with 50 assists for some odd reason. I don't know what he's doing, like correct. But yeah, it's kind of just sticking around to the basics, in my opinion, of things that we've kind of seen a bit different with, you know, no Rays kind of taking on the Lotus role here, which I think is something we've seen quite relevant within Maryville. So to kind of put that Neon out there with Rens is a little bit exciting, especially now with Chloric coming in as that Viper role. So, and being able to IGL in the background of that as well.
Yeah, that is a really interesting change. They completely swapped off the Rays. They were running that versus Burger Boys last time. They've swapped off to the Neon. That's going to change the pace, obviously. But I feel like the Neon on the Sentinel side is a little bit more supported, guys. The KO util allowing the Neon to maybe bypass some of the Sentinel util. Like, they're going to have to kind of cook up ways to sort of avoid getting suppressed as the hits are coming in on the attack side from Sentinel's Cubert. So I'm looking at the KO synergy with Redux and Nismo to see how they're going to kind of minimize a lot of the value that Maryville is going to want to do with the Viper and with the Sentinel as well. And I'm looking to see what Renz is up to on the Neon compared to last time when he was on Rays.
2 undefeated teams so far within Challengers. For one of them, it ends today. The first map of Lotus is going to be where it all starts. Time to see how this one's going to shake up with your casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Nerds.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, class is in session between Cubert Academy and Maryville University. Oh, you like that? And as Roy said, this will be a big test for Maryville going into this match.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I fully agree with Roy talking about Sentinel's Cubert Academy, having that Neon, especially Redux, with so much support. You basically have triple flashes, including the Vice and the Paranoia off of Knights. But more than that, I think on the flip side, that's kind of why I also enjoy seeing Renz play as that Neon, because it's hopefully to try and counter some of Sentinel Cubert's Academy's game plan, maybe fast rotates, maybe playing further back, and then being able to run in as that Neon. But the question is going to be, how well is Renz alongside Wildfire going to be able to counter some of that aggression that we see out of Sentinel's Cubert Academy as it's just getting things started. Another element of excitement here, Lemon, for me is seeing Chloric here. As Zerona was popping off, Chloric's going to be slotted in here in the same role, the same position.
Yeah, those are some big shoes to fill. So excited to get into this. And Cubert will get to kick things off with their Neon on offense. And Redux, he has put on a masterclass of this before. This suits his style. Very aggressive, loose, but there are going to be some obstacles for him to, some hoops for him to jump through. With the double smokes on the other side, plus the Senti on top of Giza. So Cubert are going to have to rely a lot on Nismo to try and take down this util. But right now, Cubert is just going to work the map, make first contact with someone at the breakable door. And Anj is going to take some damage over a tree. He's going to keep himself protected, allow this Fade to push on up. As Cubert know, they have a showdown ahead of them. It is Satellite with first blood. It is traded by Maryville. Now they hope to set up a trap for Cubert to walk into. With this Viper wall set up, there is some space being taken. It catches Maryville off guard, and Cubert may just pivot it into B, which means Chloric has a lot on his shoulders to stop, and he ignores the duelist, and he'll pay the price, leaving Anj in the dust.
The road to C is paved. They went through B, took down the poor old Viper. But I mean, like you set it up. Cubert was prepared for a hit onto the A site, and so was Maryville. Maryville had the setup. It's just some of that raw firepower that we see out of players like Redux, just straight pushing into that fight, along with some of that supportive utility. And again, is just the beginning. It's just the pistol, but a strong pistol start for Cubert here can start snowballing, especially on the attack side, considering their composition and considering the fact that they are a more exec heavy team.
Not giving up too many deaths if you're Cubert, which obviously the whole race for the ultimates is going to matter a lot. Because Anj now has a duel ahead of him, and these sheriffs, especially Satellite, put out a lot of damage that round. So now Cubert will be able to buy up and kind of build an early strong start. And Maryville are still trying to catch up to, they've been able to hold the space well, but now it's just kind of reacting faster to Cubert's surprises that they've thrown out.
Surprises indeed. Speaking of, I'm surprised we see Renz going for a sheriff, so hopefully we'll take a look at what they're going to be up to for this next round. But I'm actually not surprised about something. The Sentinel pick for Satellite, I think, fits in being a more active Sentinel as they've come from the duelist role. That transition honestly fitting him really well. And more than that, this position just looks rough.
Spike down A.
Good contact. Just kind of a bloodbath. Yeah, you can continue now. That was just
I mean, I was about to say, I was surprised. I was like, wait, they're starting to pick up a couple kills, but unfortunately they're still just going to be mowed down. Going into round 3, going to be the classic buy ups, but like I said, Renz, because they didn't find any value off of the sheriff, they're not going to have shields this round, meaning that they're a bit of a loose angle, I guess, even a glass cannon.
And Cubert getting carry a lot of these weapons over is always great, but just first you had the initial ping off the Han, I believe, and then the stun off the Neon. So Maryville are going to have to reinforce this A side hold or just kind of hold off on B and hope that Cubert just walk into their sight lines, but Cubert are not going to hit the same site again, so Ange will be the first one to see this coming.
Oh, but Ange is such a good player. I have faith.
Yeah, he'll hear that coming. He won't see it, but there's danger. Now the orb is grabbed, and now he has to stay put. But look, Renz is there, and as a Neon, will be able to rotate all over.
Oh, caught off in mid, though. Wildfire understands the game plan, tucking to try and get a couple picks.
Oh, they did not expect more players like this, and fire ignites, and Cubert are trying to work the map, and I like that Maryville are ready to step up, take those risks to cut off those rotations. Cubert are going to have to be more aware of these B walkdowns.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the push out of Ange and the numbers advantage, but for Maryville, they still have those numbers on this C hit. So it's a matter of trying to catch Cubert off guard and obviously taking out Knights, who's probably one of the bigger threats, right? Yeah, as such a young, such a star player, can clutch into his own right.
It's doable for Maryville to pick up their first rifle round, but Knights catches Giza off guard on the walk up. Paranoia out from Knights. Maryville gonna play as a duo. Flash gonna keep Maryville in check. It's Cloric and Renz step up quietly as Knights puts the smoke back up to try and isolate that 1v1 against Cloric, who steps up the stairs. It's up to Renz to trade. It's not gonna happen. Cubert close it out.
There it is. I mean, Knights started it and Satellite ended it. It was a big concern, right? Maryville needed to potentially even trip up Cubert before they got into that post-plant position. But as soon as you started to get the numbers even and you allowed Satellite to kind of get set up with the Sentinel utility, it all snowballed from there. And that third round that traditionally falls in favor of the bot, the team that bought up, falls. The bonus looking super clean out of Cubert. Honestly, I feel bad for Wildfire. He managed to grab 2, even the round back into their favor, and it just didn't work. Now you're just down to Sheriffs, trying to figure out how you can salvage this round.
Maryville are reading into these haunts from Caillou a lot better. That's how Cubert got such an advantageous push over at A in the second round. So Cubert,
yeah,
will definitely have an advantage this round as well with a big Sheriff buy from Maryville.
And another thing to keep note of is this ultimate economy is starting to stack. Like Redux was orb farming on the previous round and now has that ultimate available, whether it's to punish an eco or just to have it during a rifle round. And I bring this up because you also have Nismo as well as Satellite slowly bringing up theirs. And on the flip side, Maryville doesn't have that.
Not going to be able to slow down this freight train, so Giza missing. And Maryville gambled on a rubble walkdown and no one was home, so now Cubert gets to farm just a very divided and weakened Maryville, and it's kind of nice to see how divided the predictions were as well. A lot of beliefs on the side of Maryville. I went Cubert, just as Redux, I just think is a next level duelist.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's where we have that one kind of like, I'm favoring Maryville, but I just have belief in their structure, but it seems like it kind of wasn't working. I mean, you can't really read it off of specifically the eco round, but the previous round, it felt like they could have gone a little bit more proactive in some cases. Now, I wonder how they're going to readjust here in the later rounds, as they do have Wildfire's ultimate available to try and counter some of the growing ults. Renz to grab Satellite, little consolation prize, actually. Okay. More than a consolation prize. Okay. Talk about salvaging, right? That's gotta at least bump up the mental. Maryville hopefully in the comms is like, oh, come on. And now we get to see a full rifle out of them, full shields for this duelist, as well as hopefully some more support. You have the Wildfire ultimate available as well. But the key point here is this is a huge round for Maryville. If they manage to pick this up, it'll start to hopefully grow and build some of their, not only ultimate economy, but also just generally their economy, because they're buying broke. If they lose this, we might be looking at 7 for Cubert.
And an offensive op from Satellite. Don't get to see that every day. And he's just wanting to see if Maryville are going to try this B push yet again. Cubert have been working the extremities, so Maryville are going to reinforce the left side and could always play for retakes, even if they gamble wrong, because they got a Nightfall.
I also really like this A setup out of KJ. It's going to give them a lot of info. And like you mentioned so aptly, that Nightfall is available towards the B site on the rotate. They can allow Cubert to set up and then fully run in there.
Yeah, and I like that Giza's just going to play his life because he knows how important it is to flood it and everyone have your guns up for this Nightfall as Wildfire gets into position. And because of that null command, that may not be an option. Now Giza is going to make contact first. First blood, second. Someone has to swing on this guy. Finally, Nismo picks his opportunity. Does get the punish on Giza. Maryville are eating up a lot of time, wanting to wait for that null command out. And it is the Nightfall. But there's an op ready in tree. And Maryville have to push into that. They're going to choose the opposite lane. Maybe not. Caloric right into the sight line. And the defuse will not be getting away. And maybe even Satellite using the Steel Garden there. Nonetheless, 5-0 for Cubert.
Yeah, just again, I think I set this up really early saying that the ultimates were in favor of Sentinel's Cubert Academy so consistently because not only have they been winning, but they're on the attack side farming orb after orb. And I'm not talking about just getting kills. I'm talking about actually going and picking up the orbs on the map, which allowed players like Nismo to have the null command, which stunted the Nightfall, slowed everything down, changed the pace, and Giza couldn't even get it. Just because Giza got 2 there didn't allow Maryville an entry because they really wanted to play off that Nightfall.
There's the haunt. Drone Cubert have information, but Maryville got a Neon ultimate and it needs to show up and Renz gets traded. Cubert overwhelmed the duelist, was left handless, and Cubert will just get to stomp on into A and pretty much make this 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, I remember saying this, like, it looks like a 7 angle, especially with this buy right now that we're seeing out of Maryville University. It puts into question why they decided to pick this, right? Way at the beginning during the map select, I was even saying, like, I guess they didn't want to go on Icebox because they're worried about the Gecko and the play style, especially with the way that Cubert plays on Icebox. Even though Maryville is a team that likes Icebox, they chose to play Lotus. And now, I mean, their game plan is, I don't want to say it's crumbling, but it's definitely looking a bit ragged. So this timeout hopefully could readjust that game plan, maybe change some of the stuff that they're going to be doing. They do still have to worry about a very crucial ultimate, that Redux Overdrive that is available. But on the flip side, they still have 2 ultimates close to being churned up. The Lockdown as well as, I believe it was the Viper's Pit for Caloric. So hopefully those 2 ultimates as well as this little reset, a breather, can give them a little bit of an edge coming into round number 7.
And the desk talked about this perfectly. There's just a better initiator supportive choice to enable Redux on that Neon. And on the other side, like, I'm seeing Renz pull out the ult and kind of hoping someone can bait for him so he can go in and just clean house, but only getting 1, that's tough. Just absolutely outnumbered from Cubert Academy there. Even previous rounds when Cubert knew they were facing a Nightfall retake from Wildfire, they delayed perfectly with the null command, had their op set up in tree, had the rest of Cubert watch their left lane, and you just dot your I's, cross the T's. Cubert came in with a very clear game plan that Maryville had to kind of adapt to. Like, Maryville usually play with a raise.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the logic, like, I tried giving benefit of the doubt, saying that, like, Renz will be able to rotate a bit faster and, you know, get activated on these rehits, but we haven't really seen that. It almost feels like you'd want the double satchels as well as the paint shells for zoning utility. That stun hasn't really been as prevalent or as present in some of these cases. Not even to mention the fact that you don't have a boom bot to clear out tight angles as that duelist to take some agency of the map.
Ooh, paranoia. Here's Maryville getting aggressive. Renz with first blood traded. Where's the rest of Maryville to show up? And it's them just trying to hold the doorway. At least they silenced the duelists for good. No Neons will be able to shine this time, and we're left with a 3 versus 2. And Cubert have the red carpet down. They have their smokes in place for staircase. Giza could get a surprise, and Caillou is going to watch it carefully. Has his back turned and flicks and burns onto Giza and allows that objective to go down. So Caloric, 1 versus 3, and you're spotted by the Prowler. That's really gonna ruin the round for him.
Yeah, this is a save angle. Play to contain, if anything. Or sorry, play to get a pick on the exit, if anything. But it's so rough because the game plan was pretty solid. You know, fight out towards rubble, try and catch them off guard, but it just didn't seem to work. And I think the IGL is starting to realize that 9 HP, it might not be worth going for that fight, even if it does give you your ultimate.
He's got plot armor, like just took an op shot to the shoulder, gets to write a book about it. But post timeouts now, what, 1 or 2 rounds in a row, Maryville just haven't found the right solution. But it is, of course, after some ults came out from Cubert and there was a bit more of a scuffle at Rebels. So you're finding some weaknesses in Cubert, but not enough to actually win a round.
Now, and I mean, at this point, their ultimate economy is kind of building up. The regular economy is in a bit of shambles, so it becomes a question of how are they going to play this. They're going for 2 hero rifles and sheriffs, so I'm expecting them to try and continue some fighting, but at this point, 7-0, I think there's a bit to be said about not only the mental for Maryville, but also just how they're going to be playing the rest of this series.
Especially when you're running double controller Sentinel, like you're expecting to pick up a lot more rounds, as that's gonna limit your offensive options, of course. A post plant will be extremely strong on the Maryville side if they get to that point, but Cubert are just absolutely dominating right now, and let's see if they can take a clean round. Like you said, 2 hero rifles that'll be in position. Cubert have showed their hand, and as soon as this Viper wall comes down, could see some action, and Wildfire will get his 1 and done. So you love to see that for the defense. And Cubert will make sure to clear that breakable door, pivot into B. So Friends has to make that Vandal work for him, but just initially the damage, they are gonna decide to invest that lockdown as soon as you hear that B hit. So Cubert are really trapped and trying to fight through this, and Renz tries to slip past the defenses, and Satellite hopes to keep the op and also not get detained.
I love that they fought for that position, right, for Maryville. The fact that they kept the lockdown alive puts them in such an advantage here. Satellite, with just an op, what is he gonna do? Sneaks it away! Oh, he just, wait, he pops back in. Wait, can he do this? Satellite, you're insane. 12 seconds. Oh my god, the smoke came out and Clork had to lock in. That was almost the funniest thing ever. Oh my god. Lemon, when I say I went from sitting to standing, I was just on my feet, on my chair for a moment there. What? It was really silly, but regardless of the hype, it should also be, hopefully, a bit of rest. Oh my god, I can't believe he got away with that.
Where to go? Who took it? and I swear I was watching it.
I think that's the thing that's the most concerning, I guess, is the fact that, like, even in the victory, it was still really dicey.
He got a bit of damage into Nismo, so the Odin makes a very perilous journey for Cubert, and that will force Cubert to the other extremity, feeding it right into Renz's op. Finally, you get to see Maryville purchase a sniper now that they have any economy to work with, but now he's got to back away.
Like, again, they're grabbing orbs up for Nismo, who's close to 2. I mean, their economy is thriving. The fact that they have, you know, Satellite back up on that operator available. But again, this win for Maryville also, because it was dicey, you could start seeing, like, yeah, they have an op. Yeah, they bought some weapons into it. But if they can't, you know, continue that steamroll, this story will continue. And hopefully this will be a lot less dicey now that they have the weaponry.
Gotta hit those, but Renz is not expecting that smoke on the other side. And Cubert, I like the way they work the map, keeping that insert at B so Maryville won't surprise them. And it's a 2-3 split, eventually ending up at B. You throw the knife in, Clork has the pit and is not going to want to pop it. I don't even think he can. Nonetheless, Cubert also want to watch their back. They haven't killed anyone from Maryville, so this retake could surround Cubert and pick them apart. Clork is going to try and get some attention, try to get away from the C's, and you got snipers that have to push into this, which isn't ideal. Cubert, an activate some thorns here from Satellite, and Giza gets to take down one, but Caillou is just louder and he's better. And Maryville also have an Odin coming through the breakable door, and Cubert are just so good at isolating these duels. Maryville just could not synchronize and overcome this post plant.
Yeah, that's rather rough. I mean, the previous round was a little dicey, but it was really won off of the back of the lockdown. Because the lockdown was played out, you had to have Satellite run away, disjointed from the team. And in this case, they didn't really have any like key ultimates to play into Sentinel's Cubert Academy lockdown of the B site. So now it comes to the question that we have, Wildfire has his ultimate again. Is that going to be another conversion for them? Last time, it wasn't really as effective as they'd want to, because Nismo on the flip side was charging up their ult. Nismo being one away from their ultimate, it could be a repeat. It could be the copy-paste of a round we once saw.
These initiators make the job so easy for someone like Redux, whether it's the haunts, the seizes from Caillou, the nightfalls in, the knives being thrown, the null command that has denied the options out of Maryville on their retakes. Like, Cubert are such a cohesive team, and the desk talked about how well Rand and Maryville are, but you are going to need some stars to really shine to carry you through against the team as good as Cubert. And we said this was going to be a test for Maryville, and yeah, right now they're failing.
I've been there before, right? Late night study session. You got yourself, energy, coffee in hand, and you're really grinding it out. But at this point, it feels like a grind. Wildfire picking up that hero rifle that was picked up by Renz and using it to good effect. But again, right, this round is most likely going to be a plant. Nismo's going to have his ultimate now. I mean, they don't have the player count to use any ultimates in here, so it's most likely a play to get value angle here for Maryville.
See if you can force a buy-up, because Cubert are rich and you just want to scratch the surface of these piggy banks. And okay, Ange, wait a minute, these sheriffs can do work, but time is really running out, so it's just about leaving bodies in your wake. And Maryville
one enemy remaining
are just gonna separate and take the duels that they can, but Cubert pretty much come out flawless. At least maybe not all 5 alive in this round, but 9-1. Getting into the second half with this good of a start, you're feeling good.
Yeah. I think, again, my one concern is just not only the ultimates, but also just the fact that Maryville is kind of letting Sentinels already set up into the site rather than trying to disrupt them a little bit. And it's really kind of off of Nismo. The utility really pressures Maryville off of the site, and then breaking back into it becomes a huge challenge for them. Whether it's just, not being able to find an early pick, or just, again, being stalled out by that refreshable utility that Nismo has, that knife being such a thorn in the utility side for Maryville.
That Prowler into B from Cubert pulled 2 from the A side. The Omen, and Friends. So now you got 3 watching B. You got the Pit cutting off C. So Cubert will be forced to hit A. And there's not going to be that forward push.
I think Cubert is worried, right? Because we're starting to get to the late game. There's a lot of ultimates here. They don't particularly want to fight into certain angles. Hopefully, this really strong setup on the C site doesn't mean that the A hold is going to be weaker, because you do still have Renz and Wildfire on the A to lock it down, and they're really going to be needing to hold it here from these last 3. The spike's still towards C, though, with Nismo and Redux. Could be a pop. They're trying to sell a fake. I mean, right now it just looks like they're trying to maintain map control.
Could be a fake, and just Cubert are not getting the first blood that they hope for, and they're going to try and push past this pit, because they have a null command from Nismo, but they are going to open up the Nightfall into B with a Paranoia on top, and no one got hit by that util, so Maryville can try to go into this unobscured. But speaking of that, Omen smokes are just ruining Maryville's synchronicity to get in and try to work as a team against Cubert, who are so united. Now Renz with no HP. Left to traverse into the thorns, which you obviously want to wait for. You don't want to die to util, but you'll die to knights. And we're heading into like an 11-1 half here, nerds.
Yes, Lemon. Yes, we are. And it's a bit unfortunate, but at least for Cubert, it's very, very fortunate. Who are looking amazing, by the way, just to give some hype about that play, because it was even harder to read for me looking at the mini map, right? You had players on the A side, you had players on C. There was the knife, there was the utility off of Redux, the stun off of Neon. All of those pieces of utility were so good to sell the fake, and then they immediately pivot into the middle of the map, hit B, lock it down, get the setup, and just dominate. That's really unfortunate though for Maryville, because now they're on a really broken bye here around number 12.
Yeah, at least you can have the ults do all the talking for you, but Cloric is going to be whispering and actually just being silent and just trying to be unnoticed from the knives and, of course, the prowlers to mark him close range. Redux, janitor on duty, mops the floor with the rest. There is a response from Maryville. They will go out kicking and screaming in this half, but unfortunately Renz cannot convert enough on these ultimates. The Nightfall will keep Cubert humble, but Maryville need to actually go and teach them a lesson and play off this Nightfall. They just are too scared to push into Cubert, into their sightlines. And with Knights always winning his 1v1s, I'd be worried too. But Wildfire and Ange gonna do what they can, 2 versus 4, and Wildfire has had multi-kills before, and Ange has also been the angel, the wings under Maryville, but against the firepower, the absolute powerhouse from Cubert, it is an 11-1 half after all.
Switching sides.
Yeah, don't let those eyes fool you. This cube is out for blood. This cube is ready to take fights, and it is concerning going into round number 13. It is a reset, though. Hopefully, this gives a bit of fresh air to Maryville. You know, sometimes you got to take a step back before you go into your study session, but this one is definitely going to be a for the books, I guess, right? Like, it's just been unfortunately good read after good read out of Cubert. Maryville have had a hard time re-entering, and they just get fast execs onto sites after misdirections, and they plan. Now on the defensive side, I feel like they're going to fight really well for control, and their retakes should be pretty solid as well. All they need to do is pick up a pistol and most likely have the game locked.
It's feeling that way. Especially this being Maryville's pick. That's gonna hurt the confidence a lot, but you know, it's just a warm-up map, right, guys? The midterms have been, I don't know when the midterms are, but you know, it's a lot of work Maryville have to do behind the scenes, right?
I would hope none of them are taking a summer session, but if they are, they're in like minor in 2 weeks, so we'll see.
All right, Maryville, this is a must-win, or this whole map is cooked. And hey, triple swinging into Nismo. He's gonna respect that. Drops down to half health. Is gonna try and pinch in with his duelist. He did get marked by the Haunt, so Maryville gonna take advantage of the space given. And Satellite can't punish and play off his shear that was just procced. So an advantage, a huge one that Maryville can work with. They're using the buddy system well, and Cloric always delivers on the Sheriff. So Nismo's left in the dust.
Nice. Really good pressure applied by Maryville University, taking space, deathballing into the A site, and just grouping up. And honestly, that worked for them, right? They understood that, okay, we are going to be playing on the attack side now of Lotus. Every single site we hit is going to be weaker unless we draw a rotation to us, and unless they gamble stack into it. It's most likely going to be an easy push for us. But Ismo's still alive, still a thorn, but not for long. As a flower blooms from that one little seed, we now get to see Maryville potentially taking some more maps. I'm still going to be a little gloomy because it is 11 to 2, and that is 2 away from locking it in for Cubert Academy. But it's a start, and that's kind of what you need if you're a Maryville fan, and if you are Maryville themselves. That momentum, that mental can start building. You start hyping up your teammates. You start saying, you know, 11's all they get. And hopefully that can carry them through the rest of this.
Yeah, Maryville are just going to need reps on synchronizing as a team. And you already saw just how much better that was at the pistol. But then they just walk all as a friendship group into the sightlines of an outlaw. So not going to be the best there. But Maryville, they do take an important win, carrying 3 guns into the bonus.
Yeah, and they're really solid ones as well. You have yourself a outlaw as well. Oh, no, Ange. Okay, well, the little mix up there on the screen. I believe they had an outlaw, but no, they have a 2 guard. So they have 3 rifles that they're carrying in essentially into the next one. But more than that, again, right? It's a bit of momentum. It's a bit of hype. Renz with the 3K. They're going to start farming up that ultimate. They're going to start getting some of that confidence back, some pep in their literal step as they're playing Neon.
some momentum, some much needed wind in the sails of Maryville. And when you get first bloods like that, Cloric, a very dependable anchor and lurk. Now that he's back in, you love to see him give a chance for Maryville. Turn this all around. Prowler up close and Thorns to delay. Maryville will be able to play off that Prowler. They know no one's close, but they are limited on vision and now numbers as Wildfire falls.
Yeah, this needs to be a change of pace, right? Wildfire is really good at helping in mid-round here, especially if Cloric is down out towards A. He sets the call, and now, without that, they need to kind of quickly adapt here for Maryville, a regroup and potential re-hit towards C.
As soon as the smoke drops, Knights is ready to unleash the paranoia. But Satellite is not in a tradable position yet, especially he just got mollied away. So Knights is forced to go 1v1 and doesn't do much. At least Satellite did trade, but now he's left at the very back of the site with 31 HP. He has to let this go.
It's the same sort of concept, right? If Cubert allow Maryville to get set up in this, it might become a harsh reality of breaking in. The difference is they have double initiators for this. Super solid for Cubert. The refreshables give a lot of info for them.
Oh, this is you need to continue winning if you're Maryville, and you had the advantage. It's now gone 2v2, but Cubert, or damage, you're not going to let this Fade get any information off of you as Nismo and Caillou work through the map, through the corner, and off towards Mound. Maryville pick them apart and deny the defuse. So Cloric, a huge round under his belt.
Huge. Really solid that they managed to win. Only negative would be the fact that they lost 3 weapons, but even then, the fact that they managed to, get the bonus in general, they had 3 players not buying up into it, keeps growing their economy. That's such an interesting shot there on the replay. Just getting one, whether it's luck or just a bit of momentum, it helps them here. And that's what they need right now, is to get those sprays, get those picks in these tight plays and moments.
All right, Maryville, the streak grows. Being able to convert that bonus is huge. And now dancing, it's Redux against the world, and he gets the spike down, but Maryville were ready to retaliate. And as they were hoping to amp up the aggression, it's Nismo's nade has limited things, and this Stinger is gonna hurt at close range. The Prowler's gonna detect him, and there's just way too many cooks in the kitchen for Cubert to deal with at that range. So Maryville have 3 left.
I understand the fight, though, for Cubert. They're just trying to do as much economic damage. And speaking of damage and speaking of economy, Ren's with the 4K on the damage and with the 4K on that ultimate. Taking things up like that is super important, especially for Maryville. It's not to mention Giza and Cloric, who also are one off of their own. It's a timeout called here for Sentinel's Cubert Academy, as they need to reset their mental probably as well. It's like, hey, they picked up a couple of rounds. They are now up to 5, but we are still up at 11. We have double initiators. We have basically 3 flashes into, site hits. There's a lot more that we can do in terms of being dynamic on the retake. The thing for Maryville, they had a really hard time breaking Sentinel's Cubert Academy when they already got set up in the post plant. But for Sentinels, they should, in theory, or at least in terms of the utility, be able to re-hit onto that site a little bit better.
Wildfire's the only person that could really enable Ren's on this overdrive, and while there's only so much you can do when Cubert just play really well against it positionally. When you are expecting a Prowler, you just play further back. You are ready for all the haunt spots, and Seizes haven't been something to worry about. So Ren's kind of has to go in without much supportive util, and that's not to Wildfire's fault, just Cubert are positioning against it very well. And if this overdrive kind of puts Ren's in a bad spot, then Maryville are going to lose one of their most important players.
I mean, honestly, we'll even see when it's going to get popped. I could see it very easily get popped here on the immediate A hit. All stacked up for it.
Cubert are gonna wait for their chance to flash in with Nismo. Even Caillou can Prowler through the side door. Maryville are walking into a trap, and they hadn't stepped up quite yet. They have Shelter and Rubble, and Cubert step up, and Maryville maybe try to escape. And it's kind of leaving Renz out to fend for himself, but he just barely slips by the shots of Cubert. And Renz has had 2 big rounds back-to-back. 4K last time, a double kill here, but Renz falls. No overdrive to be seen, and Cubert have a chance to come back.
More than that now for Maryville. They have themselves players alive. Plant can go down for Giza, and they have the lockdown for the post plant. They're going to give it to Wildfire, though, instead. Another element here is that Cubert doesn't have Nismo, so if they don't have an ultimate to get in, they're gonna have to play off of the Q's utility, that Haunt at the Nightfall, as well as the Prowlers.
It's about Cubert syncing up, because this is a long flank, and as soon as they open the door, Chloric will have to be ready for it. And the Prowler's gonna force Chloric within the site, and Cubert start to surround, now playing off their neon walls. Redux, fantastic shot into Giza. And it's Maryville. They just want to play their lives. They want to play the spike in time, and Wildfire keeps the round alive. Can't say the same about the rest of Maryville. And just by the skin of their teeth, Cubert will defuse and break the win streak from Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, Cubert, again, on paper, they have the Paranoia, they have the utility off of Q, they have all of this refreshable stuff, and they finally start utilizing it, making sure, okay, hey, we have this game plan, like, we could just retake into this, allow Redux to thrive within the retake, and get a nice defuse. On the flip side, we didn't see those elements of like trying to go for maybe a round-winning ultimate out of Maryville. They gave the plants to Wildfire so they can plant it and they can set up with some of that Sentinel utility. And now it puts them into match point here for Cubert Academy.
Yeah, Renz with the op. Was hoping to see an early peek at the C site. Giza is going to try and make a play happen. Maryville, once they decide which site they want, they can just activate the lockdown. But wait a minute, Knights gets a surprise on Wildfire. The spike is down. Maryville shouldn't have any problems working back over, but it's a weird start.
It's rough. They're down to, they do potentially have Renz going for an overdrive, as well as having that op post plant and maybe segmenting parts of the site on the attack, but it's a matter of setting that op up.
Maryville will have to turn this around, or this map is over. And waiting on the other side, Knights and Satellite are not going to bite down on this fake. Maryville opened the door to make it look like they're going to be, but here would have their Thorns set up. They have Nismo watching over. All the ults, all the advantages are on the side of Cubert to cross that finish line. The Prowler not going to detect anyone at Mound, so Cubert may have a sense after hearing that door that the B is going to be a hit. The Nightfall ensues from Caillou to limit Maryville, to trip them up on their pathing. And this is going to really ruin Maryville if they're not careful. They have not had any good duels yet. And Satellite and Redux are on the prowl, and it's a 13-5 flawless win from Cubert Academy on Maryville's pick.
Wow. I mean, it's kind of what I was saying consistently, right? Near the end, though, unfortunately for Maryville, they didn't have the best game plan going into it. They lost 2 players off rip as well, and it kind of threw them off. It almost shook them a little bit from what it felt like on the server. Huge ups, though, for Sentinels Cubert Academy. That timeout paid dividends. Immediately, we see an effective change out of them. They managed to do such a good job in, not only resetting themselves, but playing together when it comes to that retake. Twice, we've seen them retake into space, and it works. And 2 is all you need. You pick up a defuse on round on the final 2 rounds, and then before that on the final round you just re-clear into B, push them away from the C site, stack your players, and close it out.
Yeah, it was a different look from Maryville, not running the Rays, but with the double controller and the Senti to only pick up 1 defensive round just speaks to the level that Cubert Academy, the preparation that they brought into this, and really the level that they're playing at, that Maryville still have to catch up and do some studying on. But we have another map coming up, and it's Cubert Academy's playground. We're going to hear from the desk, though. We'll see you after this.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
First map of the series, and we had highlighted how close of a game this was going to be between two Titans, and unfortunately didn't seem like it was going to come true for the first half of things. It gets better after the swap, but that momentum from Cubert Academy is just too strong, and Gompers, they're going to be closing out a strong Lotus. I mean, the changes that they have, we talked about maybe things need time, even though they're already looking good, but like, man, if they need time to get the true potential, like, that, what are they going to look like? Because they already look so strong now.
Dude, 13-5 is honestly kind of crazy, and they had such a strong start. It was looking like down in that second half that Maryville would have run away with it, but I think their synergy was just absolutely impeccable, and we're going to be able to see it in some of these replays, right? So what I really did like in sort of like the essence of it was, I think a lot of the time we did get to see a part of Knight that I was really excited looking at, just because as an Omen player, there were so many circumstances where we got that element of surprise coming through, where Knights was the #1 player to follow up with an assistance with the duelist, right? With Redux moving out towards site, as well as just moving out and kind of like cooperating with their own smokes, it was super fun and exciting to see that level of confidence come through from Cubert. And you can tell they are really enjoying this roster to their fullest ability.
Absolutely. And also just beyond, guys, beyond individual performances, I really do feel like Cubert's game plan went uncountered completely, right? Like whenever you see Maryville picking this map, and you know that there is already footage on this map for the opposing end, for the Cubert side, you'd expect them to have like a really strong read on the KO util, what they're up to with KO. Obviously, you know, Nismo's been having insane basketball level performances and stats, right? Like double digits on assists, double digits on kills almost every time. But I feel like in the first half, it really did feel like Maryville University didn't really have an answer to the KO. And by the time they actually did have some ideas, okay, let's put C on retake, let's stop getting, you know, KO suppressed super late into the execs, like in the late round executes, it was already too late. Like Cubert ran away with it ultimately. So I feel like Cubert Academy, they had their game plan, they stuck to it, and it worked flawlessly from beginning to end.
And we've seen teams fall into this before, where Lotus looks strong for them, they pick it up, but then the other team gets to start on an attacking end that just looks absolutely dominant and unstoppable. You get to side swap, and there's not really any wiggle room at that point. Maryville, I mean, you talk about some of the impact they're able to have on their own attack, and it was really strong, but Cubert is just a timeout. It's just a little momentum, and Gompers, they're able to close out from there, especially too when you highlight across the board. I mean, you can talk about the impact Nismo's had, because yeah, Nismo always has impact. It's Nismo. But as well, being able to see someone like Satellite, who's undergone this role change, but still just being able to step up, like Cubert doesn't really have a weak point right now.
I'm going to be honest, they really do not. And I agree, Nismo is such a key factor into this that it's really just impossible to play with the amount of utility we've seen just being thrown out and also saved. I've seen so many circumstances where Cubert were kind of just keeping their util for the post-plant scenario, especially down in that second half. They were losing against Maryville. They didn't know what they could do, so they had saved up, and they, you know, just had, you know, that three-way with Redux, Q, and Knight, and they saved up all their util for that moment, just waiting for the perfect retake. And I think it worked out brilliantly, where they were just being very hyper aware of, you know, we're wasting a lot here and it's not working. Let's be a little more diligent with what we have. And I do give kudos to Maryville. I think they played great. I think in the beginning you could see the execution they wanted to perform with, you know, they tried to get aggressive on the A side, on the C side, and it really just wasn't working. They were losing out on fights. Redux and Knight just being able to take off each other and play with that was absolutely phenomenal, especially Satellite, right? Playing in this Sentinel role that we got to see and being so absolutely aggressive. It was great. I honestly see no flaws with the play that we've seen today.
I would have loved here, Roy. I got to step in here, because I got to say, I would have loved to have been able to see Maryville a little bit more on the attack, because already the impact that Renz was able to have without was incredible. And we have to look a little bit deeper into this, because this duelist head-to-head was something that we highlighted going into it, and being able to see them both on the Neon, both very big impacts in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of highlighted that going into this match, right? Like there is a slight similarities with the, you know, the level, but it looked great on both ends. I feel like Neons, they each got their individual value in different ways. Yeah, I think Redux has a lot more of a supportive cast behind him, right? We have the KO to support we have the flashes, we have the suppress to make, make Redux's life much easier on the site hits. And also for Renz, it was kind of working within the constraints of the double controller composition. So like he's getting the value in kind of different ways is what I'm trying to get at here. But yeah, ultimately this was a great first showing. Yeah, it could have been a little bit better for Maryville University. They did have some opportunities in that first half, guys, to make this first map a little bit closer, make that first half a little bit closer, to give them a little bit more wiggle room on their attack to really flesh out their full game plan. But unfortunately, these things happen. They lost a lot of key rounds in that first half, and it didn't really leave them with much going into that second.
It's kind of like what I liked about the difference, I guess, between the Neon play here was it wasn't drastically different, but you did see a bit more aggression come through from Redux, just with the potential of knowing and understanding that there would be more synergy there in regards to peaking and being able to understand that your trade-off is going to be there, as to where I did see a lot of the time Renz was actually fighting solo versus like a 1v3, a 1v2. So I think again, very synergistic on the side of Cubert Academy, as to where I feel like maybe that might be, the preface to start with down in that next map, just because you can't let your duelist feel that sort of insecurity going against a team like this.
I mean, let's start talking about this next map in the series, because Cubert Academy, that was a strong first map, and it was also Maryville University's pick. Now we're heading into Ascent, and when we're coming to understand a little bit more about these teams, Ascent is still a little bit more of a question mark, because we haven't seen it from either within Challengers. Maryville University has played in others, but Cubert, I mean, Roy, it's been a little bit. Last time we saw this from them was with their old roster. It was Tejo meta, so I'm curious with where the adjustments come in today.
Call me crazy, but I would not be surprised to see Cubert pull out the Fnatic comp on this map, like the Chamber Vice, and kind of just play their really slow, because they'd have the perfect roster for it, right? You put Satellite on the Chamber, he's an opper, and they can kind of slow grind their way to victory on their attack side on this map, because that would be the only thing that I can think of that would make a team like compelled to pick Ascent, right? Because it's the same thing as Lotus. Like, you pick Lotus, you start on defense. We've seen this so many times in Challengers, guys, and even at the VCT levels. Like, people pick Lotus, they start on the defense, and they just get absolutely destroyed on their defense side, because the maps are just so much more like manageable on the attack half, right? Whereas Ascent, it's a lot more manageable on the defense half. Like, I feel like the slow play right here for the Cubert side, and that could be the key to try to grind out these rounds on that first half on attack on Ascent.
I agree, and I like the Chamber just simply because I know we might be able to see the Giza Chamber meta come back again in regards to the Ascent, which I think was kind of like peak moment for me. But as well as we know that Nismo is going to be like a huge deterrent for this team. I think that's something that, to preface is like, hey, how can we go into this and make sure Giza's not that big of, my apologies, Nismo's not that big of a deal. Definitely moving into Ascent, especially since KO is such a prime agent just to have on this map. So definitely looking further into how can we kind of like disregard this. I don't know if Deadlock is the play or something in the sense of like, how can we hold this back a little bit longer?
I would love to see. I wasn't really thinking of the potential of the Chamber for Cubert Academy, but I'm really excited about that prospect now. So if they don't end up picking that today, I feel like you have to hit them up with that.
I would have disappointed you so bad. I already know it.
First that, but second, you just gotta let them know, right? Just like, hey, like Satellite could fry here. But I definitely think for Maryville University, even if we haven't seen Ascent in Challengers, so it's quote unquote technically an unknown, they have played it as of like a week and a half ago, and it was something a lot more traditional when you're looking at the Jet, you look at the KO, you look at the Killjoy. So it'd be exciting to see them change something up today, especially since they do have some really talented individuals. Chamber on both sides, like I'm just, it'd be a lot of fun. But I definitely think for Cubert Academy that if they're going to be picking into this, they know that they can start on weak side, right? They got to have a good plan. So I'm very intrigued with where exactly both of the teams' minds are at.
Yeah, just a heads up, Maryville University did actually play Ascent in Challengers. It was against Burger Boys. It was in the first week. So there is some kind of known quantity, unless they have completely revamped their perspective on it. I imagine they're still running a very similar composition. It's maybe a couple of role swaps just to kind of get Chloric back in order, but I wouldn't really expect any changes. Yes, it's just all in Cubert's court right now, right? They're the ones with the unknown. They kind of have an idea of how Maryville wants to approach this, so it's really just ball in their court. There's a lot of expression. They can pull out the new comps. They can kind of catch Maryville University off guard here.
Yeah, I also do want to preface too, like we know this is their first time playing with it's seemingly 5 newer players within the month of June for the 25-26 season for Maryville. So they are still adjusting. I think they've done spectacularly so far with being able to, you know, push themselves past all of the really, really strong players within the entirety of Challengers so far. But for me to kind of see them, you know, put Cloric into this role and play their first official game, I think so far so good. They've been adapting. They've been trying their best to really just hone in on what this team is about. So I think maybe the second game being able to have a better understanding as to how they're looking to play as they are getting more and more aggressive for Cubert and how they can shut that down. I think with the adaptability they have for Maryville, 100% this game is going to be a tougher game for sure.
Yeah, and for those of you like, oh man, when are we going to get to this game? Because this is going to be a hype one. I just know it. You got to see those sparks of brilliant from Maryville University once we got the side swap. We're just waiting for a player to reconnect. I know there's a lot to talk about, but we're just as excited to get into this as you are. And the agent select is now ready. So thank you so much for bearing with us. Now time to see what exactly Cubert Academy has cooking up. Is it going to be the satellite chamber? Are they going to be doing something else? It is not the chamber. We're actually going to get one of the classic ascents, which is we just get to see the same agents and see,
Yeah.
I mean, Gompers, who's going to diff who?
I love this era. This is my favorite. I love watching the same thing over and over again. No, I'm excited for this. I think Wildfire KO is definitely the play. I think KO v KO is best counter, to be completely honest. Who gets it first? Jump scare, right? So yeah, I like this. I think it's interesting to see Giza take place on the Killjoy, but more so Satellite. I know we talked a bit about Satellite being a little more aggressive onto the Sentinel role, which we got to see a bit on Vise, which I feel like is a little bit more forgiving on Lotus. But here to play with Killjoy, I think maybe kind of like using that in cohesion to be that person that does scare this team off of the site. So I'm hyped for this one.
I mean, this is a composition as old as the map, right? Like there should really be no surprises. I imagine the only real fundamental changes that we'll be seeing in this matchup is just the approach, the pacing of that Sentinels is willing to play at. So Maryville University, if the rounds start to get really, really slow, we're gonna need to see them step up and be a lot more proactive with the map control. Otherwise, they will find themselves incredibly information starved and not really able to kind of predict where Cubert wants to end. So my eyes are on that, guys, and I think this map is gonna be pretty crazy.
I mean, we know Maryville University is a team that is definitely capable of stepping up to the task. Maybe missed a smidge of that on Lotus, but it's time to see for Ascent, the classic map of all time. If they could start to contend Cubert Academy just a little bit more, if it's going to be Cubert Academy to remain undefeated here within Challengers. Ascent is ready, so let's head back over to your casters for the call.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Nerds, I love a good mirror. Not when I'm in front of it, but when it comes to Valorant. Because now you get to see a true diff. There's no excuses of comp and which duelist is having what initiator. This is going to prove who's the best.
I love the positive outlook because I'm over here like time to take a nap, a little relaxation. I mean, okay, jokes aside, all that aside though, coming from the bowels of collegiate in some cases, I've seen these compositions a lot of the time. So you're 100% right. It is basically who's gonna do it better. And sometimes that's really fun to watch. And hopefully that'll be the case here. I have faith in both of these teams. But as things get started, it's looking like it's gonna be a bit of a B split, or at least into mid with a stack going there and with Satellite just contesting some of that control of B main.
We get to see how Cubert is going to work the map, which they did so well on Lotus, but not going to get to do much of that if Renz is going to bodyguard, but he's going to respect that. He can't 1v2. He's going to keep himself humble, but he's going to give space to Cubert and a big chance for Giza and Caillou to match up. And Cubert are left with 2 and still one objective in mind. Get into the B side. At the back is Cloric. The IGL ready to call. Gets the spike down, but it's Satellite who's going to quickly try to get the plant down, but now realizing Maryville are around the corner. And still a paranoia in the hands of Ange. It is going to make contact with Satellite, and he's right at the front door. And they're just going to watch this happen in the smoke. Satellite is going to play hide and seek, and it's deadly. It's about to drop. 1v1 against Wildfire. He wins it. Couple of headshots, 4 HP. Not enough. Satellite hemorrhages, and Maryville take the pistol.
I just felt like I experienced, that twister, the little, literally the UFO twister at your local carnival is what I just came off of that. I was like, whoa. It reminds me of the Lotus round where they stole away the spike. The first round Maryville was able to win that's just going to be kind of like a theme that we've seen as Maryville does win rounds, but they aren't as like decisive, you know, they haven't been as strong. Hopefully with this buy up though, they have themselves an outlaw, double bulldogs, a sheriff, and even a judge here in hand for Wildfire. This one should be more decisive.
Wow,
Okay.
get farmed. He's wild, he's on fire, he's got a judge. That's all she wrote. I love me some good judge play, but pushing into pistols will still hurt at range. So Cubert are gonna grab the organ dip.
Truly became the executioner there more than anything. And now they go for a pinch play as well. Giza's going to pick up some more. Again, Wildfire, I feel like Flash Initiator kind of works for him a lot better as well. You know, known for the breach, the bread and butter, and the breach. So having him play on another Flash Initiator does feel like a bit more refreshing. Not to say that the Fade Scan Initiator isn't good. It just feels a bit more effective here. Other than that, though, for Maryville, again, a bit more decisive. This is going to give them information of where Caillou is, and they should collapse upon this last player. But let's see what Caillou does.
Yeah, it's just going to be delayed. Like, hey, Maryville winning a pistol and not dropping 11 to 1.5 bodes really well. Maryville's defense standing up a lot taller than before. And when you have a judge play like that, Wildfire will also get a lot of ult orbs out of that. And we just know how important that null command is at, well, it was really Cubert's side's null command that popped off on Lotus since, you know, no KO on Maryville. But we'll get to see if Wildfire can do a good impression of Nismo.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Have a restaurant, you know, that would be really silly. But other than that, I mean, yes, the ultimates are starting to stack for both teams. Caillou's also really close to his as well. It is a rifle round, though, for, I would say, I mean, you can even say it's kind of a broken buy for Maryville. They do have 2 rifles and an outlaw that they've carried over, as well as Wildfire being back on the judge. So I have to see a defense-sided map, slightly worse weapons.
Now, you've marked Renz at this spot before, so I like that Cubert are going for a more safe approach. Not reveal their hand until they're ready. Quick swing from Chloric, and no trade. Redux able to use his smoke well to disappear into the shadows, and well,
Wow.
oh, there's another judge, and it's still Wildfire, and Ange is there to collapse on the rest, and Cubert have to recover the spike. At least there is a smoke in top mid, but not the best util to get to it if you're Cubert. Not even a paranoia, but hey, pretty solid shots out of Knights, even through the flash, just walking on by in front of Giza like that. No respect.
That makes sense, right? Defense-sided map, just hold those corners, wait for the enemy to fall into
30
you,
seconds left.
lay down the framework for success. And at this point, Satellite has to do it all.
It'd be possible if they collapse, and he at least gets 1, but that is Maryville converting yet another bonus. And last time we saw it, it was in that second half on Lotus when we pretty excited if Maryville had it in them to go for the marathon, but unfortunately we're cut at the heel. I maybe had too much coke for that, but
No, but it's good for Maryville though, right? Because even though they lost a fair bit of players, they didn't really invest too heavily into that second round. They kept a lot of the weapons over. It's again, you know, round 1 was a little bit dicey, but 2 and 3 start to seem like they're getting that vibe back together, and none other than Ascent of all maps, right? It's a very basic map. They're playing the strategy really well, and hey, at the end of the day, if it works, it works. Wow.
Wow. Giza picks up 2, and this is not the first time we've seen the man pull off a double kill and just a multi-kill in general. But Cubert are still going to work through this map. 1v2 now for Satellite against an Odin and a Vandal. And all the weapons that would be down are within the site. Maybe he'll be able to reach one at B main.
Hopefully. It did already do a good chunk of damage, though, for Cubert, right, when it comes to that. And going into this next one, it's pretty solid for Satellite. It's a question of how much more value can Satellite get, and is it possible to salvage this round? Because dropping the gun will give away his position.
Could just see if he can play off of his for it, and no, just the trap was laid, and Maryville are on a win streak. And it's been taking them a lot of bodies to get that going. A lot of them turning cold, like 1 or 2 players left at the end of the round. So it's not going to be the most stable wins out of Maryville.
No. I mean, but still, like I mentioned in the mid-round, very good damage done by Sentinel's Cubert Academy. More than just the damage that was dealt, they now also have ultimates up. They have the null command, which is going to be super prevalent here. They're most likely even going to invest a lockdown sometime within the next 2. I'd be surprised if they go for something along those lines.
All right. Paranoia is going to keep Renz in line as Wildfire stays inserted into Wine in case Cubert want to try and hit a weaker site, or if they think that's the weaker site. Usual drone from Cubert into Market. Isn't going to see anyone this time.
Good setup for Redux to get into here, get some of that information on Market, but not staying for the insert, falling back into a good regimented strategy here. Considering that Cubert is down by 4, I like that we're starting to see Redux being like, okay, we're going to fall back a little bit, play with the team, make sure you have that lifeline and support for the entry in the firepower fight.
He's just going to peek out of top mid. He's always going for big plays like that, but it is answered by Cubert. But just the amount of information Giza has. Okay, they're still defaulting. They're going around mid, but Catwalk presence is there, and Maryville going to try and shut it down. Wildfire will be still in Wine, and he stops that player in A main. Could be wrapping around, so Cubert need to make a move and not stay in the middle of the map. This island will be surrounded there by Sharks. Cubert into Market. Renz with an important cutoff, and it leaves Redux alone pretty much with the spike. He's going to toss it to Satellite and just go right towards the site. He has an important 1v1 against Corode, not expecting him to be there. The lockdown invested and easily dismantled as Redux has the clutch with 10 seconds left, and he does a good job of dwindling the forces of Maryville. He's going to get time to plant, and Wildfire is on his way. Redux, though, limited on HP. Wildfire still has a knife and waiting for Redux to go on exploration duty, but he's just going to stay put, and Wildfire has to pick his moment.
Those are the potential timings.
Now it's door number 1 or door number 2. Which one does Wildfire want to peek from? Put shots into the door. What a quick flick from Wildfire. That was disgusting, and it keeps the streak going for Maryville.
Doesn't matter which door you go through, he's gonna find you. Wildfire's there, keeps the dream alive. And I mean, truly a hero play out of Redux, right? Just the setup was there. Wildfire popping the ultimate to kite them back towards the B site, pressure them away. All of these little things going up here. Giza finding picks in mid that we see in the replay. Honestly, all of Maryville doing that. But then the hero emerges and the hero falls. And now with this, a new hero rises. Wildfire, we've already known that Wildfire is a great player, but regardless, they've used a lot of ultimates in that round. Let's see if Sentinels can bring it back up because they have 3 of their own. Potential is there.
Okay, dashing in, Redux making the space, but all the util at the front door and the smoke isolates Redux away from the flock. And he's the first blood, he's the first victim, and Maryville will completely deny A with just all the stacks on this side.
Yeah, I mean, Redux tried. I was talking about that ultimate going in, just trying to be fast off of it. Even Caillou having his, but at the end of the day, it's just a bit rough on the fight. Sometimes the geometry of the map is a bit off, sorry. Microphone was a bit off as well, the geometry of the mic. But back into what I was saying is that it just looks rather rough for Cubert.
Hey, at least Hunter's Fury would always be nice, but the drone has to start all the way back. Won't be able to be as deep into B. Okay, he's still got just enough to see the initial left lane. Tag someone at the back. Giza gonna be suppressed for now, and Nice is gonna try and be proactive against Giza, not expecting it, and Giza gets nervous. So Nice does even up the odds for Cubert, giving them a chance to plant. And now Renz and friends, which honestly that should be their band name. Hunter's Fury gets ahead of the game though for Cubert, through the middle on the left side, and some initial damage being put in. Renz has to abandon the op. try have a better chance to brawl through. Satellite's position has important 1v1 against Ange, and Ange does dwindle the odds as Cubert just try to create a fortress, and now overdraft the updraft above. Renz tries to get an angle and finds the head of Knights, but Cubert just have better trades. But Clork has a big old gun and has a lot to say to Cubert. And Maryville, do not falter here on Ascent.
So unfortunately, I have not been able to try sardines, but when you like put them into a can and like you close it and like make sure that it's hard to like get out, like it's kind of what we've been seeing here. They just immediately trap them on the B site, no escape, no cigar, no nothing. And it's good. I mean, Cubert is trying different things. They're doing a variety of stuff. They're trying to either work the map in some cases, maybe even going for a good fight, setting up Redux, setting up Knights. But at the end of the day, Maryville's adaptability is there, and they're managing to understand, okay, when do we need to fight into space? When do we need to retake? Like the past 2 rounds have just been very nice retakes and very nice fights out of Maryville, trying to catch those good timings. And just, I love that little micro. We flash for our teammate. We allow that flank to come through out of B main and trap Cubert onto it. But now, taking the focus to Cubert, Cubert needs to not only take a little bit of a breath, they have an eco right now. They used a lot of ultimates and couldn't succeed. Maybe insert Redux somewhere, try and have Knights lurk around, maybe throw off Maryville. A lot of ideas should be thrown here, hopefully, for Sentinel's Cubert Academy to start picking up some rounds. Otherwise, we're going to have a repeat of Lotus, but this time mirrored, flipped.
And I think Maryville are liking what they see in the mirror, because they bring it up. They're bringing an Ob and an Odin into this round again, so that's a whole lot of firepower, and they have so many retake tools, and I think Maryville can continue playing as far back as possible. They'd have not much presence in top mid, besides the 1 round that Giza walked up on. All the Sentinel util has been at B, and they've swapped between A and B, so it's, wow, I guess the Odin is gonna scream through the smoke, and Cubert are down Caillou.
I mean, it is a bit of a G2 buy here, so it's not the end of the world, but regardless, it's still frustrating.
And when it rains, it pours. Cubert just can't even get close enough for these stingers to find value until Satellite creeps into glass and surprises Wildfire. But that's just one denial. Cubert, buddy system, now just don't want to walk into a trap and have a chance to go elsewhere, but it's a re-clear that's going to be really troublesome when one of your players is at 17 HP.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of trying to potentially have Satellite get some more value. Oops, spots him. I cannot win against Ange. Ange has also just been coming into his own. Like, when watching Ange play, they were, you know, a Smokes demon. They kind of had, I would even like to see head-to-head against Knights in some capacity, where they do have Ange at, you know, 9 and 4 right now in stats, just getting kills, getting good positions, playing with the team, all the stuff you'd want out of Omen. And on the previous map, just wasn't the case. But here, we're starting to see some of that. Maybe it's just off of the effect that they're playing defense side Ascent, but even just that in and of itself could help them bring up morale. And even more than that, the fact that it's a big donut for Cubert.
And did Clork misclick and use the Hakushiri at the end of the round there? He definitely does not have it this time, but Renz has his back, and up at the back site, we'll be finding some heads, and Cubert, that was all a fake anyway, as they're pushing through a main, and it will be Clork with the Odin, and it's not as good at range and not as good when you're mid-drop. So big heads up for Caillou to give Cubert a chance to get their first offensive round on the board. Renz will have knives out, waits for the delay, be showing face, takes damage, and kind of waits for maybe just the rest of Maryville to come through tree.
Good round out of Cubert, though. They managed to take so much control of here, and the setup looks clean. Hopefully they can maintain it, though. One break, and it's over.
Cubert have the numbers. But can they react well to this double push from Maryville to swing out of tree, out of smoke? Renz looking for target. It's a target-rich environment, but Caillou with 4 with the Odin shows us how it's done.
Setup. They managed to maintain that control. In round 8, they finally bring it back. Timeout. It's now starting to take a little bit of effect, and more than that, just picking up a really good round, hopefully, to build themselves back up. nothing super crazy in terms of the ultimates or the economy other than the potential misclick that we, I guess, need to discuss here. Caillou probably popping that. Oh, sorry, not Caillou. Chloric probably popping that and just losing it. Either that or a visual glitch, but...
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah,
that is weird.
Definitely heard it. And
it's... I mean, you noticed it, Lemon, so I guess, like, that's just gonna... I mean, it's a bit of a problem, right? Because the Satellite gets his ultimate up and there's no real counter to it. They're going to either have to fight into it or play retake. And now we're starting to see Cubert really have a better hold on the site and really prevent Maryville from retaking on them.
Visual drone up through top mid. Hasn't seen anyone, but Cubert are conditioned to expect Giza, to expect Renz. And with the op at the very back here could be a problem. Cubert are going to smoke it off and all. The jet smokes don't last too long, though. And there's a TP as Cubert try to get into position. They are going to spot the players at the back site there. Or actually, that was Anj trying to go and support the team. Doesn't commit to it. I guess it's just a lot of trust in the Giza, and how can you not? You just can't doubt what the guy can do. Converts a big triple kill for Maryville. And Cubert just have not been able to do much on their offense, which kind of is crazy considering they had an 11-1 half on Lotus. And that wasn't even their map pick. This is Cubert's map pick.
30 seconds left.
I find the pathing into defense spawn interesting, but now it's just up to Nismo, and he's already got the two more players alive in Giza and Anj. Can Nismo recover?
You just put the turret there and you can just react of... The turret will do all the scouting for you. This is a cooked round for Nismo. And at 5 bullets as well. Too many bodies to clear with the 5 bullets and not able to save either. So 8-1. Now this is a juicy comeback for Maryville when it comes to this series.
True, right? 9 would have been a really good snowballing round for the side of Sentinel's Cubert Academy. They would have been able to start building into potentially something more. But because they couldn't find that and they were stopped in such a fashion, not really a dominant one, but still a pretty solid one, and because we've had multiple rounds in a row where Maryville has been able to pick up victories, their economy is looking pretty solid for Maryville. And even more than that, pound score doesn't lie. The game is looking really solid for them as well.
Cubert with mid control, but what can they do with it? And now with the trap laid by Maryville, they know this is coming. They throw out the recon. It's a paranoid response from Cubert, but Giza's just better. Nismo's Sheriff does some damage, but Cubert are stuck in an island with no spike and no raft, and Caillou just needing a band-aid. And the rest kind of far away from him. Satellite with the Stinger too. This is just not a place you want to brawl with the Stinger. But hey, he finds the back of Chloric. He finds some luck. He's got a 1v2, and the high-low, pretty much the high-low Vandals are going to take him out.
Great call for Wildfire to just drop there. Just simply like, oh, I'm just going to drop, have this nice little off angle as well. And it just goes to show the consistency that Maryville have, right? When it comes to just individual decision-making. In terms of the bigger overall strategy for Cubert, they haven't been able to land where they need to. The calling has been looking really solid for Maryville University. It's something that we kind of expected out of them, right? Where they have, you know, multiple vocal players from different parts of the map. And because of that, you know, starting off on the defense looks really solid for them. It is also a 2-site map, so maybe that's another part of it, right? The fact that they have, you know, a defense-sided 2-site map, they're able to kind of play a more regimented MCE style. There's a lot that could be, you know, read into, but hopefully we're not reading too far into it. At this point, it's just Maryville. You know, they have the syllabus, they have their coursework submitted, and they're ready to just lock in on this.
We just haven't seen a scent from Cubert since last stage against YFP, where they won, but that was also with Scuba and different roles and a totally different situation. So when Cubert picked this map, I thought, oh, they must be cooking. Like, they've prepped this special for Maryville. And it's just been a lot of the same looks at mid, and now we get to see what they look like at B main, and it's just Redux swatted like a fly, and he's at the back, the ultimate anchor. Does get marked, but wait! KJ Util takes out Chloric. That's insane. Giza does what he can and looks for the ace. Ren steals it, and Giza's gonna have a word with him. But what a sentinel anchor from Giza.
Last round in the half.
Oh my gosh. That was a save, though. There's still a line of hope, but that line of hope is narrow and in here. It's just been such consistent dominance. And honestly, at this point, right, you have players like Giza, the B site's locked down. They even use utility to try and flush Giza out. They aren't just going in there haphazardly, but they still have yet to find an answer to this glaring problem on the attack side.
Shadows traveling.
Cubert tried a different look of just going right to B main and then tried to throw some util at the backside and set up Redux to have a more clear way, and that's been the big story for Cubert. They enabled him so well on the Neon, but Redux is going to need more setup here on the Jet. And they didn't cross over that smoke. They're trying to fake it. Renz has been marked here at the back, and Redux is going to try and dislodge the problem instead of just ignore it. Renz is going to be really careful. Good awareness from him. Now you got the proactive lockdown, or the preemptive one from Maryville. Like Corode activates the wall hacks, I guess. The second one for him. Giza assists, and Cubert are left with not much to say. And it sounded like that's detained. Oh no, not like that. Not like that.
Oh my gosh. I mean, almost exact copy, I guess, of round score, just an entirely different story. This carnival ride has just been entertaining, but also very, like, you know, queasy. I definitely don't want to eat some food before this, and especially for some of these teams, like the way that it's been played out. Not only getting a pick through the wall, which is really funny. I was just seeing that like, whoa, okay. But also just really smart to like just drop the lockdown, make sure they can't get in onto the site. They managed to pick up another really clean round here. The question is, though, are they going to be able to lock it in? Cubert was able to. They did it in a couple of rounds, though. They had to lose 4 before they managed to get into it. Hopefully, we'll see some more back and forth between them. I'm open for it. I would love to see Cubert start taking the reins and control on the defensive side, considering the map structure.
Right here.
It's just so uncommon to see 11-1 halves and challengers, because the teams are... It's as competitive as ever in North America. Much needed pistol, though, for Cubert, and Chloric will be farmed easily. And even before the flash comes out, you're going to see that that was unassisted. So Cubert going to converge into this B main hit. Unfortunately, Redux will be out of the fight. He just got paranoid away. And Redux just gets overwhelmed once he gets back into the fray. So Maryville will have to plant with less manpower. And they at least they still have Wildfire, but they're not even going to have a chance to set up as soon as the flash does come out. Wildfire does what he can, but gets his ultimate enemy is the reload. And Caillou and Nismo take care of the site, and Cubert win the pistol.
I already like what I'm seeing out of Maryville, though, the fact that they're playing further up and not like turtling back into the site. But at the end of the day, when the numbers advantage is in your favor and you have, you know, the utility that you have when you play the standard comp on Ascent, you have the flashes, you have the Sova to be able to play off of it, you have Redux to entry and take fights. It just ends up being very retake heavy, and it seems like Cubert is prepared for that. Not to mention just having really good systems in place for how they're going to maintain control. Gives me a little bit of hope. But again, like I said in the previous map, until it's 11-11, it's always going to be on the line.
This could be the Cubert win streak. Strap in, everybody. This is big. Challengers is always wild. I'ma just prep what seems to be the impossible.
Believer.
We can just be the good cop, bad cop, where I'm like, yeah, sure, 11-1. Totally comebackable.
I love that. Yeah, sure. I'll play the role of, you know, Maryville's just going to win right now off of some random classic, just run it down strategy. Of course, Giza's going to get 4 here. Not the ace, notably, because it was stolen away previously.
Just barely buying util, too. Maryville just are full investing into this next round. And Cubert are going to play as far back as they can while maintaining sightlines. When you have Bulldogs, you have Outlaws. They're just going to hold their positions, and Maryville's also have Wildfire on the other side of the map, and that would have been an important person to have involved with a flash and one of the biggest and only pieces of util that Maryville have. But that's if you really believe that this round is winnable. Redux is hoping to cut them off, though, with the Outlaw, and he's on the hunt. 1 down, many more to go. It's Cubert. It's a 4 versus 4. Plant going down. Cubert want to prevent it. They get the ping on the other side with the recon, but Caillou doesn't get the heads up he was looking for. And now the cutoff on the flank. So Cubert will try to stabilize. Now this player's below him at the distance. There's too much for Redux to handle. He's going to try and use the smoke to isolate away from Hell. And Maryville are just going to anchor in the site and somehow thrifty this.
Listen, I did say Gizo was going to get a 4K, but Gizo just being the most instrumental player in that, by the way. I said this round 13. I'm going to reiterate it. They're fighting ahead. They're playing just a bit more proactive into the post plans, and I've just been loving that out of Maryville. And here we see it in full force. And unfortunately for the good cop, bad cop story, Lemon, it might end here, because look at Maryville's buy. They're really close. If Wildfire can just get an orb and a plant and use his ult for post plant, which is a potential that we might see, that could be really silly. Unfortunately, I just realized he doesn't have the spike, so it's going to be a little, my little head cannon goes out the window very quickly. But regardless, Maryville's looking very strong on this attack side.
Maryville, we should call the police on Maryville just for thrifting that, because Cubert gambled and worried so much about a main instead of the people in Hell. There was 2 people in Hell, 1 person in main, and Redux just tunneled on the person furthest away from them, and then just got caught between a rock and a hard place, or just now put himself in a pretty difficult place. So this map is officially cooked, and we can look towards I believe Sunset as our decider to see if Maryville could somehow pull this all together. I feel like the recency bias makes you a fan of Maryville, of just how well they perform here, but you can't forget what Cubert did on Lotus.
No. They basically had the same exact score. It was 11-1 on the half for Cubert Academy as well. And this round isn't completely over. This judge finds only 1. Haven't found 2. There may be a way in for Nismo and Satellite and Redux to work together hand in hand. But unfortunately now, I think you're 100% right. You have to be looking ahead. And Sunset is a map that, if I'm not mistaken, Cubert isn't the biggest fan of, but they still know how to play it, right?
They gotta show us they know how to play this map too. And Cubert, I mean, they kind of went into this with a Bucky, and everyone's running with knives.
Crazy.
Everyone's running with knives. Rens has now what, 2 knife kills after the detain on someone on the other side. That is an insane bad finish for Maryville, who decided to take Cubert to school on that one, and we'll be heading into a map 3 Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville played that really well. As for Cubert, they had a rough first half. A lot of similar mistakes in some cases, but I think it's 2 different maps entirely. Lotus is 3 sites, Ascent 2. Ascent's defense sided like crazy. The retakes capabilities were entirely different. More than all of that, though, it was just a bit of whiplash after what we saw previously on Lotus to see Maryville come back. Hopefully Sunset will be a lot closer, maybe some back and forth rounds, but we can only hope that this motif is going to end. But a motif is a motif for a reason. It usually likes to stick around.
Yeah, Cubert have not played Sunset in a long time, since last year. Maryville got some more recent play on this, but the death schools sound much smarter and break this down in much more smaller numbers for you after this break.
dando fuga, vai.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
What fun and cool Valorant we have on the day in this series between Maryville University and Cubert Academy. I mean, first map was Maryville's pick, and it was Cubert Academy all the way. We get into the second map of Ascent, and I mean, we just completely flipped the script. I mean, Gompers, this was a Maryville University that gets to start on the side of their choice. They look dominant. Cubert Academy, they don't have enough to work with. Like, where have I heard this story before?
It's just honestly the Ascent buff of starting off on the defense. I feel like the unfortunate reality of having, you know, the lead off where you can feel confident playing, you know, with the team that honestly played phenomenally. I think in terms of like the Sentinel, I think Giza did a great job at holding and keeping the sights and just being very confident in their own skill level. And I think they adapted very well to not having that synergy in that last game of Lotus, to kind of fixing that up and playing together. I think their placement here, especially down in mid, was absolutely phenomenal. They kept this team kind of just boxed in down in mid with you know, so much potential for just trades and picks. So for me, I think this was best case scenario in regards to playing with the same type of agents on both sides and and such. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Maryville University honestly just did an extremely good job at just kind of paper cutting them on their defense side. Like they were applying pressure and, you know, like the walk down from Giza. We're seeing a lot of like the short A fights, and there's just so many elements of like the way that Maryville University was approaching it, like being up close in B main, that was just relatively annoying for Cubert to deal with. And I think that like kind of got in their heads, because once they started accelerating to try to take sites, like they were just getting held down by insane site setups. Like obviously it helps a lot when Giza is dropping absolute nuclear bombs on your head, and it's 21 and 10 by the way. It helps a lot to have a player like that. But yeah, in terms of like the opening picks, like having an early idea and like kind of like slowly kiting back towards the bomb sites, I think Maryville University was just doing a fantastic job at doing that.
It was also that, and it was something I really did like that I wanted to point out. I truly thought that the way that they had executed on the site for Maryville in regards to their attacking side, even though it was very short-lived, it was already, honestly, as brutally as it sounds, 10 times better than the way Cubert had handled, you know, having their KO and such. I think they used less util executing on site, but they also did it in a way where they cornered whoever was on site and also kind of backed off with their utility anyone who was in the extremities waiting to play for takes. So I think that was brilliant. I think they did a really good job of just isolating sites. So for me, in regards to utility usage, they really did step it up this game.
Yeah, the utility was on point. The setups were on point. Guys, Maryville University was doing a fantastic job at putting themselves in spots that they needed to, right? Like the crossfires on short A, those are a little bit unexpected sometimes. Like having like the bait setups of backside, having the bait setups like up close. Like there's just so many elements that Maryville University just had on lock. Obviously it helps when your players are popping off. Also shout out to Wildfire. He also had a pretty good series as well. But yeah, it just looked like it. I don't know how to say this, guys, but I think this just might be a enemy map pick switcheroo we got going on here, which this leads to the, you know, the third map might be a little spicy, but we don't want to go we don't want to go there just yet.
That'll be after we have one more highlight, because there is one person that popped off so much in the server. We need to talk about them more. We already did a little bit in the highlight, but Gompers, let's circle back to Giza, especially to the fact that you don't need to be on a duelist role to really be able to get those kills. Giza is just the truth of that, plain and simple, and such a stronghold on the map for Maryville that Cubert just couldn't contend with.
We've talked about the flexibility from Giza from the start and having so much just down under their belt, so much experience. I think it really showed in this game. And it honestly wasn't a factor of, oh, Giza's using the util correctly. Honestly, for me, what I saw a lot coming through from Giza was just honestly skilled diff, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, the mechanics was amazing. The way they placed themselves was great. The fights they were taking were very well calculated. And Giza overall was just the sentinel that we had talked about we wanted to see coming through from the opposing side, right, of Cubert Esports, what we wanted to see come through from their sentinel satellite. We started to actually see come through from Giza. So it was quite an interesting switch to come through. And in regards to confidence, 10 out of 10 for this team.
I think we're starting to see almost like a meta within a meta evolving, right? Like with the elimination of Tejo from the meta, like Breach is kind of fallen off as well. Like the double initiators are like slowly losing power. I think we're seeing like a resurgence of like really strong site anchors, right? Like people that are able to hold it down, people that are able to find gaps within you to like dodge the flashes. And we saw so many of those clips where Giza is just locking sites down, like 3Ks, 4Ks, like multi-kills almost every time they came towards his site. And with it, when it came to like the late round moving around, he was doing a fantastic job at that. So all around, great decision making, great locking in for mechanics. He just looked great in overall on this map.
And that is so exciting that we get to see that complete turnaround, because that means we get to see a map 3 within this series, as now we go into Sunset as the final map of choice. Where this one ends up being particularly interesting as we actually don't really know what's coming out of either team here. We saw Maryville here 2 months ago, not in Challengers. Yeah. We have not seen Cubert here, Gompers. Like the world is their oyster, truly.
I agree. And I think with Sunset, like what we've seen with adaptations from Maryville, it can only just get better, especially with their ability to take down mid-site and have so much control. This is a mid-site sort of game where to have Sunset's mid and to be so confident and skilled to keep it, I think that's where they might honestly prosper and potentially even like take this map, to be honest with you, especially if Cubert just keep going the way they were, because it almost did seem like the confidence we saw going into map 1 was completely diminished.
I mean, I just think it's a incident of you got maps where a side can maybe suck to start on, and we have 2 really strong contenders, so you can't quite roll over the other team when you get the bad side. It's what we've seen from Maryville University and Cubert so far, I think has been phenomenal on the better sides of things. So I think going into Sunset, you definitely have 2 very worthy competitors here, but I'm intrigued with what we're going to start seeing on Sunset, Roy, because again, it goes back to, we know these are worthy teams. We just don't know exactly what we're running and when we're getting evolutions of metas, but we still don't know what they want for Sunset. Like, where does this go?
Exactly. I think that's the really big questions here. We don't really know what to expect. And usually when we have these sort of like rare matchups where like these teams haven't unveiled the maps before, unveiled the meta that they so choose, right? We kind of get this like very like natural, raw, like kind of like experience with the meta and the ideas where like they're not really thinking about anti-stratting or like kind of countering the opponent. So we're gonna see just straight vacuum like brain like kind of meta where people just have like raw ideas. And I think that we're gonna see like a very big difference in meta. It just comes down to whether they're they're opting for the KO on the Cubert side, or whether they're still on the breach meta, or are they shifting more into the double sentinel / or double controller meta that other people are attempting as well.
I feel like there's a lot of possibilities, but at this point, with what we've seen in Challengers from Cubert Academy, if they're not opting to go with the Nismo KO, I just don't know what's going on. Like, he has been absolutely lights out on the agent. So I say the world is their oyster, but I really want to see the Pearl of that team really just stick with the KO. But the agents are ready, so we can start getting an idea of what they want to do for the 3rd and final map of the series, the 2 undefeated teams. And it's going to be looking over. It's okay, Nismo Sage was not on the card, Roy. I'll say that. That was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think have we ever seen Nismo on stage before? This might be like a completely new unveil that we have not yet seen. But honestly,
no, we have not.
I do like the comp though. I think we've seen some good ideas with the Viper on this map. It just really comes down to the execution, but ultimately, the slow pace of that Cubert is trying to do on their attack side can work very well with this composition. And the Sage Util on demand, not really having to rely on gadgets being placed, having that extra slows, having the wall to sort of help you facilitate site takes or facilitate post plants or retakes. That's going to help a lot. So my eyes are on that versus the clash, obviously, of the meta we've all familiar with, the Breach, the Sova on the Maryville side, along with the Neon.
I don't know. This is so hard. I'm very biased over Breach. I think Breach on this map is always just such a good pick, especially, playing against that Neon. I mean, in cohesion with that Neon. So for me, Wildfire Rens, we got to see a bit of how well they work together. But yeah, I'm still stuck on that Nismo Sage because no, Roy, to answer your question, we have actually never seen in all of the history of Nismo playing in professional Valorant, we've never seen a Sage come through from him. So this is incredibly new. It is incredibly different from Sentinels, and I'm mean, from the one-trick KO to now coming into Sage, an agent we've never seen before, I'm actually really hyped for this one.
Yeah, I think the only time we've seen a Nismo Senti is back with the old M80 when they pulled out the triple Senti on Lotus, and that was a one and done. We didn't really get to see that for long. So to see this now, I think is especially exciting. So I'm so intrigued to see what to expect here. See if Maryville has an answer to this as Sunset is ready. It's time to see which team is going to remain undefeated as we head over to your casters, Jen and Nerds.
Well, the self-proclaimed KO one trick is gonna show us something new, and Nismo is such a talented individual that, you know, I'm sat, Nerds. I'm ready for this stage.
Not only am I ready for it, I'm really excited for it because class is fully in session here for Maryville. If we could see a lot of like unique and interesting stuff out of Nismo, I think this is going to be an insanely fun and an insanely good pick. Now that being said, it's going to be a matter of what we see on the server, right? What are the strategies? It's going to be like, you know, walling for the plant, for what are they going to be doing with the Sage? How are they going to be utilizing that? Really looking forward to it. I'm really excited, right? Because we saw PRX use Sage on this map and what effect it was. So hopefully some of those ideas, you know, might be carried over. Maybe Maryville also saw that match, reads into it a bit.
Oh, well, there's just a death match in the middle of the map. And Cubert has started on offense on all 3 of our maps, but have only converted one of those pistols. So we'll see. And then, you know, if they convert the pistol, they went up 11-1. So I have a sample size of 1. If Cubert win pistol, they win the map. I don't know, but we'll see. They walk into Giza's, they walk into Giza's sightline though. The desk highlighted his impact at just converting a lot of these multi-kills and has single-handedly ruined Cubert's chances on this pistol.
I mean, yeah, now it's a 3v1. It's all up to Satellite with absolutely no utility, and it's going to be raw gunfights, right? If you can catch the timings, it'll work.
Okay, caught Chloric literally lacking. So Satellite gets lucky there. Now has spotted someone in the market side, so we'll try to wrap around, and only 30 seconds to do so. This doesn't want to walk into that sight line, but I'm gonna have to start booking it soon.
I mean, there is enough time to make it into mid, clear it out, run towards the A site, get the plant. The big concern is, though, that you still have a paranoia as well as a stun on Renz in terms of utility for this reclear on the A site.
There's plenty of time for Satellite to hide too, so he's gonna try and even be proactive with this. He can play off his Viper wall too. He's got half fuel. Did just hear the mid push, paranoia at the box. Satellite, he has the element of mystery. Time on his side too. Redux gonna slide and get the one tap. Nasty. Or Renz will get that, and we were looking forward to seeing maybe the Neon matchup from Lotus, but no, Renz is going to be unmatched right now in the Neon. Great play.
So nasty, it became confusing. Honestly, yeah, no, pretty solid. Pretty solid in terms of that flick and the kill. We get a replay of that POV. I would love to see a replay of that POV. But like the desk mentioned, right? They just walked straight into Giza. There was a lot of time for Satellite. A good chunk of opportunity, just unfortunately at that point, it is a matter of a hero play and individual skill, which sometimes, when pen needs paper, it doesn't really last. And now, heading into another eco, just a sheriff for Satellite, the one that managed to get the most kills, and they're going to try to do a bit of damage, but realistically, this is, you know, multiple rifles and an Ange judge this time.
Interesting Viper wall too. That's just to get the orb. I wonder if Satellite's going to want to reposition that more to cut the site in half, and or how much they're going to really use that to sell a fake over at B. They got Maryville's attention after that that orb grab, but Nismo's been the one that's lurking, and now that that one away is gone, and just going to reestablish that. He could also just play safe, literally in corner camp with the judge. We saw how good that was for Wildfire on Ascent, so he just wants to play for info. And the judge is going to hurt here once Cubert walk into this, but further away than they expected. Cubert have to respect this judge.
They're going to have to get out of here as well, and with 40 seconds, it's a bit of a scramble as to whether they're going to take I mean, they have to go into mid at this point, right? They've committed a good chunk of players. They back out, it would be a little rough considering that they've bolstered up the A defense.
Yeah, that was the issue on Ascent for
30
Cubert.
seconds
It's
left.
just working the map too much, but just not getting anything out of it. No, not a lot of first bloods in their favor. I was getting a snack when they showed those stats, so that's my bad, but they are just going to clear through mid. Not only that, come from behind and try and challenge Giza, but that is his perch, and Cubert are left with nothing.
I will say, though, valid, I got myself a granola bar as well, but
Oh, that's healthier.
regardless, true. No, you got to keep that, fiber and sugar up, but at this point, hopefully, Sentinel's Cubert Academy can keep up, right? Previously, we saw sweeps, and hopefully that isn't going to be the same thing here. I'm praying for this not to be a constant for especially this first map. I love it when we see changes. And I'm going to have some copium here for the Cube. They have full weapons. They have Redux on the raise for entry. Knights is a GOAT player making this case, and hopefully can be locked and shut considering that is a bit of a weak point, but again, you're on the defense side. You can play these gnarly angles if you're Maryville.
And whoever is on that first pistol has gone up 11-1, but Ange really greedy on that play. I thought he had time to teleport out, and Renz just can't trade. You don't want to both feed into this, but kind of hesitated on that sideline, had ahead, and just kind of swung away. So weird hesitation out of Maryville, and Cubert is just gonna full benefit from this, and that'll be a free plant.
And all is right in the world. The timeline has reset. Thanos is gone. We managed to get a round 3 that is not converted. We don't have a bonus conversion, not yet at least. We still have Giza and Wildfire with full kit of utility for Wildfire. It's a matter though of a hero play, right? You would need a hero to win this.
We need to call the Avengers, though, because I don't know if
True.
Giza and Wildfire have it in them. They've been really good defensively when Cubert pushed into them, but now the tables have turned, and Wildfire and Giza have to push into them, and
Last player standing.
kind of got split up a little bit. And
Yeah.
now Cubert gets to flawless them on the other side.
I mean, it's exactly what you'd want here. I kind of hammed it up a bit, but yeah, no. GOAT players. Nismo was the one that really shined there as well. Nismo also Nismo and Satellite both won off ult. And with the Sage changes that I find really fascinating is that Ultimate can recharge a bit faster. So you can have a little bit more pushes. Redux can get in there. Redux can be like, I'm going to take this fight and not worry about it as much if the res is available. And you keep doing that until inevitably Redux falls. Other than that, though, it's going to be the rifle here. Good buy up for Maryville. Utility set up for the Cypher on B. Hold on A.
Yeah, now we have a game on our hands. We're not going to have some insane 7-0 win streak. We get to see a more back and forth punch back affair. Now Cubert going to drone, Paranoia, Wildfire, going to try and keep them at bay and protect his fellow initiator. Maryville just hold their corner, and with the Sage wall up, Nismo is just going to help the team focus down one lane at a time, and Ange is just going to cut down 2. And even no response from Nismo, who could have maybe coughed back at that moment. 3 versus 3, though. Post-plan could ensue, but Kaio's not feeling very safe, and I don't blame him with an Angel lurking in the shadows. But it's trades back and forth. No clear advantage. It's Kaio and Satellite versus the world, and Ange is going to teleport on the other side of this Viper wall. I like this play, but 10 HP. You're going to need some insane plot armor to take this round away from Cubert. And Satellite's going to throw out the pit, so that's going to be even more impossible for Maryville. They'd have to hope that they could just spam through all the smoke and get some lucky damage into Satellite or Caillou, but now time is against them. Ren's equally low. They'd have to get the ultimate backstab on Caillou and Satellite to try and win a 1v1 against players like this. And Ange heads for the ace against Satellite, is denied, and Renz gets the last laugh.
That is flabbergasting because there's so much going right for Cubert, and all it took was Ange just fighting that one little in. little in, and then it all fell apart. Because you had the 2v1, Viper takes down one, it's all good. You're all at 1 HP anyway because of the decay. You have to immediately just get that trade, and boom, a defuse comes through. The ultimate picked up as well for Renz, and at this point, it's looking very doable for both sides. Back and forth already happened on round 3. We have a buy up here for Sentinels Cubert Academy, who notably, did buy up previously as well. That Rez is online for Nismo, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit over aggression from a Redux, who is currently, I believe if I saw correctly, 0-3.
Yeah, both initiators from Maryville are struggling. It's a weird look, but hey, when your duelist is popping off, that's all you need. Renz go frag, and imagine if we saw this version of Renz on Lotus, I think we'd be casting till we died of old age. That would have been a much longer game.
I like long games though, Lemon, because it's fun, right? There's a bit more of a dynamic story to be told between the two teams. That's really what I'm hoping for here right now, is for Cubert to whip something out, make something really unique, maybe get a nice strategy going. Redux is here alongside Caillou. Want to pop out on the B site.
He's about to be tested. He's got his one-way setup. He will be affected by the slow orb and is going to decide to just concede the site. Not try to get his one and done, maybe neural theft. That would have been a high-risk play, but Renz is around the corner. So Maryville are going to double up on this. Take positions in market, and there's a double flank happening. Maryville have Wildfire and Ange activating, and they just get backstabbed. Satellite takes care of business, and Maryville are left with not as many options to retake, especially when Giza has to push past the Sage wall that Nismo set up purposefully to leave a gap so that he would walk through it. Cubert are just thinking ahead of the game, and they'll be able to take their second round.
We saw a similar look last time towards the B site where Nismo walls off market to deny the control. It's actually really similar to how SRG was playing with Deadlock, utilizing the trips on some of the choke points to ensure that they are kind of contained within a specific path. It's really good to lock that pathing down on your opponent to retake. And it's a way better look for Cubert. They've had a bit more success towards the B site as well. So good call for them to rotate onto there and ensure that, hey, if A isn't working, if Redux isn't doing well, we can res onto Knights. Knights is also a really solid aimer, and we can 100% hit towards the B site. This timeout, though, preemptive from Maryville. They want to get ahead of this. They have 3 ultimates in their back pocket. The economy is starting to falter because it has been a back and forth game. And even in round number 4 previously, they only won that off of a really lucky timing. It was one person alive. It was just Renz, who managed to trade Ange in the Viper's pit, if you guys recall. And that's not really good for your money. It's not really good for your economy. So these ultimates will really be kind of the key factor in if Maryville can win.
And Cubert have gone back and forth between Nismo being the one who lurks or Satellite. And amazing timing from Satellite to single-handedly shut down this double flank, which I think with them being set up with either Paranoia, Fault Line, whatever, would have absolutely crunched Maryville on all sides, or would have crunched Cubert from all sides. So Satellite really saved the team there. He's 7-3. He's been impactful, but Cubert are still behind by a round.
I'm sorry. I'm like trying to think of how they're going to run this, because Renz has the Phantom, so I don't think they're gonna be going for the overdrive. They might drop it to give to someone else, but otherwise, I mean, they're just probably gonna use their ultimates when the time fits. Because at this point, if Cubert Academy is able to win like they did previously with a lot of weapons, that's when the snowball starts to pick up, and we might be seeing a little bit of dominance that we saw on Lotus return here on Sunset.
Cubert have been playing the slow default, so Maryville could try some fun inserts, and there was maybe a chance of that with Renz and Clorg. Maybe they were just grabbing orb and leaving, but could see that could be a trap play for Maryville to work around. We've been wanting to see Wildfire really activate with like a Fault Line at A main, but that hasn't been the immediate hit for Cubert, so he's been pulled away.
Just about to say, speaking of traps, and I mean, they don't really fall into it, right? They're trying to trigger it, and then they back out here. The spike isn't there. They're still working the map here for Cubert, so I have a bit of faith in them.
All right, that's going to be off the call from Giza to activate the trap, and for Renz to go and clean up. He has the slide ready, trips ready, and Cubert would be up to Knights. And he's bringing in the spike. This is the ultimate
30
stalemate.
seconds left.
How many of Cubert are going to be caught? And here's the camera being activated and the fault line, the aftershock, and Giza's the one who cleans house. Even with the Vipers Orb activated, Cubert just could not keep themselves safe, and now there's a bit of a cutoff. Even with the classic from Chloric, 10 seconds left. Cubert are barely going to have time to re-clear towards B. Even with this win, just not going to have time, and should put a stop to this here and mark it. And Satellite Knight right to just keep this weapon, and it ends up being a thrifty for Maryville, the second one this series.
What? I mean, I saw the trap. It looked like there was players regrouping there. I guess Cubert decided that they could fight through it, but immediately just collapsed upon. And initially, like, first initial thought was, okay, well, they have players there, but the spike isn't there. They're probably going to try and work the map, see if there's something here. But no, they just didn't know. They weren't aware, it seems. And they fall straight into Maryville's plan. And now, round number 7, things are topsy-turvy. Renz now does drop that gun, and I can see why they wanted to keep him on that Phantom. He's going to pop the overdrive straight into mid. So much control for Maryville.
Just the spam through the smoke, that can't be a good feeling when you activate an ult and just have no targets to farm. Cubert will hold the line. They got Molly down. They got a slow orb. So Cubert gonna put the wall up as usual, but Nismo just gets picked because Andrew's on top of the box and gets a fun angle. So Maryville are already adapting and overcoming Cubert. Now with the one-way, Knight's gonna check the back right corner, but not press too much. Hunter's Fury, though, is gonna do all the talking from Chlor. Again, 2 responding Hunter's Furies, trying to cancel each other. But Caillou, well, at least get a target down for the road, and Cubert are just trying to brawl through what's left of the site without having a plant in their favor. Plenty of time, though, the scrap, as Wildfire won't get recon, has no util. No drone for Caillou as well, but with that smoke up, gives a chance for Wildfire to find another angle.
You can wrap around here and pinch together, but it's still rough on the timing.
Wildfire is going to get a surprise here. If Redux turns away, he's going to stay stoic, but Wildfire stays on his head, and Knights is going to do what he can. Can't 180 against the second player. Wildfire 1v1 against Caillou. Who's the better initiator? With the spike still needing to be defused, and staying composed and cool as ever is Caillou for Cubert.
Again, right, it was a matter of just the timing and positioning. It was a bit rough. Good call to rotate out into elbow, right? So then you go for that pinch, you misdirect that aggression. But at the end of the day, time is a matter of it. You can't really reset. You can't really fall back and reload there. If you are Wildfire with only 2 bullets, you have to just send it. Not even to mention the fact that, yes, Maryville did get preemptive about the way that they're playing against that Sage Wall, and a timeout for Sentinels completely throws me off my tune. But back to the song I was singing, they are getting preemptive for Maryville, but at the end of the day, Cubert still managed to win within the scrappy, muddy fights, and that's all that matters, is you can come out a little bit ahead.
Okay, Maryville have already gotten a thrifty this map, so Cubert have to respect it. And now you have a showstopper, you got a teleport from Knights. There's a lot that you can do to either sell the fake and have Knights come over, or just have Redux run it down. But I think you just have to be aware of the A trap that has been set up around Giza and Wildfire, and how explosive that was, how impactful that was. And that leaves Cubert to have to take more advantage of mid, or how they're going to try and dislodge A.
I mean, A is interesting because what they try to do it the same way, kind of like they do it on B, where they put the wall up onto the choke for the entry, it seems. So it kind of forces you to go into a certain path. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think one thing that I really liked out of PRX for Toronto was the fact that they did go a little bit like aggro, controlled the space, and then used the wall in really creative and weird ways.
Oh, how about that for aggressive? Just the showstopper with the sun don't shine. Giza stood no chance no matter how fast he was trying to escape. Cubert know they have the advantage with the weapons, so... But I don't see them really extending out of the site as much, even with pistols on the other side, even with the numbers. They're going to keep Caillou inserted in main to watch the flank, and Other than that, Cubert is just going to hold to their crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have much in terms of weaponry. It was pretty much an eco. Wildfire and Rens are the only ones that have big boy guns, but Sheriffs up close could be damaging. Again, this is that wall being used towards market, the same one we've seen the past couple times they went towards B. It's just a matter of, can we find a change of pace, right? You could go on to that 10 spot, but digress.
My ult's ready.
Wildfire will go down with the ship, but to force 2 repurchases out of Cubert with how close this game has been, yeah, this is still
Sorry.
anyone's match.
I'm laughing because I see Cloric just being like, oh, the bomb's going off. I have to go die for alt orb in economy, and just runs at them with a knife out. Like, he's like debating whether to have his sheriff out to get value or a knife out to go faster. Silly little moment. Just really aggressive back towards the B side on the eco to continue punishing the fact that they didn't have any weapons, and that makes total sense. The thing that is going to be interesting is how are they going to counter that B hold? Doesn't really matter right now. They're going towards A.
Yeah, and that's a judge from Cloric. That's gonna hurt. Fault line out, but as soon as they show face, Cubert are able to bite back against them. Rolling Thunder in the route that Cubert usually like to take around that A link. They do get affected, but with the smoke down from Knights, there isn't gonna be pressure from Maryville quite yet. So they'll just have to stick around the site and down this A alleyway. A huge recon from Cloric is gonna get a heads up on Cubert. Not able to access that body that's around the corner, especially with Giza watching it. Cubert not going to have the util to pressure Maryville back.
It's like the spike is down. We have to protect the body so that they don't res.
Creeping up. Nismo also doesn't want to just bait whoever they're rezzing. That's like the worst stage thing you can do. And, well, better than nothing. Nice. Oh, impacted by the reload. Clean double, but nonetheless, Maryville have their trap set for A. It's solid.
Yeah, I mean, trap plays on A, and I think, again, the biggest thing has been the B retake. The B retake has been kind of the big sore point for that side, but when they go towards A, it seems like a lot of really good stuff out of Wildfire, playing that supportive role along with the rest of that squad, just being able to capitalize on it. And again, we see Wildfire positioned towards the A site alongside Cloric, just getting ready to go for this fight. It's interesting, they have 3 of the, Omen doesn't count as an initiator, but they have 2 initiators in the flash off Omen all towards the A site.
Cubert, when they've had that mid control, they've struggled to get into market just because the setup that Giza has had before has been really troublesome for Cubert. Now wrapping around the backside, it's an important fight for Cubert to win, and surely they just outnumber Rens. You're gonna have the teleport as Ange goes to support the B site. And there's a fight from Spawn. Wildfire and Cloric with the longest rotates ever. Cubert are now stuck into a crossfire. They're gonna buy time for the res. Nismo gets Redux back on his feet, while Giza puts Caillou 6 feet under. So this is a very messy round for Cubert to reestablish. But they feel like they pulled the rotates from A, so they're satisfied in thinking they have a weaker A site to plan at.
More than that, Satellite has that ultimate up, so if they can get this plant down, pop that ultimate, get set up in post plants, it'll be solid for them, but they still have to be wary of this A site. There are sharks lurking for Maryville. They're already here.
30 seconds
Redux in a good spot. Ooh, the pit too from Satellite. Surely, right? Maryville push into this with just a recon, and they'll have to do so without Ange. And Cubert just hold down within the pit. They're not going to extend, play the perimeter. They're going to let Maryville do all the searching, and Satellite is just going to poke his head out every now and then and see what's above water. And it's Cloric with no chance and really needing to save, and kind of realizing this a bit too late. It does get out just in time, though.
I think this Viper's Pit, I like it a lot. Not to glaze it too hard, but just I thought it was really cool and nerdy because you can play it towards elbow and the spike isn't fully covered, but it's covered enough that you can not only spam from the pit, but also it makes it really difficult for a defender to go and retake. So that type of stuff combined really made it hard for Maryville. Not to mention the fact that you had, you know, just really good positioning by the Cubert Academy side. And now we're tied up 5-5, exactly what I like to see here on a map like this, especially on map number 3.
Ooh, now this is more of what I wanted to see. A close game. No 11-2 or 13-2s. No 13-5s. Some good old Valorant. And it's a whole stack of Cubert. No lurk, just vibes. Hoping to not run into a wildfire fault line. Knowing that Maryville on a weaker bye, Cubert are going to lead with a lot more confidence.
Take flight.
Honestly, Cubert have been going towards the B site pretty consistently during the weaker buys. So having the setup trap towards B is kind of why Maryville is there. But because of that, Cubert's like, okay, well, if they're going to be doing that, well, let's just go A. Like, we probably won't run into him. And if we do, we have better weapons.
Ooh. Redux goes flying,
Right here.
keeps safe, gets vision on the back site. So you know that Ange is there with a pistol, but Caloric is lurking about on the other side of the smoke. The recon he's hoping to get within the site. And here's Maryville converging. They're very strong on these lower buys, but Redux is proactive, good nade, and he's got a lot of angles to check, but Cubert have to trust each other and trust in tonight to say goodnight to Maryville. And Renz and Wildfire are gonna do as much damage as they can. A big double from Wildfire makes this definitely possible. The Maryville Thrifty, it could just happen again. How did Wildfire and Renz pull this together? The buddy system that shatters friendships on the side of Cubert. Now just needing to protect the spike, and oh my god, Maryville are built different. Give them worser guns, because I swear they do better with it. Unfortunately, not the defuse, but it's a win in our hearts, and that's all that matters.
True. I was about to say, the fact that Renz gets the frag and gets out of there is just like, all right, I didn't know you were just, you know, you goated like that. But at the end of the day, right, the objective wasn't cleared. And that's really what matters. It's twice in a row that they've managed to get that. And even though at round 12, it is a bit rough in terms of the buy, they still have enough to get full rifles and pretty solid kit of utility for Sentinel's Cubert Academy, threatening the 7-5, taking the lead. Maryville is ready, though. They're set up again for this A-trap.
Cubert get away with that win from the skin of their teeth and usual judge play, and Caloric kind of gets too antsy. Also, you know, the last pack got him into a bad position, but he didn't have to full commit, and Cubert are just good at baiting them. But Giza could be better at evening up the odds. A good neural theft is information critical for Renz with the triple elbow push. Renz is gonna try and concuss, gets pinged, and notices satellite is on his right, so Renz does not want to be caught by two players. And just gonna teleport in. What are we cooking? All right, let's just get this round over with. And Cubert get away with now 3 in a row.
I just want to say that I've liked the way Cubert have changed up their A play. They fight into the trap, into the judge. They've been expecting that to some degree, especially considering that they went back towards the A site. But also not even to mention the fact that Nismo was using that wall to, instead of fighting for link control, just taking elbow out of the equation. And, you know, sometimes when one area doesn't work, just throw it on the other one. It's as simple as that. And that, like, it's very basic. But it worked, and it worked for Cubert to get them over the line, get this 2-round lead. They pick up the pistol, it'll make them soar. On the flip side, Maryville pick up the pistol, should be 7-7. By the theory that is quote-unquote Valorant, should be. It's a matter of if they are going to be on this attack side, as they're starting with a look towards mid. There's 3 in mid for Sentinels also.
Maryville took both pistols last map. They started off our pistol this map. Nismo's gonna get an orb safely. And that's going to be some just initial conditioning that Mary will have to keep note of where this wall, where the sage is going to be from. Because being caught into a fight by a slow orb is going to ruin their day. But the wall is down, and Maryville didn't have everyone shoot the wall, so numbers are limited. We're just going to walk into the slow orb. Cubert would never expect this. They're smoked off. Nismo has a 1v1, and Ange doesn't fully peek and hesitates, while the rest of Maryville just use him as a sacrificial goat and just hit the other side.
I mean, hey, they're going to basically enter for free here. The question is, are these 3 players going to be enough? Redux has a Sheriff, the rest of the Caillou also has a Sheriff. There's a couple of bits of utility as well. So it's a matter of just gunfights, honestly, and Wildfire Flash Aftershock combo.
3 versus 5 comeback for Maryville. Extending out through the top, clearing that out. And now it's a full flank from Cubert. Flash out. Ren's first contact brought down to his knees. Some initial damage there, 7 HP. But now Cubert had multiple players in position. Satellite starts to harass from the back. Gets the attention of Clork. Wildfire takes care of the front. And it's Nismo and Caillou in a healthy state with good sheriffs to defuse and get the pistol for Cubert.
Again, just overwhelmed with a bit of numbers. There's a couple of pieces of key utility like the Flash, but at the end of the day, they didn't have a lot of utility to win out and really pressure Cubert. And more than that, when you just have a lot of bodies to throw out a problem, sometimes the solution is just that simple of just go in there, take the raw gunfights. You have really solid players. Hopefully, though, I mean, we could be seeing a Thrifty. I've been saying, right, like, there are a lot of moments out of Maryville. I know you've commented on it, the Maryville Thrifty, but they're not really buying up into it. They're not going for a G2 buy. So all should be kind of standard, but let's see how it plays out as they look to go towards A.
Slow orb into just these jump peaks, but I'd like to see Cubert just confidently swing into this, but hey, they swing when they're sure. They sure as heck look good this round when they have the buy-up triple swing, and it's the firing squad in position as Cubert with a flawless anti-eco.
Just immediately mow them down. They have the weapons. And the fact that it's flawless means that this next round is going to be... Hopefully, honestly, it looks really good for Sentinel's Cubert Academy. They have 3 rifles. Don't knock on the dog until you see it fly. And more than that, they even have an outlaw. So if we have some, just nice headshots or even some body shot bandits out here, a pretty solid chance of getting some damage. On the flip side, though, for Maryville, this is I would say, a must-win round. Otherwise, it's double digits for Cubert.
This could be how they close it out, but... Maryville, their rifle rounds are just as strong. They're only trailing behind a little bit, but they haven't won in 5 rounds. So Maryville is going to wrap around through the back of B and through Market. Good setup, especially with their smoke behind the A rotations. So Maryville are going to have a free site.
Interesting pathing, but it works, right? And this is also a good plant for Maryville because they can take control of Boba, play off of a lot of that breach utility, and hopefully even deny getting, sardined, canned, whatever you want to call it, trapped in towards the B site.
We got the Terminator, though. We got Redux through main and the Boombot. No battle bot on the other side to have fun with, but Redux is just, his presence alone is going to be good pressure. He's going to be walled off, though, potentially, and then you just have Ange and Giza clear through the front side while the rest of Cubert were trying to pinch with Redux. What a good setup from Maryville to just bunker down and take care of business.
Control of the extremities is probably one of the important things, or at least even like if you are going to be playing on the site like someone like SRG does, is ensuring that when you have the extremity floods, they are essentially really difficult. And that's where the Sentinel comes into the post plant. Considering that they have a softer Sentinel here, it makes sense that they're going for control of Boba, right? Maryville is able to basically just sit back, relax, and chill a bit more. Giza, the utility that Giza provides is really valuable, but it's also really easily broken through, and then Sentinels can flood from that. And while we have a tech pause, I get to be a Yapatron about it a bit more. I will also comment on the fact that because they can activate Renz a bit more and Ange to TP in and take those fights, it's even nicer to see them have unorthodox pathing like through mid. It makes it a little bit, it's something that Cubert, I think, tried to do on their attack side where they went into mid, and Maryville kind of caught on to it and they really stopped them. I don't know exactly what round that was, but I remember somewhere in the mid, like 6 through 9 rounds, I believe. But at the end of the day, it works a lot better for Maryville, who seem to have, a bit more utility with Wildfire. And I think it is because of that breach. You have the stun, you have the flashes, and you have Renz to speed into that utility.
Just Wildfire and Clork have definitely stepped it up. How we took note of just kind of the 0-5 or 0-6 sort of start that they had, just trying to find their footing. And once they got trap plays going, now that they're playing a lot more cohesively, just more as a team compared to how the series started on Lotus, which we had noted out the gates. Cubert played around their duelists a lot better and traded a lot better. And Maryville were completely caught by the pacing that Cubert wanted to play at with the double, you know, the neon matchup. But Maryville are not sending Rens on this solo go frag everyone adventure. This has been a very good death ball out of Maryville.
Yeah. I had a point, kind of forgot it. That dumpling is just straight staring into my soul. But I think I've remembered the point now that I've gotten that joke out of the way, is the ultimates are starting to build up into it, and specifically for Maryville, that they've picked up round 3. Because Maryville, just generally, their ultimates cost more, especially some of the big ones like Wildfire and Chloric. Even Rens as well, if you want to throw that one in there. They just cost a bit more, right? The benefit of playing Nismo on the Sage is that the resurrection is kind of fast, and you can get it fairly quickly if you just farm some, you know, on the attack side, if you farm orbs, but in general, it defuses, right, if you're playing retake. But on the flip side, Maryville, not only their regular economy, but the ultimate economy is going to start to favor them, especially in 16, 17, and onward. Because looking at the buys that can be potentially bought for Sentinel's Cubert Academy, low shields for Satellite, full buy for Knights and Nismo, it seems at 4K creds, maybe a little bit rough on... Yeah. They already spent money, so they already have the utility for Sage for Nismo. Just a gun and a shield.
Well, they're going to have so much more time to think about this. As we're going to send you a quick break. We have a mouse issue on one of our players' sides, so check out some content that we have cooked up. We are so back, y'all. The mice have been charged. The dumpling is still
dumpling.
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 And we're still 9-6.
I'm just saying, why is that dumpling mogging me?
Which pixel is mogging you? I'll go deal with it.
We gotta throw hands. Now, we're both the good cops now. All jokes aside, though, I mean, like I said it before, it is going to be a buy-up for Sentinels. It's a matter of how are they going to invest into this? Because if they lose this, it's a big round for Maryville. It denies double digits, gets them to 7, gets them closer to a tighter race between these two teams.
All right, Renz has his sneakers on. Never mind. They were untied, and he trips up. Knights with an important cutoff and market. And Maryville gonna do the same of wrapping around the backside, but Knights gonna be more aware of it this time, ready for the paranoia. But Angel also has to clear through spawn because that's where the A defenders rotated from last time. So Maryville have now traded spawns.
Yeah, but even more than that, it seems like on the map, if you looked at the pings, they kind of read into it. They knew. And look at where the position is of Nismo and Redux.
Oh, good trade, Redux.
Strike down A.
Needs Nismo to go and finish up the job, but Maryville's surrounded. And now they get to plant.
And they might know, but it doesn't even matter because they collapse upon them through Link. And I'm loving the adaptations in the mid-round for Maryville.
Much needed win there. It's not over yet, though. As now be Ange sticking an elbow, knowing where this hit's going to be coming from. So Kai's going to recon in, has a shock bolt to clear some corners. Knights is going to be leading that charge, taps the spike, gets attention, trying to see where the spam is coming from and react to appropriately. Gonna be tough. Probably need to use that shock bolt to clear that back box, but Giza is in a good power position. He's converted 3. Satellite focuses on 1 at a time, and he only has 1 left. Doesn't even get the defuse halfway, so he's gonna decide to save the rifle. If he can. Oh, he can.
Sacrifice for Giza to go down, but gets the kill, and there it is, the 7th found for Maryville. And like I said earlier, don't know exactly, I think I said adaptation really fastly, but just the way that they played that round was really solid. Running in through mid, they tried, I think, fighting in towards Boba, realized it'd probably be a bit too much pressure, and we're like, all right, we'll just pivot down into spawn. We know that that's where players were. They had sent a player into there already, and even though it was called by Cubert, it was pinged out on the map, still at the end of the day, Redux and Nismo got pinched, and they fell, and so that's how the round went. That's an eco as well for Cubert, man.
Oh, you got a triple high-low, though? Oh my god! And Renz gets killed in mid again! You gotta respect Cubert on that one. That was sick.
I mean, Maryville thrifty. Cubert's looking like, yeah, we could do some stuff too. We could do some damage. Still, though, Giza's alive, and that's a really big ultimate for information. A-site's also barren, so if they can work their way into it, there's a possibility, more than a possibility, it's a really big reality that plant goes down and the fight starts for the retake, and when you're retaking with lower weapons, it's a little difficult.
The sheriffs are standing and ready in mid for Cubert. And I'll leave the sites mostly open, really depending on this retake. And Nismo bought up a lot of util. Everyone's got a lot of util despite the sheriff buys. So they're going to wrap around the backside. The trip from Giza will detect. They're looking for a corpse, though, to get a neural depth advantage. It's a beautiful flash, but Giza couldn't get the finish. And now Cubert have a real chance, and to try and pick up some rifles. Showstopper invested. Redux ignores the molly. And now off the recon from Caillou, you were hoping to get more information. The boombot will reveal someone around that back Jenny, and Satellite takes care. So Maryville are left with just Cloric with a rifle, and Cubert this time in a sheriff thrifty.
At this point, it's just a matter of finding him, no?
Spam the spike, I guess. Oh, wait, 1 and not the second.
That's it. I mean, honestly, I kind of almost was like, I almost jumped at the bit a little bit because they were trying to fight into mid to get a weapon, recover it, and then we saw Ange get rid of that weapon. But at the end of the day, they didn't even need the weapons. They just entered off of the showstopper, pushed straight into it. And I think that's part of why they were comfortable with the retake, because they're like, all right, we'll trust in Redux, we'll trust in this play. And on the flip side, it almost felt as though Maryville had gotten just a little over aggressive, right? They tried to take that forward fight like they have been doing on previous sites. They've been doing that, I believe, towards B and Boba, a little bit towards A, and it just didn't work. It was read into by Cubert, and they faltered because of it.
This trap play ready to be set up. A lot of aggression pacing up for Maryville. Tried to beat the wall, but the wall's going to beat them. And it's a Hunter's Fury to pierce through the stage and try to catch these defenders as Redux's Outlaw has something to say about Maryville's push. And it's really toe for toe. Maryville still have an advantage, but at what cost? Knights is going to pillar up into the site, teleports in, gets a heads up play against Ange, and now unites with Satellite. For Maryville's turn, it's a Rolling Thunder invested, and it's just enough to seal the round for Maryville.
I love the Rolling Thunder popped, immediately swings, and there he is. But at the end of the day, it does go well in Maryville's favor. Other than the fact that they lost that big ultimate and the Hunter's Fury, it was a big ult round for them. They didn't really lose too much other than some of those guns. That could be a huge difference maker, right? Cubert Academy has not only 3 ultimates, but they have a little bit more in terms of, you know, they're on the attack, they're on the defensive side. They could get away with doing a lot more with those ultimates, like Satellite popping that ult towards A with a Judge. Worse off weapon, but because you have that ultimate, it really locks down your A positioning. You have to go and fight Viper if you want to go through the A main choke.
A lot of mystery from Maryville to overcome, so they'll just ignore going through top mid. They'll have to ignore going through A and just drone up and take this step by step, inch by inch, and Maryville will need to watch their back, and Ange has an important job of anchoring back here along with Wildfire, which I guess you could just kind of rely on the trip to watch the flank, and Maryville gonna activate Renz on the overdrive. Once the spike gets down, Maryville gotta go exploring.
Didn't have a gun, so in this post plant setup, he's kind of looking to find one potentially, but more than that, in this post plant, look at how different it is than before. They're not fighting for the extremities. They're okay with falling back into main, and I guess that's the extremity of choice.
All right, Hunter's Fury to try and dislodge the rats, to flush out Maryville. They got him dancing, but the front line, the bodyguards of Maryville are too strong on this crossfire. Cubert will eventually break through, and Maryville are very split from each other. Ange is good for 1, but not the rest, and Cubert will be getting up to 11, 1 step closer to that finish line.
And I mean, the question is the logic. You had the aftershock, I'm assuming, from Wildfire to play off of in the post plant. You know, you send it out from B main and deny that defuse. But again, right, they had a lot of success with taking control of Boba, with making sure that they have that preemptive strike. And so Cubert is pretty okay with like, okay, well, they gave this space up. Let's push into it. And once they take that inch, they have the whole site and more than just a mile. Now Maryville is going to go for a timeout. Makes sense, right? You are literally down. It is 2 rounds away from your loss, and you need to start picking up the steam here fast.
Yeah, this has been Maryville playing a lot more aggressive when they can, but Cubert have put a good stop to that so far, and it's a lot more of a back and forth map compared to how everything went previously. But it's also 2 teams who have not shown their sunset in quite a while. I mean, for Cubert, it was last year when they had 2 different players, T-Dog and Scuba, and then for Maryville, they had Zerona, and that was in the Fun Haver. So, and that was somewhat recently, 2 months ago. So Maryville in this final timeout, what did they cook up for Cubert to try and get them off their feet?
Hopefully something good, considering that Giza has the hero rifle, whereas the rest of the people really don't have much else. Nice 3-pointer, by the way. W obs.
Important hit as Renz has played with fire before. Not going to walk into the trap this time from Cubert. Now going to try and explore mid, but now you don't have trips set up for A. So Cubert could take advantage of wrapping behind them, but Maryville are not going to waste any time trying to get into B.
And Giza going down in mid is already a thorn in their side for Maryville. It's honestly just like a falter in their plan because you wanted Giza to get a lot of value with it. Now they're fighting for Boba. They have lackluster weaponry. Let's see how they go.
Triple swing, and it's Ren's leading it. Redux quicker to the trigger, and it's a double kill. Cubert have a chance to get up to match point, series point. And it's not going to be a Maryville thrifty today. And now you have to depend on being flawless from here on out. And you can't even force any repurchases, which would have been critical considering where Cubert are in their economy. And now they get to keep all their rifles for their potential last round.
Unfortunately, not an aim moment out of Wildfire. And as much as I am a fan of Wildfire, I have to admit that that was just unfortunate in terms of Maryville's plan. They tried to set Giza up for success, maybe go for a nice lurk, but the timing was just rough. And now Cubert managed to take match point, series point, like you pointed out. They have a Sage Res, one off of a rocket for Redux. They're on the defensive side. They're looking to consistently contest this A main choke. Last time they had a Viper's Pit. Previously, last round, they had a Sage Wall. Now, they're fighting for it. They're fighting for this orb. They want Redux to have this ultimate for a potential retake on the B site.
Yeah, Renz can't hesitate, and Ange will teleport in. Satellite will respect it and play for the 5-man retake. And off the bat, you have Redux with a showstopper. He's going to go out kicking and screaming. Maryville have to hold the door. They'll even extend, go past their own trip, changing the plans and changing the way Cubert approached this. It's a paranoia traded there by the showstopper. Redux flood in, and Cubert flood in through market. As Maryville try to split up, less at the front door to watch. Renz with 3, looking for the ace. Nismo won't have a chance to res, maybe a second to do so. Redux is back into the fight, and that gives Redux the win, or just Cubert Academy the win through a bloodbath and domination on Lotus, ending here on Sunset.
And I'm not sure exactly for Maryville what the thought process was. I mean, I guess they were fighting for the chokes and making sure like, hey, you know, if Sentinels is going to retake on us, let's try and have control of each choke point. But for Cubert Academy, the plan was simple. Get Redux activated. Redux has been the star, the player that has made Cubert Academy what Cubert Academy is in the first place. And so you want to have that star shine as bright in the night sky and make sure that it is really set up for success. So it made sense, right? You have the showstopper, you have the star player, you res the star player, you keep the star player alive and happy, and you win the game and the series off of that. Grueling, I mean, the sunset wasn't even, I wouldn't say it's grueling, it was definitely a bit longer, but still rather fun sunset, I would say, at least from our perspective, and hopefully for the viewers. But by that, I mean, Lemon, that was just a bit tumultuous near the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, and definitely an ascent that Cubert have some studying up to do, but a incredible win nonetheless. And now remaining undefeated in Challengers, Cubert Academy brought Maryville University to school. And up next, we're going to have Envy versus Landor. But before we get to that, we're going to check in with the desk, and we'll have a special interview with someone from Cubert Academy. So stay tuned.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
And with that, Cubert Academy remain undefeated in Stage 3 of Challengers, taking down Sunset, third map of this series, to take the win over Maryville. I mean, I'm so glad that we got a much more competitive map this time around, Roy, from both of the teams. It was a little back and forth from the first two, but Sunset was close. But Cubert, they take this win.
Absolutely. I really love their approach on this map, by the way. I'm just going to get straight into it, guys. I love their approach. I think they took a lot of elements from Paper Rex. Obviously, this is a composition that we've seen before at the VCT level. They took a lot of the ideas, they kind of merged it into their own playstyle, and I just love their approach to it, right? We saw the Sage Rays holding it down towards that A side of the map. I love that, like relieving a lot of that early pressure, really slowing down the Neon. And I feel like once they got a hold of the pacing, that's really like where things started to get a little weird for Maryville University, right? Not able to capitalize off any of the breach utility. Like, look, as we see in some of these clips, like they're just really holding it down. Absolutely love the approach. And when it came down to the retakes, they had the wall to pressure the diffuses, forcing a lot of the mistakes from the Maryville University side. So yeah, I just love the approach overall from Cubert.
I have to agree. And I mean, with Maryville, you know, they had the chance to adapt. You could see there were occasions where, you know, certain possibilities that they had expected from coming through from Cubert, like, you know, the potential, again, like the Ray Sage that we got to see on the A side, I think they adapted to that pretty well in regards to just being able to use their util to kind of bypass that and zone these players in positions that they wanted it to. But I think overall, it really was just a strong performance as well from Redux. I think, you know, their Rays performance was great. They played very well together in regards to allowing that information to come through and let Redux shine the most down on that Rays roll and just kind of utilize like the damage util to the best of their ability. So I was really, really impressed with the way they handled this. And it was nice. I mean, you can see why it works for Paper Rex. You can see why it works for Cubert.
Yeah, and I mean, Cubert being able to play this composition as well. I mean, everyone on the team stepping up, but it was really, really cool to see when there is more so a smidge of a role swap in this mode to still see like no drop off in performance. We highlighted the KO doing great. And Maryville University, I mean, they put up the fight. I mean, they're here, Roy, with their full squad this week, but when you have a Cubert on the other end that's firing on all cylinders, it just looked impossible, even when we did get some of these more smart ideas.
Yeah, I think smart ideas and great execution. I think that's really the important part, right? Like we were kind of suspicious about how Satellite was going to fit into this sort of double controller sentinel role that he's fallen into, but I feel like he's been playing it extremely well, guys. Like, there's so many layers to the pacing now for Cubert. Like they can play slow, have the sentinel opping, have the controller opping. There's, you know, there's like, it puts so much different like tempo pressure on the enemy team to sort of feels like they're suffocated on their defense sides. And I feel like that's really what's giving a lot of strength to this Cubert attack that we're seeing coming out from them. I think ultimately the roles just look great. Everyone looks pretty flexible, pretty comfortable. And I feel like as time goes on, they're only going to look stronger and stronger.
And have to just circle back to the Sage on the side of Cubert, because it was the, oh, will we get to see the breach? Will we get to see the KO? What are we going to see? We see the Sage instead, but I mean, Gompers, when you look at this Sage, like you're looking at this Paper X comp, it makes sense, but to see Nismo be able to get this sort of stat line with it too, I think is really cool.
No, and I liked it. I think the way they handled having the Sage was actually pretty creative, and I think Nismo was such a key factor to kind of the way the game was played. Especially, like, I really liked how they, like in that instance, the example that we saw, sometimes they used the wall to actually zone these players in to positions where they wanted to fight. So I thought that was semi-interesting, to where it wasn't just the idea of, okay, well, let's play Sage. It'll be a good factor having the wall and the res there. It was more like, let's kind of actually abuse these corners and these angles and use that to our advantage. I mean, we have Redux, we have a very, very key duelist on our team, and you know, hey Nismo, you know, let's throw you off the KO, put you on the Sage and be a little creative there, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Sure, I want any agent at this point, honestly, but I'm glad to say that we have none other than Nismo on the line now to talk a little bit more about the Sage, as well as other things with the match. First off, I want to congratulate you on just a wonderful Stage 3 so far. First for the team, but for yourself, like, you've been crazy. Like, like, you've always been great, but this is just phenomenal.
Thank you. Well, obviously, it's a teamwork, right, at the end of the day. So when you have a good team and people are playing good, I think generally good players are going to play good. So it's shout out to my team for sure.
Then what's so different about this current iteration that's really been able to make it form? Because obviously Cubert was not spared from having to make changes going into stage 3, but we've seen you guys shine. You're the only undefeated team to so far. So why was it that everything was able to click so fast?
I think we just had time to work a bit more with the little break that we had in between stage 2 and stage 3, especially that we got eliminated a bit early in playoffs. So we just got a couple weeks, even I think a month and a half to prep. It just gives us a lot of time to prepare, and usually time for us is really good. We put in a lot of hours, so it kind of paid off, and it's showing.
I'm glad to hear that. And I want to talk about the sunset, specifically to the Sage, because we were speculating what we might get to see from you, because we've seen a lot of KO lately, and that one was a little bit more of a surprise. So it looked really good out in the server. How do you feel with the Sage?
I mean, it feels good. Obviously, it's a Paper X comp, right? And the world champions. Obviously, we're not Paper X, but we're doing our best to try to mimic how they play overall. And I think we fit pretty well in the comp, and it looks pretty good for us. So that's pretty much the reason why we're running it. And I can't be a one trick, right? At the end of the day, it puts my stock down. So I have to play something else in KO at the end.
Gotta keep everyone on their toes. And I want to know then, when we see the sunset, because we've seen Cubert Academy kind of ban it out in the past, sometimes first, sometimes second, or it's floated. We never really see it. So has this been something that's been kind of cooking for a bit, and you knew that there's the Sage, or is this kind of like something newer that's kind of sparked?
I mean, without me leaking too much, I mean, I can't really get into too much details into our strategy of how we're going into map picks, but obviously, yeah, there's some surprises coming up, and there's always going to be surprises. And yeah, again, I can't really get into details on the pick, but yeah, Sunset is a good map for us, and I think generally we're good on every map. So obviously we looked rough on Ascent, but that's going to be fixed.
Can't blame a host for trying, right? Got to try and get in the mind as much as I can. Last but not least, I mean, Cubert Academy, you've talked about the strength of this team, this only undefeated team now as of so far. And I want to know how you're feeling looking at the rest of the stage, considering you're now just a win away from playoffs and maybe like taking some big upsets here.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone's feeling pretty good. Everyone's feeling pretty confident. Obviously, trying to finish it in a fast manner so we could have more time to prep in playoffs is kind of the goal of the team. But obviously, job's not done, so we keep working hard. I've been in this situation in the last couple of years, so I know exactly what to do. Everything's under control. And again, with this team that I have, everyone's working so hard, putting in so much hours, and it's really a great team that we have. So looking pretty excited for it.
I'm so glad to hear. I will let you guys rest and prep up for today. Nizno, thanks for chatting. Best of luck next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
As for us, Stage 3, Cubert Academy, the only undefeated team, but there's going to be one more team to join. It's going to be Envy going up against Landor after this short break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. We have some casters that are doing their best to derail us in the green room before this next series, but we got to get serious here, guys. We got one undefeated team on the day, and now it's a series between Landor and Envy to find out who else is going to remain undefeated within Challengers so far. This, I think, is going to be such a cool matchup as well, because obviously Envy, when we're looking back at the Stage 2 champions, we're looking at a team that has just looked so dominant. Whereas on the opposing end for Landor, this is a team that has been really slept on up until this point, Roy. We have some really strong hitters here. We have a team that's now going underneath like a new IGL. Like, this is a team that's looking really strong.
And I think this is a great story, to be honest. Like, Envy's obviously looking to continue their insane streak of wins. Landor are just looking to make their claim as a top dog, guys. This is not a roster to sleep on. They have insane players. We're going to be going over that pretty extensively shortly here. But ultimately, this is a really good test. If you can take down Envy, if you can learn from what other teams have done wrong and kind of apply it in this match and sort of make your stake to the claim right here, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, I'm excited for this matchup too, because I know previously Landor had kind of said, they're feeling really comfortable with, their new IGL in the role, T-Dog coming in, and, just being able to kind of cooperate with each other and have that feeling of, this is kind of my new home, this is where I belong. So it is interesting, and it definitely seems like they're kind of cooperating pretty well within Landor. So for me, it's a team that has definitely been improving for sure.
I mean, looking at this squad too, the fact that you have some players on this team that have such a wealth of experience under their belt, whether that's been at a tier 1 level or whether it's within the tier 2, tier 3 scene, I can't even talk, is just really, really mind-blowing. And it's a team that, going under radar since they missed out on the playoffs, but it's a team that's looking so strong up into this point. And I definitely do not think that you can sleep on them. And first player we want to talk about, got to talk about Sacred here, because when you're talking about players that have had lights out performances as of late, Roy, I mean, come on.
I mean, he's a star player level controller and sentinel. There's really just no other way to put it. He's very intuitive. He has a really good instinctive understanding of his role. He's very consistent with his mechanics. And when you combine a player like him with a little bit of game IQ, which he has most certainly shown, you get Sacred. You get this player that's popping off. You have a guy who's willing to take risks. You have a guy who's also willing to close rounds. He's a very fundamental player, and he's most certainly a very underrated player, and I'm really happy to see him getting highlighted here.
I agree. I like it too, because we talked a bit about agent flexibility with the last teams that we had seen, but I think Sacred is such a phenomenal player in the sense that they can also, I believe their most played agent is Omen with around 123 times, where they've kind of felt that comfort within that role. But to be able to be flexible enough to say, you know what, I'm going to switch it up a bit and play under that radar, I think is incredibly impressive. And we've seen them do such a phenomenal job with obviously the Sentinel, the occasional Viper coming through. So it's definitely nice to see.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the strength of Landor and where this team has been able to get these wins and stuff, to be able to see that consistency from Sacred has just been so welcome here. But I want to go back to that wealth of experience, especially at a high level, and look at Moose next, because Moose was not talked about enough coming onto this roster. It's been for a bit now, Gompers, but it's Moose.
And the stats speak for itself too, because I think they went 22-9 on Viper in their previous game against NGB, so Nightblood Gaming. Or wait, did I spell that wrong? Hold up, wait a minute. Anyways, so on Vine, so they are very, very consistent. There's a lot of consistency overall with the games they've played. I don't think I've seen them so far, all the way down in the bottom of the leaderboard. So for me personally, it's not just about the skill level, right? The skill set, how well their crosshair placement is, how well they're playing their positions, what their mechanics are looking like, but it's also the teamwork and the penmanship of just being able to be there for the team. So I think for me in particular, Moose is just an overall well-rounded player to have, and they do deserve those kudos. They do deserve that respect.
Yes, I think that is the key aspect of this. And honestly, I'm not even sure how this player has gone so under the radar for so long in VCL, guys. He's been such a consistent performer for this team. I think his experience in the lurk and in the anchor positions is actually massive on this roster, especially when you're looking to be more dynamic on certain parts of the map and kind of just have a different tempo approach, right? Where you have whether it's the cores making the plays or whether it's the lurker making the plays. So having a player like this guy who's, his experience and his skills not just reflected in his stats, it's reflected in the kill to death ratio. It's also reflected in the first kill to first death ratio. He's killing a lot more people on openers and he's dying, and that speaks on the volume of his experience and how much of a threat he is in that role.
I mean, under the radar no longer. The Moose is loose, everyone. Watch out. That is all I have to say. But I mean, you look at the team on the other side, and Landor, they definitely have some good competition on the day, because we have to talk about Envy. And I mean, Envy is the team people talk about. When you're looking at front runners of who's going to ascend and who's making it to the next stage, Envy is always going to be the top of that list. And I mean, Gompers, for good reason. It's a team that's confident in what they do, confident in themselves in the server, and that just speaks volumes, and the results show it.
they are the team. They're the team to beat within the season, within last season. Like, I mean, within the last stage, within every stage that we've been in so far. And it's not just here, right? So like they've taken a victory already from, stage 2 grand finals, Red Bull home ground, as well as, stage 3 of 2024 Challengers League. So as under a different title of ranker. So they have history, not only rounding all the way back to last year, but they are not here to play around. They are literally here to win. And I think that in itself is a drive enough for Envy. And the name speaks for itself. Like a lot of players and teams do envy beating this team and try to be that next step team that can take away from a team with so much history, even just in the name itself.
Yeah, I also want to reiterate that this team is 15-2 this year, guys, in VCL officials. Okay, 15-2. They've only dropped 2 games. They're 37-9 on maps, guys. That is an insane. I literally could not stress how insane of a statistic that is. That is so consistent in a game that many people call chaotic, many people call random. For them to have such a unique style and for them to have such a unique performance and just so consistently closing out series, I mean, that just speaks so loudly in and of itself.
I love too, Gompers, you call out that they're not here to play, they're here to win. They're here to do both, because you hear like some of the shenanigans in the server, wrong call outs, Kane and Ion being allowed to like lock in a random agent as a reward for winning. Like, it's a team that's just such a cut above that they're having the good vibes and they're getting the wins off of that. And I think that just speaks volumes for what this team is capable of. And let's talk about Ion, because when you talk about people that do not get talked about on a team enough, I think Ion has to be one of the most overlooked individuals. It's difficult when you have a team that has somebody like KaneZera, right? You always talk about, the flashy duelist, etc. But Ion on this team, Gompers, is just putting up numbers. And as of the last few weeks, has been just top of the leaderboard.
Dude, the last time I believe they played controller was like 52-23. Crazy for the whole entire series, the 305 ACS, by the way. So Ion is definitely like somebody that you have to just be keeping an eye on, whether it be under the Clo, which I actually really think is such a cool factor into a lot of their gameplay within Haven or even on other maps, right? So I think they just, being the occasional fill and being that mainstay controller player, obviously it seems to be working for the team. They are absolutely insane. But kind of, I guess I did want to also speak on what you said with the team having like that fun little play style of just fooling around with each other. I also think that carries so heavily into the mental of it too, because you play better when you're not so stressed and, to be enjoying yourself and understanding, hey, we're the best. That carries far. And even if they're not the best under stressful terms, they're not going to get there because they just don't have that mentality.
And I think they're all like really good friends. It really shows like in their content and how often they're playing together in ranked, right? Like they just genuinely enjoy playing together. And I think I completely agree. I think that helps their psychology a lot. But I also feel like their culture is just so risk off. Like Poppin and Inspire are totally down to be like the sort of low risk players to open up a lot of room for Ion, Exter, and KaneZera to kind of just risk off, no fear, take your battles, whatever you're confident in, make your hero plays, even if it's not like logical or the best play possible. I think that sort of like environment fosters this like relentless confidence and just like there's no fear of failure. And I think that is ultimately their key ingredient for their success.
And I mean, it's something that way back Inspire has spoken of itself too, like looking at these young players, specifically Kane, and being able to see that this environment has allowed Kane to grow and just be putting out numbers. I think just probably one of the people with the most MVPs in the league. I don't know the actual number, but I feel like that is the safest bet of all time.
Yeah, it's pretty safe.
It's pretty safe. So yeah, and we have a flashy duelist, but there's a flashy duelist on the other side too. And I want to talk about KaneZera going up against Chaotic, specifically to KaneZera. You can talk about this duelist all day. Chaotic on the other side, though, also had really strong words from the IGL of Landor T-Dog saying that like Chaotic is just so like, I'm paraphrasing very poorly here, guys. I apologize. But talking about how good Chaotic is and how there's like all these duelists that have done so well under his leadership. So you're talking about someone who's allowed to potentially thrive in the server. Like, Roy, I'm excited to see Chaotic take this duel.
Me too. I feel like this is also a really interesting matchup because both teams kind of have their own like different approach to the game, right? Like Chaotic is more part of the structure. He's kind of more of like make space, get the kills, be set up, right? Whereas like KaneZera is a lot, their team style is so like push and pulley, and they know how to get KaneZera to take his isolated ones, and they play heavily around that. And I think that's really a big part of, you know, Envy's success. But I'm curious to see how Chaotic is going to be kind of matching up with, like, has he done his homework? Does he know what fights Kinzera likes to take? Like, every team in this game, guys, has counters. There's tells, there's weaknesses that need to be exploited. There's no perfect team in this game. And I'm hoping that Landor has done their job. I'm hoping that Chaotic's kind of done his job to know where Kinzera likes to take his fights, where Ion likes to take his fights, and bring the game to them.
I mean, what makes Envy such a difficult team to go up against is I'm sure there has been teams that have sat and done their homework, because Envy's played a lot of the same comp. They played a lot of the same maps. Like, there is a lot of the same here, but it's something too that when you look at the team, you can do your homework, but can you still get the kill around the corner? Like, they're just so skilled mechanically. So I think that regardless of the homework, it's still a tall task ahead. But Landor's looking good. And so I'm going to start talking about the series at hand and talk about the map picks and bans. Specifically two here. I'm still fingers crossed we see a Corode that would be there. And we do. Envy is going to pick it up. Thank you, Envy. And first off, it's going to be Bind. I love Bind, specifically when you have some good duelists head-to-head. So, I mean, Gomps, this one, I love this map pool from start to finish.
No, I enjoy this a lot too. Well, simply just because, like, in the last, 3 months, we haven't necessarily seen too much of Bind from both sides. So it's not something that is being, like, diligently played, something that, you know, they're very, very, very comfortable with playing in such a high stress environment, which is honestly kind of exciting to see, especially like with Landor making these new changes with the IGL, kind of inputting these players. But I'm also excited because I did want to touch on Exter is someone that, you know, is kind of like has played more of a duelist one trick with Yoru. So for me to kind of see Bind being that first pick from Landor, it is also something where it's like, okay, we can kind of see a potential double duelist composition peak out maybe, or maybe see Exter playing to something different if there are changes that have been made. I don't know.
There is not an Exter playing something different. Let's just throw that out there right now. I have asked him. He said, no way. This is not happening. This will be when we truly have our draw moment.
We've seen it. We've seen it from Nismo. So I'm keeping my hopes high. All right.
No, we're Sierra and I are crushing your hopes. Okay, welcome to reality. Exter is not getting off the Yoru. You can just expect that. And honestly, guys, I do want to remind us that yes, Envy has not played this, has not played Bind recently, but they have played it before, right? We saw kind of peaks of the composition that they've ran on it. It's been very obviously Yoru plus X Duelist, whatever Kinzera, I guess, decides to choose that day. But it's going to be very interesting on this first map. I guess I think it's a good map for both teams, but I'm curious to see what meta what meta Envy is going to be pulling out on the Bind, whether they're going to be leaning into the double controllers or whether they've kind of stumbled on something else to sort of help them. But I think my eyes are on Corode because it's a map that both of these teams are, at least from what we've seen, they look pretty good on it, right? There's a completely different clash of metas. There's a crazy composition that Envy likes to run on that map. We'll get into that, I'm sure, in more detail when it comes to the second map. But these first two maps are going to be absolute battles. There's no weaknesses for either teams on these maps.
Yeah, it'll be... Man, I'm so pumped. But before we get into the match, of course, it has to be our official predictions. And going into this, I feel like it has to be the most boring prediction from my end. I had to go Envy here. Everyone else is going to join me in the we're just going to bet on the best team in Challengers to win. No ifs, ands, or buts. Roy going against the grain, though. I respect it. I think Landor is really strong. Like, don't get me wrong. I just can't bet against Envy at this point.
I feel like they've been in the spotlight so long at this point. Like, we should start expecting some of these teams will start to counter their win conditions and capitalize off of it and kind of find the ins and outs of the Envy weaknesses, right? Like, it's really just a matter of time. When a team's in the spotlight for so long, their weaknesses are shown. I feel like Landor is in a really good spot. They looked phenomenal in their previous matches. They could be that team to finally expose Envy's weaknesses.
Honestly, I really respect you, Roy. Like, this is me on my I truly believe in when Winthrop was just getting started. It's like, hey, Winthrop's here. Like, I believe in them and I kept voting for them, and you know, now they're one of the best teams, right? So I honestly highly respect this. I think Landor has a lot of potential, like he said. I agree with Sierra as well. I couldn't vote against Envy. They're what? Guys, what's going on? What's up with the switch? Honestly.
Gompers is trying to play both sides here. Gomper is in the chat asking to change her vote, and then she's saying on air that I'm right. Gompers.
She's more shameless than I am.
No, because listen, Corode offered to pay for Roy's travel. So you know what? Switch me back. Hold on, switch me back because I'm gonna ride that wave. I'm gonna ride that wave.
No, they didn't make the deal for you. That was just for me.
There's gonna be more people in the wrong camp. I know Nerds earlier was also saying, you know, like to switch the vote over to Landor. So the three of y'all can have that. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
So it's you know, I look at this. You guys can switch your votes. Lock it in right now, Gompers, Nerds. Lock it in. Once we get after this first map, that is no longer allowed because, yeah, we're going to get this from the get-go. But getting into the first map, our agents are ready, so let's see. Bind, I feel like when we have such strong teams with such strong duelists, you're expecting a very explosive first map within this series. And I'm intrigued to see exactly where we're going to end up for the agent picks, especially, too, I mean, we have some very known quantities with the team, but there is always a little opportunity to switch it up, make it a little interesting, and especially for a team like Envy, I wouldn't be surprised to see the slightest of switch up to make it fun, especially considering the composition they've recently pulled out on Corode. For Landor, though, Roy, I mean, there's a couple different ways that can play this, but I still am so excited to see what Chaotic's going to do.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that also, this is kind of a side note, but I'm hoping that we get to see Ion on the Clove as well. I think we saw it in the last split. He looked so fun on it. He was just constantly taking his battles. And nope, he's going to be on Viper Jail. And they're actually going for the single...
Single duelist Envy time.
Kane Zera on the Brimmy. Okay. Okay, I like this. This is funny. I like this.
Hey, this is so...
I don't even know how I feel, honest. No, you know, like this. I'm vibing with this because I do think Exter is such a solid Yoru, and for this to be a bind pick, I think you really do only need a really good solid Yoru to completely just mess up the map and make everyone feel so insecure about their gameplay. So I think Exter is honestly probably the best single Yoru pick to date. So for me, this is comfortable. Am I really interested in seeing how that's going to kind of collide with the Raze here? Absolutely. I think with so much damage util to be used, it might be a little more difficult to kind of play alongside Yoru as the Exter. I mean, Yoru as the Exter, Exter as the Yoru. But for me, I don't know. I really am just looking at that Yoru and thinking this is such a good play.
I mean, I'm excited to see Kane Zera on this Brimstone. After they had played their more for fun compositions with Ion and Kane Zera locking in what they wanted, Center had spoken in the interview about showing that there is a degree of flexibility here. So I like to see that Envy is switching it up a little bit. It's not just the same double duelist. They have this depth. And for Landor, a team that could have done their homework, how prepped are they up against this? It's a time to find out. Chaotic on the Raze is definitely a scary prospect, but our first map of Bind is ready. Our players are ready, and I hope you're ready. Let's get into it with your casters, Jen and Nerds.
Nerds, we're scrubbing through the archives to find the last time Envy has played Bind, and you would be itching your head at VCT 2021 Envy, which is definitely not these players. So, hey, I'm sat for the Envy on Bind.
I saw that and I was like, they never played on Bind, but they did have Kane run it down one time as Clove. So seeing Kane on the Brimstone, the first thing I thought was Stim Beacon, Molly. He's just gonna run, he's gonna smoke himself, he's gonna Stim Beacon, he's gonna run. And still, I actually said this in the call, you know, Sierra Dawn called me out. I do want to flop to Landor, and I'll defend it very clearly. So yesterday, I just did my predictions before VOD reviewing. Big mistake. VOD reviewed, Landor has a really good system in terms of like when chaos starts to happen, especially when they swap to the attack side. Their attack side calling with T-Dog, as long as T-Dog's not overcooking a strat and they kind of just push into it, they're actually pretty solid at controlling the chaos. And I think Roy had made it also really solid point. At some point, Envy's going to be dethroned, and Landor does have the firepower and the makings of a team that could topple the crown.
Oh, you'd have to look through the Rankers archive. So yeah, last year against NBG. That's why I was confused. I was like, Roy's sources are like he made it up in a dream, but Roy is right. We have still not seen it in quite a while, and Kane Zera not on the duelist. Well, he's definitely going to try and frag like one, and Moose has got to respect it. Dog coming his way, and Exter silenced for good. Kane Zera looking the wrong way, and Landor have a very strong pistol starting up.
Immediately, exactly what I was thinking, right? KaneZero is just going to go straight for the gunfight, straight for the fire and the flame. And unfortunately, Landor, again, they are pretty solid about controlling stuff.
Standing.
Okay, it's up to Inspire. Save this. One on the defuse, gonna be sticking it. Inspire has to win this quickly. Actually, defuse abandoned. Sacred's gonna go finish off what he started. And Landor really are gonna be testing Envy's patience here.
I've seen enough. I'm confirming my pick in Landor.
Damn, off the pistol.
Off the pistol. No, I said, hey, I did say it in the pre-show, like way before we even started. And again, it's kind of, we kind of see elements of it. I'm not going to go too off into the goop, but it is just generally about the fact that they have pretty solid calls. They know how to fight together. They're okay with thriving in chaos. They have a lot of experience on their team. Like, just the players themselves are there. They have a lot of rich history, right? Moose, Bones, Chaotic, and Sacred have played together for a bit before under Trust and Plug. Then they infused T-Dog, who also has been around for a very long time. It really could be a perfect storm kind of moment, and I'm actually really hoping for that because it'd be kind of a cool story. Let's just see how Envy play.
Yeah, I like that spot, but unfortunately Bones got flashed off, and the Guardian not gonna be as effective with 25 smokes in the way. And this is maybe the chaos that Envy really like, bringing the classics right to the dome. And that's gonna hurt at close range, and Sacred is down with no health at all. So Envy picking up obviously the weapons that were dropped. Happy to get a judge going into the next, but yeah, Envy just absolutely flooded the site.
Run in there, take the fight, and again, like I said, what can Envy do? Well, Envy can do what Envy does best and just run in there and take fights. Immediately get into the face of some of these players. And honestly, that is kind of why I'm not surprised, but I am also very curious to see how KaneZero is going to play this Brini. That being said, though, being forced down here means that starting 1-1 with a nice little thrifty, or I don't even call it a thrifty, but Eco picked up, will really throw a monkey wrench into Landor's plan.
And you're seeing just the impact that someone like Poppin is going to be having. Does end up being a thrifty for Envy, but Poppin opens up with the dog. This time the flash is trying to get that guiding light deeper into sight, knowing that Landor are going to retaliate. They're going to adapt. They're going to play further back to play away from Poppin's util. So Envy now with back-to-back A hits have really found the secret sauce, which is to put as many smokes down and just synchronize on how they're dropping in. It was slightly off timing when Envy did it on the pistol. Now that they've tightened that up, they pull out a thrifty.
Poppin is one away from Seekers, and they have full weaponry up against Landor, who is just down to a bare bones buy. So honestly, this is it could be a bit of a rough start for Landor, especially after giving them a bit of a gas up. It seems like they don't have enough in the tank.
Well, T-Dog is just gonna go feed himself, and you got a shotgun in U-Haul, which can surprise. So can Chaotic with the Sheriff. Not too shabby. Envy are going to have a bigger challenge than expected, but they are funneling Landor into a small area, into that U-Haul. Envy, are they going to get greedy and push into this shotgun? They got to respect it. Envy have rifles. They can just play the range battle. Landor will be rotating from mid and off the Viper's wall. Maybe Moose can get away with a lucky kill, but Envy should be able to carry all 4 rifles unless they get greedy into pushing U-Haul, and Ion gets good timing on wrapping behind Sacred, and still pretty much flawless from Envy.
Pretty solid stuff. They do farm up that ultimate really close to Kane's as well. You know, Kane's always a good shooter, so you're going to expect Ion and Kane to have those ultis up and at him. More than that, I mean, when you have solo duelist Eggster on attack, you really want to see Eggster like activating and trying to go for the fights. He's been doing that, maybe not successful in terms of getting the frags, sorry, but still managing to get into the fight, into the fray. That being said, though, again, ultimate's on the board. It's a weaker buy here right now for Landor. They have some light shields and a judge in hand for T-Dog.
Now adjusting where Bones is going to be sitting as well. He's got an important job to suppress Envy as best as they can. It's going to get good information off the dog, and Landor not wanting to peek their heads into showers quite yet. So Envy will get to default in and play the site that they can open up with, depending on who gets the opening kill.
Right now, that's all that they really want, is to get that first. Still, Ion, though, gotta maintain control, and they are playing this really well in terms of just the macro level of like having control of showers to some degree and short when they go for this hit towards A.
A lot of obstacles to jump through, but it's way easier to do so when Seekers lead the way. But the U-Haul presence from Landor is really solid. Half of the real estate in Envy's name. As Landor want to break that contract, they're going to have Bones ready to set up with Util, but Inspire catches him on timing. Sacred, once the smokes dissipate, picks up 2, but he's traded, leaving with a 1v1, of course clutched by the pseudo-duelist of KaneZera. But this is coming down to the final numbers from both squads to decide who wins the round.
Just, if you have aim, you have everything in this game. You know, the precise gunplay from KaneZera is definitely a constant that Envy just brings into any match that they go for. And it's beautiful to see that not only do they have that, but they also do just generally have good control. They pop and uses his ultimate. Just a simple call of, all right, I'm popping my ult here, split. We'll take some showers control. You guys go A. We'll be able to collapse onto the site. And even if it doesn't work, you always have the backup plan of KaneZera.
Be ready to flood in, not even going to use their Viper wall, but just the fragging power, as you mentioned. Envy, you'll never see them hesitate. Nice little play out coming out of the teleporter, but Bones chokes under pressure. And this is looking like a flawless round for Envy. This is the type of scoreline that you were going to be worried about. Both these teams are undefeated, though, but this is going to be the ultimate test for Landor.
I also just enjoy seeing the Sky picked up. I mean, Sky has always been a good shout on Bind, but even like, I know C9 was playing Sky on Haven as the solo initiator. Because of the shaping of the meta currently and the way that initiators are, having that initiator diversity is really nice. And more than that, if you're talking about a team like Envy, Sky's just... You know, you get a little bit, you get some boo-boos here and there. All right, we'll just heal you up, Kane, and go and take another fight and go and live another day. But it seems like at this point, it doesn't matter. None of the fights have mattered. They just flawlessly win this round, keep all of their weapons through, and charge up some really crucial ultimates. I'm talking Dimensional Drift for information. You have Orbital Strike, one away from Neural Theft. On the flip side, you do have a bit of a counter in terms of Bones ultimate, and Chaotic is one away from the Raze Rocket. But this could be a very important round for Landor. If they can either bait some of the ultimates or even just pick up this round, it could stop some of the hemorrhaging that they have had, at least in the first 6.
Yeah, Landor really have to be proactive. If they wait for the Envy flood, it's just going to be too late. They're going to drown you, and Dimensional Drift kicks off the round here for Envy, and they'll get some scouting done at B, forcing Landor to play all the way at the back hallway. They will get smoked off, though, and Chaotic doesn't want to give up that space. It's a good first blood. Showstopper could make a splash, only gets 1. Envy stay behind, and they will be behind in this round. Landor took full control. KaneZera will try to stay alive, but cannot in the one and done position, and Inspire nowhere to be found. A huge round for Landor.
A lot of earlier ults out of Envy, but immediately denied. And again, Chaotic coming into it. Envy, Inspire, can't make it done, can't get it done. Wants to start something, but unfortunately not the one to do so. And again, coming into those crucial moments, Chaotic managing to fend off an onslaught of not only utility, but also players, and just simply using that ultimate at the right time. On the flip side, for Envy, they still have a good economy, and even more so, pretty solid ultimates on the horizon with that Viper's Pit. Again, looking at the replay, it's just the way Chaotic was able to maneuver back and forth and catch some of these timings was really solid for Landor to clutch out this defensive round.
Yeah, and that was key to what I said before the round started, is Landor have to be proactive. They have to fight fire with fire. They can't give up the space. No matter how much Envy want to create chaos with the mollies and all the smokes that they're placing. Even through the ults, Landor come out on top. And they'll have Bones in a forward position with first blood and a dog that will reveal reinforcements on the way. So Landor will respect that and let Envy make the next move.
enjoy the Viper's pit and then the stack on B. Just very simple plan. And it's up to Envy to try and thwart that plan, but it seems like they might be slow walking into a bit of a trap in hookah.
Chaotic hold the sight line. Too happy on the trigger and not expecting this presence in hookah. A nice switch up for Landor. They've been pretty passive, conservative all the way at the back B, and have now stepped into hookah and put a real wrench in the plans of Envy, even with the high lows, the cherry on top. So Landor is showing us that they can tango with the best.
Again, it came off of the pit A, the stack on B, and even more so the way that they kind of positioned themselves. Having 2 down in hookah as well, you could see just individually trusting each other, making sure like, hey, you know, I got this first one. You're going to have to make sure that Kane Zera doesn't come in. And immediately we see a timeout here in round 8. If I'm not mistaken, it should be for Envy to try and maybe reassess some of their plays right now that they've been doing. A lot of the timeouts out of Envy from when I VOD reviewed and watched Envy were generally more for like resetting mentals and giving a little bit of a break, because they tend to still go with the same strategies of deathballing and really fighting that really classic Envy style. So I don't think that's going to be the main thing. It is a bit of a like a anti-int, like, hey, we lost 2, make sure we're kind of keeping our mental in a solid state. Maybe Coach Stunner noticed some things that happened, and honestly, it makes sense, right? Envy's a young firepower-esque team, and mental is going to be super important to manage.
And just managing Poppin as well, who's going to be the first point of contact for finding, just getting good information off the guiding lights. Kind of got caught with util in his hand. Now, are we investing something to look at hookah? Do we just want to dry peek hookah? And that's a kind of an awkward place to push with all the nooks and crannies and stupid places to really sit in hookah. And then you just never know on these half buys. Is there going to be a judge? So now that Landor are showing more flavors, Envy have to figure out how they're going to crush it. So, and also that B main, that's where Landor got first blood last time. Bones is very forward in that position. Envy are going to try and just have their lurk inserted here for Inspire, while the rest of the hit happens at B main. Of course, they've already zoned off Bones, who still has 1 flash and 1 dog left.
They got the dog Yoru combo. They sent it out B. They're just working the map this round. So it is actually, you know, I stand corrected. They do kind of change up their strategy. Instead of just going down into a site, they're trying to get some early information before they hit onto something, which is really nice adaptation. Hopefully that'll give Envy a bit more room to work with. On the flip side, Landor is just being like, they're like, we're just going to hold. Like, there's no reason for us to change up what we're going to be doing. If they do go for a death ball and try and fight us and really pressure in onto a split, and we can probably deal with it. And if not, we just play and wait.
And Chaotic is gonna be front and center. He's not gonna be in this corner just waiting for the Envy flood. He wants to try and get an angle above this Viper's wall and could get a lucky peek, but Kane Zera is just better. Good opening pick, and Envy just take care of business. They are not going to just lay behind their smokes. They're going to push past it, and Sacred wraps around a deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie, and Bones lurks around U-Haul when Envy had a sense of security. But Janitor's on duty, Exter clears out through showers, and there's just the Heaven members left. Envy had too many objectives and not enough people to get it all done.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go for the slow working through the map, but what they didn't do was get those early picks that they needed to continue fight. Honestly, they did get early picks on the initial contact, but they didn't get any towards any other site. They didn't really draw a rotate, is going to be my main point here, is like they held on to the A site, right? The Cypher was there down towards showers. Chaotic was up top, and even though Chaotic did go down, the groundwork was laid for Sacred to essentially pop off and allow the rest of Landor to flood in and deny Envy any room.
Deny Envy the lead as well. See Envy trying to use more util to clear out through hookah, and Moose is gonna be as risk-free as possible to line up the ducklings for the up. And Chaotic a shown face, and Envy nowhere to be found. They're going to pivot right into A to follow up the lurk from Inspire. The dog is going to be marking Inspire. That came from the teleporter. So now Inspire's a little paranoid of, could Landor also take that teleporter? Envy know they don't have a lot of time to execute, and it's Landor just spamming through. It's the orbital strike that gets Envy on their toes, and Envy just get caught in the trap, taking too much time to execute, and they walk right into the hands of Landor.
I'm going to sound like a broken record here, Lemon Kiwi, but it is, again, through the chaos, the structure of Landor really shines. Even though there were, you know, a couple of chaotic rounds at the beginning of this game, once they started to figure out, okay, hey, we can challenge Envy in these cases, we can get proactive when we need to, and we can just hold onto sites and make sure that we are basically reading what Envy's going to be doing, because their strategy has pretty much been, hey, set up these 2-star players and allow them to take fights. Once they kind of read into that, they got their calling in order. Landor is looking really good. And honestly, I mean, it's a stinger buy-up here for Envy, so I wouldn't say it's a free round for them to get the 6th, but it's hopefully, unless we see something really crazy out of them.
Yeah. This op is going to farm too. That's something Envy have to know, that was carried through. So just being able to farm up orbs, get Kane Zera closer to an orbital strike. Could also take the teleport and just go elsewhere. But Inspire is not going to be lurking around showers. He's just going to be ready to execute into hookah when needed. And Envy have pulled off a thrifty in the very second round of this, but trying to push into Landor's sidelines when they're ready, past the Viper's wall. Envy won't be able to get lucky again this time.
It does not strike twice, and it's a flawless victory. And even more than that, it is going to be kind of what you mentioned. The ultimate orbs are going to be farmed here. We're actually very close to, I believe, 5 ults. Yes, Eggster's 1 away from the dimensional drift. And if they... I mean, they could have invested in ultimate previously, maybe if they got them, but it would also rely on Envy getting that initial pick and initial contact onto the B site, which they didn't do. So there's no points to do any of that. Instead, now it's going to be a matter of how are we going to set up. Poppin does have that really solid information ult, and Spire can follow up to it. But do you want to invest all of these ults when your opponent is about to have ults of their own?
Chaotic has flipped sites too. He was back-to-back on B with the op, and Envy think maybe they can get lucky, but they're really trying to sell a fake here at Showers. And hey, marking that the opposite A should give Envy still confidence. They've already broken through B main, but pushing through the Viper's wall is going to be very troublesome. Now the hookah lurk has been dealt with, and Envy have the advantage. We'll be trying to get the Seekers to pressure Landor at the back. Bones tries to trade before the Seekers find him, and the Seekers head towards the back. So Envy have really secured B, and Eggster wants to get ahead of the game. He's going to be in this nook, and Landor just don't want to walk into that trap. T-Dog, 1 versus 3. Pretty much feeling impossible, but he's rich, so he can try to force some repurchases, because where Envy are at economy-wise, it would be good for him.
Oh, okay. A flick away from greatness, but unfortunately the flick's not there. And this round is actually kind of what Envy wanted to do previously, kind of post timeout, where they work the map a little bit, then enter onto a site. And at this time it works a lot better now that they have the information ultimates. We saw both info ultimates already used from both Inspire and from Poppin. And the fact that they used both those ultimates is what kind of secured the round. Now it did get dicey, and like you mentioned, Lemon, popping 2 means that you don't have weaponry, or at least as much weaponry. Looking at it, Poppin does not even have the ability to afford full weapons. Just a Guardian in hand, bought last minute.
Last second Guardian buy, but breaking that 5-round win streak out of Landor. See if Envy can get some wind in their sails. As tried to sell a fake, and now they're going to push pretty heavy through Showers. Usually Envy have flooded right through A main, but have been caught by a lot of traps. Namely, Sacred has been the ultimate anchor for Landor, and his timing's on wrapping around, but now it's Eggster's turn to try and pressure this backline with the Dimensional Drift. Ion with the Viper Spit to get the objective planted, as T-Dog wants to create some chaos of his own, but how do they cross against this? It's the Orbital Strike on the offense to clear through Heaven, and Envy, they're just going to use ults to win this round, and they're going to be more aware of Sacred and when he decides to push those smokes. So Envy have adapted really well, hope to take this op away from Chaotic. At least you get the showstopper out of the picture. Envy, though, will be ending this the way that they were intended. 6-6 for our half.
Nice. I mean, both teams brought it back when things were looking a little bit rough. First, it started off with Landor, and now Envy make it competitive with a 6-6, and we wouldn't have it any other way, right? Envy has been the top dog of challengers. They're the ones that are like the favorites for Ascension, but hopefully Landor can come in as a challenger here, and they've made it look competitive with 6. Now, the question is, for this pistol, right, it's something that I kind of noted when I saw the previous map against Landor, I believe, versus Nightblood on Lotus. Landor started having really good attack side calling on that map. So I don't know exactly what their team structure is, but whatever it is, hopefully it can shine again today. The difference is, though, that Nightblood Gaming is, I don't want to, you know, power rankings wise, I would put Envy ahead of them, unfortunately. So yeah, that's kind of where the picture lies. Yeah. Let's see what the pistol has.
Oh, just caught with the util in hand. Poppin looking for info, hoping to set up a crunch from Envy, and it works out. Landor just caught the bird out, and it's Chaotic that's the victim. So now it's a full pivot, but it will be tracked by not only the trip, but the camera is going to see this coming. So Inspire even has a one-way off that trip. It's just all chaos. So Envy are going to spam through, but Extra reveals his position. Sacred with the ultimate snipe with the ghost of all things, but he's on this solo adventure and he's not tradable. Bones with a double getting through U-Haul. Envy have to push through the back site with, you know, no initiator, no util, no hope. And Landor hope to convert their second pistol.
Had a good default. Now they have a plan to end the numbers. It's a matter of playing it.
Giving up the odds. Kane and Ion as a buddy system. Bones gonna look away and trust T-Dog, and now just T-Dog and Bones couldn't unite against the deadly duo of Envy. So what looked like just an assured Landor pistol is flipped on its head.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even when you have numbers, as long as you can frag out and take fights, KaneZera always find a will and a way. I didn't think KaneZera didn't even get tagged up by a bullet. Just straight ran at them. I was like, I'm gonna go fight this. And that just goes to show the firepower that Envy contain. Now, looking at the flip side, Landor is going for a G2 buy or a Stinger buy up here. So I would expect them to try go fast here, take hookah control, take a good amount of space towards B, and leave just Viper, I guess, to contest showers, maybe for a TP angle if necessary. Considering the bulk of the players are towards long, this might be a little bit of a try and misdirect Envy.
It's been a big battle between, a chess match even, between the skies and what information that can be set up, and which team is going to have timing on just kind of ignoring almost that sky util and peeking into it, seeing who's going to have a sense of security to be playing behind their util. And for now, it's a stalemate of Envy playing as far back as they can, as you would with a Guardian.
Waiting for the walk-up as well in showers, so they have a bit of control on the A site. But the thing is, it's giving the timing for the Yoru TP. It's already been sent out by Extra, so he could TP back towards A and kind of prevent this site hit.
I just got to be watching where Sacred is at all times. He's marked that, okay, we can go. I haven't heard anything in showers. Nothing's been used, so Landor flooded. And Envy, they threw out their clone. He got shot, but KaneZera hasn't found anything over in heaven, so Ion's going to be first contact with Landor with a buddy system. It's a nice flash, but not nice enough. As Envy now have an advantage. Now it's the Stinger Chaos, and it's the Envy playground that you should not have stepped up into.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, Extra managed to TP in. The retake was pretty solid, really fast out of Envy. They kind of read into it as well, right? The fake didn't feel like it was sold even by Landor. They did make some noise and it drew the rotation of Extra back, but because they took a little bit of time with it and they didn't, you know, immediately go or immediately have that initial read, kind of fell apart. But you can't really blame Landor too much. You can't really hear the TP. It's so far off in a way that it just means it's a mistiming. Back to Landor, buying into 3 Stingers, Light Shields, and Sheriffs, which, interesting force up here. Not a full save, but it's not a full save against rifles, and a broken buy from Envy, so still doable.
2-3 split where the bird is going to mark Poppin, is going to force him back, and that's fine. They can play off their Guardian and their Trip, and namely the Viper's Wall. And how Ion has been able to control the pace of the play and delay Landor has been pretty important. Both Vipers this match have had such an important role. Now Landor get their dog deep into B, and the spike is going to be revealed to be at B, so this fake Landor are going to keep selling it, especially with how much space they've gotten. It's just going to be a full commit, but Sacred just dry peeks into Ion. There's an important anchor, and Exter combines with them so that Envy still have feet below them to stand on, and Ion continues to hold down U-Haul, and the 1-2 shot, the flawless for Envy to get up to 9.
Boom, boom. That's the benefit of having a Outlaw and Kainzera on it. At this point, I mean, listen, Kainzera, Extra, and Ion have just been thriving this match so far. They managed to get a lot of really good kills. And even more than that, on the flip side, once we've gone to the defense, they're looking a lot more disciplined, regimented, whatever word we want to use. They're not fighting out as much. They are holding. They're still getting aggro, which is nice. It's the Envy style. They should not be, you know, pushing that down. But the difference is that they are, you know, following a little bit behind and making sure that Landor is coming into Envy.
Landor through a pretty tight choke point against, of course, Ion that can leave Molly's there, and Inspire's on the other side. He was expecting a hookah push, so very forward A main though from Poppin with Bird. Of course, a dog not wanting to use that. Exter ready to scrap away, can teleport out when things get scary. He's got the stinger. He wants to play this close. And Landor really haven't committed to anything yet.
I mean, they're trying to work the map. They've been doing that for the past couple of rounds and gaining early info to make a call, but might be overcooked in some cases. I hope not.
Lotus is trying to get attention, and we'll see if Envy double swing or if they want to play a more safe battle. But that Molly will get Exter to teleport out, so Landor have some space to work with. Now the trade into hookah opens things up, but Dino doesn't want to go there by himself. And does he want to use the orbital strike kind of blindly to try and force some chaos to open up the site? They're going to do so behind at least the Bones Util orbital strike right into the site, right on top of Kainzera, and Sacred hits it before the ult does. But the drop in, Exter very lucky on catching Landor as they dropped, and the aim is shaky. A big triple kill for Exter, make it 4 to save Envy and go to double digits.
I mean, that round looked like it was shaping up for a little bit of a shakeup, right? Landor had a lot of things going for them, but I think my fears might have come true in terms of, like, they're kind of cooking a bit more. They're trying to get some stuff to work, but it just isn't functioning. And this timeout is coming out of, I wouldn't even say desperation. It's just more of, like, logic. Like, you're 6'10", you have to have some sort of change. You couldn't pick up the rounds. You're back to another eco. Are they going to stick with this stinger buy? Are they going to try and fight it? The last time they went for a stinger buy, they had to go for 2 stinger buys in a row so they could finally have a rifle on round number 16. Now, that's up to them. It seems from the outside that it didn't work, so doing it again might not be the best thing, but the difference is that they are getting close to having some ultimates, right? To give the benefit of the doubt to play both sides, to kind of say that they have ultimates. So if they want to try and farm some of these ultimates and then play off of that, if they go for 2 stingers in a row, there's a chance Landor can do a good job and bring it back. The problem is it's a bit of a risk. You lose 2 stingers in a row, or even if you lose the stinger buy up here, that's already at 11.
Landor are really trying to slow down the game, but it's just been kind of these unlucky scenarios of you double swing, you try to be as synced up as you can, and you swing into an outlaw that the 2 shots that it has is the 2 that kill you. And as soon as Landor had set up an orbital strike, they run into the site. It's, you know, the checks and balances are there. You have Extra that swings out of Cubby and just gets a really lucky triple kill just based on Landor dropping down. So Landor only 4 rounds out, though.
Yeah. They go for the stingers. They're going to take a lot of control of B. They're just going on to one site. No default, no map control.
Wow. Off the trip. Good info. But still a response. Inspire. It's just the ultimate anchor, and he still lives on with 10 HP. But Landor have Bones inserted now with the stinger. He has a dog. He has a bird, and It's going to reveal how close they really are and exactly where they are, all on the right side. So Landor will have the heads up. T-Dog trying to challenge us at long range with the Stinger as a choice, the Dimensional Drift, and the Seekers invested. Envy want this round. They want to be done quickly, but they're searching, and they just can't seem to find Landor until the final moment. And Exter is really showing up and shining for Envy this map.
And again, I mean, I brought it up. The ultimate's working in their favor. They have for both sides. Yeah, there was a lot of investment out of Envy in terms of ults, Dimensional Drift, but if you look at it on the side, Ion's gonna have theirs. Cainzera is close. I mean, Inspire is not too far off himself, but at the end of the day, in that little rat race of who's gonna get their ultimate first, you would expect Landor to be there on the attack side, farming orbs. They have been defaulting, but no, it seems like they're the ones who are getting staggered and stunned up time and time again. And even more to mention the economy, yeah, there is a better loss bonus now, right? Because you're buying, Stingers, it's a better loss bonus, so they can buy up rifles here. But it's still rifles with really weak supplementary elements like the shields and maybe even some of the utility. A cursory look says they have utility, so let's see.
I would have liked Landor to have used that cubby spot that Exter popped off on before, just because, we're taking notes on Envy, and Landor just had such a good post-plant setup. And now this is feeling like quite a mountain to overcome, especially when you lose your lurk of Sacred. And he's been so pivotal to Landor.
Even more than that, Envy just fighting for that orb, making sure that Bones cannot grab it. Very proactive.
Now Landor have vision of the site, but Inspire is ready to spam if anyone hits his trip, and just through the cage, just gonna keep Landor as humble as they can. A 4v5 turnaround, but this heaven position is unstoppable, especially when Exter is there, and Inspire's on the front lines doing the Lord's work, and Moose and T-Dog, though, are clutching up and somehow have evened things up. It was a 3v5 that Landor had to save, and now it's really anyone's fight. The pit advantage is for Moose, and the spike still hasn't been planted. They're gonna abandon the pit.
Zera's gonna beat them? Potentially for lunch. Oh. Good proactivity from Moose, right? The molly into the fight.
Landor haven't won around this half, so this would be everything for them, especially from Moose and T-Dog. And wow, just the experience that comes into play and how they're able to stay composed under such a high pressure scenario. They've maybe now made this map winnable, but it's still going to be a long shot. That was only Landor's first round this half.
Yeah, that was still very just unfortunate, I guess, is a good way of saying it, because they lost a lot of players. Not only did they lose a lot of players, their economy's not in the best spot, but the one kind of shout I'll give them is Bones does have his ultimate, as well as Sacred having his ultimate. So double info ultimates into Cainzera and Inspire potentially having theirs means that an ults is good. Other than that, though, fight towards showers continues to be pervasive for both of these teams. It's looking like another slower round out of Landor. Let's work the map, get some space, and go off that.
Moose gets first blooded, and Cainzera wants that orb to get the orbital strike, and they're going to take their time doing so. They got marked by the guiding light, so Envy don't want to get spammed through, but Landor have left the situation, have left the scene of the crime, and now have to jump through some hoops, aka a lot of the trips. And now an Envy pop in trap play, the birds on the other side. Here's a stim beak, and just the spam through the smoke is something else. Surely Chaotic can put a cape on his back, and what was that Matrix level dodge on the showstopper? That was insane from Envy. Sacred and Bones now have to put their heads together and face off against Envy to deny them match point. And they're gonna just escape when they can, while they can.
Oppen, I guess, is just the main character in this story. Sacred's gonna get ahead of this, though, understanding the fast rotate.
Okay, wait a minute. The Landor have come back from worse before, but this is the worst possible situation. 7-12, and you have to play flawless against the stage champions of Envy. Good luck at Landor.
Poppin's just the main character in that round that, like, truly has plot armor, because realistically, not only does Poppin immediately get the first, has to deal with Seekers, raised rocket on the side, and then he just doesn't get it. Avoids it. Counter strafe a little bit to the right, and you're good to go. that's the entirety of that round. Nothing to analyze. Just homie just avoided an insane ultimate and won off of that.
Yeah, wow. And Landor, they like to check out the shower side, usually using a guiding light, and this time they benefit. No smoke obscuring them. They just get the pick, and it's looking better. They still don't have the best weaponry against Envy, so Eggster has been such a pillar. He's not going to show face yet. He's looking for the right moment, maybe when the smokes dissipate, maybe when Landor want to push their luck. Envy still have to rotate over, going to use the teleport, but I like this position that T-Dog is in. He's going to get a backstab against Poppin, but hey, still got away with trading, I guess. So Envy going to reposition on the site. It's Eggster watching U-Haul, while Inspire hopes to rotate from the other side of the world. So basically, it's Eggster in a 1v3, and it's just not going to happen with the time that's left.
Way better round out of Landor, something that they desperately needed. And honestly, I would even say in terms of mental, right? You're getting run down. That ultimate whiffed earlier in the previous one. There's a lot that's not going in your favor. Keeping 3 rifles into this, and maybe even finding Bones as a little cherry on top. Okay, Sacred. All right, well, Sacred's gonna go down. I was gonna say flipped it, actually, finding Inspire, not Bones. Sacred goes down, and I am getting really tongue-tied here in this little twister of a whirlwind, but regardless, it's got to feel good for them, even if they do only carry 2 rifles into the next.
It's been nice to see Landor take more risks, work around the map, even on these solo endeavors. Just T-Dog finding his place on this team, because I think trying to fight team for team, brawl for brawl is not going to go well, and Landor peek into hookah. Ion tries to use Tamale to get out and just takes care of business by himself. You can't really pick a carry on the Envy side. They're all too good, even when you outnumber them.
They're just good for more than they're one in every position that they're in, and they don't need to reposition as much because Ion and Ed just gets bolstered up by Eggster and is like, okay, I'm just going to keep holding here. I call your bluff. What are you guys going to do about it? You're going to keep fighting into this? I mean, Moose is looking to do so. TP'd in.
Trying to see if Envy would swing into whoever just took that teleporter, but Landor are not going to hold the sightlines, so you don't want to waste too much time. They'll find another angle around, so we'll see if Moose can make a good Ion impression. 3 versus 5 turnaround, and now they're just feeding the Envy demons. And this is a Kane Zera op that needs to be returned to Dollar Tree. Didn't work out there, and Landor just gonna orbital strike close to heal up, get orb, or Envy's orbital strike, I should say. Landor have still one of their own.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for T-Dog. Oh, I like that they know that Kane Zera abuses that spot with Cuppy and the orbital strike and the volley, and you still couldn't get Kane Zera. He gets the drive-by kill onto the sky, and there's only 1 dog left in here. It's the top dogs of Envy. But T-Dog still got some bark in him. He's going to bounce in the shadow, and Inspire will bounce him out of the lobby. 13-8 for Envy.
No amount of Dr. Pepper can save you there. And you know, it's funny because I started off the stream by being a contrarian, being silly, and like, but no, Envy consistently proved that they are one of the top teams for a reason. Insane fundamentals, and more than just insane fundamentals, really entertaining Valorant that they provide. That's one thing that I love about Envy's games, is that they always provide at least some level of really entertaining Valorant, because no one expects Kane on Brimstone, but it actually worked kind of well. And in the way you think he would be used, you assume, oh yeah, we're gonna, stim beacon, run in there. No, he's just opping, locking it down, playing as if he's playing the duelist, and just absolutely fragging out of his mind with the double duelist setup. With the double controller. See, I'm so used to it. With a double controller setup. I really am. It's muscle memory. But I digress. Really solid game plan for Envy. They consistently impress.
And Landor stood on business, at least on the defense, being able to hold positions, let Envy walk into their sightlines. We had such a close first half, 6-6, but Envy are something else on that defense, only giving up 2 rounds. So that was Landor's map pick, by the way. Up next, Envy are back on Corode. They're picking it, and we're excited to see it. We'll see you after the break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Going to the first map of the series of Bind, it was a decently close match for the first half of things. Landor going up against Envy. But once we got into the side switch, things changed, and they changed rapidly. A couple of mistakes coming out from Landor, and Envy take full advantage, ending off the map strong 13-8. Roy, looking back at that, like that was a crazy defensive side coming out from Envy with the solo duelist.
Yeah, I mean, even before the second half, okay, things took a turn. I mean, Landor started off really good. They had a nice clean pistol. Then they get full classic, guys. Full classic round. They lose the Thrifty. Envy runs with 4 rounds after that. It got really chaotic, and it felt a little bit out of control at that point. But honestly, Landor made some great adjustments. They actually managed to find the key ingredient on their defense side. They turned the half back and finished it 6-6. And then come in the second half, they're about to close out the pistol, and then they choke the pistol. And then they force buy on the second round.
Roy is passionate about this one, which I like. Honestly, I agree. And I think when you speak about like adaptability, Roy, I definitely noticed it a lot on the side of Landor for sure. There were moments where I felt like, you know, there could have been more rounds won, honestly, by Envy. They weren't utilizing their, honestly, they weren't utilizing their Viper util to the max capability, to be completely honest with you. And I've noticed that is like kind of like a repetitive stance within Challengers sometimes, but like there were a lot of instances where like a lot of space was taken up towards showers for Landor, and they had won the round just due to that fact alone, and that could have been completely avoided with that defensive wall they had there, and maybe fought for it a little bit more, which is quite interesting to see how that kind of worked out. But I did like it. I think Landor adapted to having like that A wall, you know, down in A whenever they wanted to execute off that shower space, and just allowing themselves a little bit more room. So for that 13-8 to come through, I think it was a great match to be seen. But Envy, they really did come out strong with that solo Yoru pick, and I think that in itself, just seeing how many of these players were able to just 1v3 and execute on that was brilliant.
Yeah, and this is like the rare time where we see the single duelist coming out for this team, right? Because we know that Exer's like, he's sticking to the Yoru no matter what. So the fact that we saw Kane's on the Brimstone is honestly just I feel like this split might be the split where Kane is trying to make a statement that he has range, like he's a flexible player. It's not just a duelist one trick. Bro's been playing controller, dropping insane stats. No matter what role he's on, it feels like he's finding value. But even the solo duelist Exer would popped off as well. They looked great. And just a good team. WW Envy.
He's trying to keep his stocks high, as Nismo would say.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the stocks high.
That's my point. That's my analysis.
That's the
that
full
is
stop.
top tier. That's top tier.
Amazing. I mean, look at Drew. I mean, I have to applaud like Landor, and like you highlighted Moose beforehand, and Moose again, like there was a couple rounds that looked like they were going to be single-handedly unraveled by the impact of this Viper. But in the end, Envy, I mean, they've been talked about. They've been the top team for a reason, and able to find back, like bounce back, get those rounds, get a couple of these clutches. Extra was responsible for a 4K clutch at some point. Like it was just incredible. And we got to talk a bit more about that solo duelist and go back to a head-to-head here with him and Kane Zera. It's funny because we run this head-to-head a lot, normally talking about the impact of both of these duelists. But Kane Zera going off onto the Brimstone, this brings up such this interesting like level of flexibility, because it's not something we've really seen outside of that harbor picked on Haven a couple weeks back. And then Eggster, of course, now having to step up as that solo. And Roy, I mean, I was a little bit worried for more so just like that team dynamic of things, but it was someone who was able to step up in light of that, and it was really, really nice to see.
Yeah, because we see Exter kind of taking on that supportive role, right? Like he's not really using Yoru to entry that much. He's sort of giving flashes, he's giving the clones, he's sort of giving like that, you know, he's pressuring the map, a lot, making people like walk into Kane's era. There's just so many elements of that is just like, it's very different here. And I feel like Exter's just reproving to us that, you know, he is a duelist player. He's very proficient on Yoru. Obviously his tech is one of the most refined that we have in the league, probably the entire region, to be honest, maybe even the entire world in terms of Yoru tech specifically. And then Kane Zera is just showing us that he could put up numbers on different roles. And it's just nice to see that they have the flexibility to adapt to a meta that suits them more if they need to. Whether it's the double duelist, whether it's the double controllers, they have that in their pockets.
It's cool too, actually, because you'd think, oh, Kane Zero's on the Brimstone. There's no way that they can still like kind of be, obviously they're going to have to be cohesive with each other. But I think in the way that, you know, Kane Zero being that first-hand duelist to allow extra some space to kind of just troll and play around with the room that is completely empty. I think it was interesting to actually see Kane Zero play off of information coming through from Egster. We've seen ultimates come out, right? Where they were actually, we got to see the Brimstone get a couple of kills just based off of, you know, the ult alone, just based off the information that we got to see come through from Egster. So it was quite interesting to see, you know, the duelists come out from a controller perspective on Bind, which I really did enjoy. It wasn't like Kane Zero wasn't the duelist anymore. It was more like, hey, I'm just taking on a different role where I can assist Egster better, but I'm still going to be able to get those picks in the forefront.
And we got to see an all-star Brimstone on the first map. And now going into the second map, we get to see another all-star Brimstone, but this time it's going to be picked up by Ion as we start to get back into more typical roles. But a little bit of a shift in what agents exactly. Kane Zero goes back to the duelist here. If we're having any sort of semblance of what happened last week, but Roy, it's not just the flexibility in the roles, but what duelist he can play as well. Because if anything is to be expected, there is the potential of a Phoenix here.
Yep, and there's something that just came to mind, guys. It's the fact that if you look at the composition for Envy, if they're still running the same comp, assuming they're going off the Yoru, the Phoenix comp, and the Fade, though that core of 3 agents is really hard to play around when you're playing a controller-heavy meta against them, right? There's a lot of prowlers to kind of cut off your cheese plays around the smokes. There's a lot of flashes that can kind of put pressure on your smoke so they can pop out anytime they want. There's just a ton of pressure coming in from the Corode comp that Envy opted for last time, and I feel like honestly, it's almost like a rock, paper, scissors comp into Landor. So I want to see how they're going to adjust to kind of maneuver around that, you know, the flash pressure, the prowlers, there's so much of that, you know, the kind of the controller, you know, ratty plays that are going to be pretty much ruled out by Envy's composition.
Yeah, and I really like how what you would have mentioned as well with like the flashes that we had seen here. The Phoenix that we saw, I think, was quite interesting along the Euro. Obviously, we are expecting a double duelist composition unless Brimstone just suddenly gets picked out again on the side of Kane Zero. But for me, I really liked, and I'm hoping, you know, we get to see some inspiration from the Waylay. I like the Waylay on Corode. I really want that to start to be the meta just because so early on in the round, you can get really, really good information and a lot of good space just from the dash alone. So for me, that's something I'm hoping can slowly migrate its way into Corode. Maybe we'll see that from someone, but chances obviously being, I don't know. We haven't seen Corode be played officially by Landor just yet.
Yeah, and even if you're looking back at Grassroots from Landor, this is something where they played with a different member of the team. We didn't get to see exactly what they're thinking. So there's ideas out there in the universe. Like, yeah, like we maybe could see this Yoru, we can maybe see this Harbor, but it's not something that definitely have the same level of certainty in. So let's head into the agent select to see exactly what Landor has. And if, hey, it's going to be an Envy that just switches things up again, because why not? Of all teams to keep us on our toes, I appreciate I always appreciate it for content. They'll keep the same, but Landor does switch it up. We're going to be looking at the deadlock for T-Dog here, Roy, and a bunch of other really strong picks. And I'm happy to see Moose back on this Viper.
Yeah, me too. I actually really love the pivot of compositions from Landor right here. This is a really good composition. There's a lot to work with. And I actually really like the deadlock pick on this map as well. I think the rechargeable net opens up a ton of different options. And I feel like the sensors might kind of reduce a lot of that, you know, the explode pressure that I was mentioning before with the quadruple flashes and the prowlers. So I think the composition actually plays a little bit better than what I was expecting from the Landor side. It's just a matter of how many rounds they can rack up on that attack side. Otherwise, they're going to be left not with many to play with on the second half, guys.
Yeah, deadlock as usage is I actually really like this a lot, just because I do feel like on the side of Landor, you can have a little bit more of that room to kind of play with and make sure that you keep things underway, especially since taking space has been something that has been quite difficult on, especially I feel like the defensive side, which is something a lot of people are looking to adjust to. Actually, my apologies, the attacking side. So I don't know. I feel like here it gives some way to be more secure on the post plant, but I am really enjoying this. Some utility usage in regards to just being able to provide some of that damage information from the Fade, which has been making its way into the meta here on this map. So yeah, I mean, this is as typical as it gets. We're still kind of searching for what the comfort is, but for Envy, it seems like they found it, right? Double duel is still taking its stride here.
Landor, my question to you is how fast can you turn away from those flashes? Because KaneZera and Extra are going to be throwing them at you fast. Up 1 in the series. It's time to see if Envy can close out on their map pick of Corode and remain undefeated in Challengers, or if Landor can extend this series for one more map. Let's get to it with your casters, Jen and Nerds.
Thank you, Sierra. Excited to see who's going to remain undefeated. Very close 6-6 half before. Envy's weakest point is their defense, but they know how to close it out on offense. That's all that matters.
True. But the Hopia, sorry, I'm gonna get frustrate everyone. I'm here to frustrate everyone in chat. Actually, that's the reality. Landor's gonna. I mean, no. The fact that Envy has double flashes, fade, inspire on this, they did really well. They did have a hard time with YFP, but they managed to still win it out in a pretty good fashion. Just kind of stacks a lot against Landor. But again, like Roy pointed out, I'm really liking the setup. I actually love that T-Dog is on the deadlock because it's going to be really good for denying a lot of retake capability out of Envy as they make their way towards the B site.
Inspire joins the observer team, just watching over how this B hit is going to happen from the safest spot, and now could be tangled up in a barrier and forced to be within the site. Landor have a setup, and they hope to break down Envy, but it's Inspire that stays put, backs against the wall. Envy will fight back in the biggest of ways, and Landor flashed up with nowhere to go. That is an insane flawless pistol from Envy.
I love how I'm like, oh yes, T-Dog, I love it. He's going to throw the barrier mesh, and it's going to stop them. And then Inspire is like, dang, I'm just going to play in front of it. Like, what do you mean? And immediately is like, I'm just going to play in front of it, which is the correct thing to do, right? Play it on the site. And more than that, Landor just didn't even clear the corner. They didn't anticipate a potential, fight forward into them from one of the most aggressive teams. So, not to be super doom and gloom on Landor, but they're buying up Stingers again. They're going back towards B. Might be the exact same look, and it is a worrisome look, Lemon.
See if that deadlock barrier would want to be thrown again to try and trap Inspire, but even then, he's got backup, he's got friends, Envy got camera, and Chaotic jumps in, gets a head start, but didn't continue clearing the back corner. Why did Landor ignore that complete right side? Just the invisibility capes from Envy or something else. Hey, it took blood, sweat, and tears, though, to get that round done, but still an Envy win.
It's like Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. Like, I mean, it's the same thing we saw, right? Like, I guess I'll be as justifiably frustrated as Roy was out of Landor, is like buying up into it. And it's a different look, right? Corrode's a little bit different. You're going to have closer quarters engagements. But I'm just baffled by the fact that we haven't cleared the same corner, right? Chaotic tried to go for it. Someone tucks into the corner. You could maybe say the fact that it's a new map and they haven't, gotten into their regiment. But even then, it's like, you guys got messed up on it previously. Hopefully, third time's the charm, though. Even though they are a bit spread out, the spike is leaning towards the B site. Another key point in this is the fact that it's all pistols. We don't see a double up on the Stingers. So at least that adaptation is there in terms of the buys that Landor have.
And that Ares from KaneZera did a lot of yapping last round. I was too busy malding to take note of the 3K, but he was already doing some yapping in mid and is going to rotate over 3 stack over at A as Landor be using their Viper wall just to make their push a little bit easier. Off the Prowler will be marking Ion. Gonna hold the corner, ready to play off a KaneZera curveball if needed, but nonetheless a crossfire that even Extra can be involved in. A powerful equation, but Chaotic's good for openers. But where's the rest of Landor for the trades? It's pretty toe-to-toe, 3 versus 3. It is Envy with better weapons though, but Sacred recovers the Ares from KaneZera, and now you got a lot more firepower on the post plant if Envy lets you plant.
And look at that Ares making some noise, but Poppin's already in.
Okay, just the smoke dissipates, and Envy are good for trades. 1 versus 2, though. Inspire have to push in. At least he'll be isolated against T-Dog. And Moose is injured. And really, Landor are just playing for their life, so time is against Inspire, and T-Dog is better. So Landor won't be going down without a fight.
not the most traditional way to pick up the third round. Generally, we buy up into it, but still, nonetheless, Landor clenches it out. Big thing of note, though. We have some ultimates brewing already this early. KaneZera, very good, not only with the Ares, but just in general overall, has the run it back available. And you can't discredit that in terms of a retake. They've already had a really good lockdown on the B site, playing in front of that deadlock utility that's being utilized. So having the run it back just there and available, if necessary, is just even more of a reassurance.
What? Sometimes you just get caught throwing stuff. And good heads up play from T-Dog. And Envy are even more behind, but wait, this double flank from the left side. And KaneZera, if he wanted to invest the ult, he could make this pretty risk-free, but now it's just maybe a curveball play, and Sacred could be a victim. He's not careful, and it's the double walk-up. Sacred takes a lot of damage, could be teleporting out, and KaneZera will be able to finish off what he started.
I have a lot of mid control here, and that's in a sense kind of how this map plays, similar to Split in some cases of like, you want to have a good amount of mid control and then you can pivot into A or B depending on how much of that mid control you have to trip up the defensive line. That being said though, again, Kane is the only one with a rifle and a good amount of utility still.
Turn around for Landor to tie things up, and if they can do it flawlessly, just to build up your economy, because when you're going up against Envy, it's a marathon.
30 seconds left.
Now prowlering up doesn't sound like correct, so I'm gonna just stick with Landor on the site, and Envy would have to break in using the run it back.
Spike planted.
But again, right, you pop that here, you don't really have as much util to help. Now, granted, Ion does have 2 smokes, a molly, and a stim. They're not looking to take the fight down. It's looking like they're falling back, grouping up together, and just waiting it out. There would be an entry point, but so early in the game, I don't think they want to risk it. But would it be weird to say that you should risk it this early in the game? I mean, it's Envy. They're known for taking fights and going aggro and doing all that stuff, but it's not going to happen, at least not for Kane.
Expecting a bit of a weaker half from Envy, just with the double duelists, less initiators, less, you know, just bells and whistles. And just based on how they had a 6-6 half against YFP to even in the previous map. So will be Landor carrying 4 rifles over, which always bodes well because, hey, T-Dog can always buy up. He has 4 grand.
Another thing, because of how unorthodox that third round played out, that's why they're able to have such a powerful and even potent round number 4 here for the side of Landor. Not only is it potent for them, but it really kind of, I think, shakes Envy. Envy's a team that's also very momentum-based, right? If you have someone like KaneZera and Ion just fragging out and going and getting all the eliminations, then they're going to just keep steamrolling like that. But the moment you kind of make them doubt, maybe kind of go for an ego check, challenge them, it immediately starts to kind of falter a bit. Hopefully Landor can keep that up.
And Landor, it's hard to assess how you're going to break into B and what the setup is from Inspire, because it just gets so scrappy once Landor do get into B. So they'll leave the sonic sensor behind and start really activating some lurks, which looking forward to seeing what Sacred and Moose can find. And, well, Peekaboo and Sacred gets taken care of.
Try to get a bit active on that, but unfortunately now that means that if they do decide to go towards B, it's going to be a bit unguarded, right? The sonic sensor is the only thing that protects the main choke, and even then, Poppins and KaneZera are here.
All right, run it back. KaneZera just doesn't want to bait too much either, but man, good awareness from Landor. And KaneZera's still alive. It shuts down the showstopper. It's really KaneZera putting on a show. And Envy had the spike dropped right in mid. This is going to be so impossible for Moose.
Good read from Envy, just being like, okay, you guys want to go in mid? We'll be here. We'll be here in mid. Let's tango. Let's dance. And KaneZera, master of it, walking straight in with no gun out. Ion's going to grab them. And now Envy start picking up the steam back where they left off. It's a matter of them getting those rifles. I guess it was the right call to leave KaneZera alive into there, because if you look at some of the other ultimates as well as the economy, it's booming for Envy. But more than that, that's a big, gives them a bit of confidence back, right? When KaneZera makes those plays, manages to win out, it feeds into the way that they play. You also now deny a crucial ultimate from the enemy side. There is no raise rocket for the entry, but there is an annihilation for T-Dog as they, again, posture for this default. It's a bit of, no, not a default, sorry, stack towards B.
I respect Chaotic for wanting to make the space with the double satchels in, but I don't know how much you can really aim check Envy. They've shut down Chaotic almost every single time he's satcheled in like that. So Landor really slowing down the game is how they found some success on Bind, but ultimately falling over when Envy, once things do slow down, they take more map control as a result.
It's back to mid. Good hold reliable, I guess, for Landor. They're like, well, we have rifles. Let's go back into mid and try and take some space. But Poppin's aware of it. At least now they know, okay, well, they're most likely going into A. Extra hears them.
Okay. Some initial damage, but here's the annihilation from T-Dog and doesn't make contact. Envy gonna stand on business and try to make Landor stand and fire. The curveball, KaneZera owns his spot, but the re-swing from Landor is so strong. T-Dog with a big double, Bones with pretty much the finish, and Inspire obviously can afford to buy into the next. Can't say the same about T-Dog, but with how Rich Moose and everybody else are, could be worth for Inspire to do damage.
Honestly, it might be worth for Inspire to do damage to get that ultimate up also. You're one off. Your team could really use that. He's just going to spot into one. There it is. That could be an entry.
Running out of time, though. 1v1. A neural theft to try and secure the 1v1. He will not be netted. Is going to see him right around the corner, waiting for that second ping. He's further away from the door. He's going to stick the defuse. And T-Dog just falls in IQ. What a clutch from Inspire.
Hey, call it experience moment there from Inspire. He's been around for a bit. He's played a lot of FPS and just goes, you know what? Just going to stick it. He might overcook this, throws the net, and just calls the bluff, and that gives Envy a round. And I mean, I commented on it, like, he got the first pick just to get that ult, pops the ult immediately, and is like, I can win this. And that's the patented Envy style of like, you know what? We could just take that challenge and really put it into our favor.
Net doesn't even stop him from planting. I feel like it should, though. Like, mechanically, like, you know, your hands are tied up. You can't press the buttons. I don't know, but
he also plays Sentinel. He knows. He's like, I know. I'm in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Pros don't fake or whatever, but
something like that, right?
Landor are going to try a different site. We haven't seen
Portal closed.
Too much of this A side. Now walking right into the hands of Exter, who could flash in, set up Ion, and just spam through the box. Just like that.
Oh my
Chaotic
God.
sees ghosts, and he's going to fight his demons after choking that one. Oh, jeez.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not going to lie. That was silly. Goes for the peak, turns away, turns back like, oh no! And then they fall as a result of it. Of course, KaneZera is going to get the last just for the fun of it. And now is the orb still up? I'm sorry, I was like, KaneZera trying to grab the orb after the round is over? No, just running around having a fun time because they're very close to getting their ultimate back up again. And there it is, a Landor timeout. They've lost 3 in a row after picking 2 up, and now they need to reset. Talk about maybe just the map geometry being a part of it. You can tell that I'm going to make the call that, like, Envy has probably scrimmed a lot on this. If not, they've just been grinding ranked to the point where they've run into Corode so often that they're like, oh, we just kind of have the read on how this map is played. Because Exter just perfectly through the box, spams, finds one. And from there, everything collapses. Because that even baits for the player in the corner. I believe it was Poppin. I might be wrong because it was just so silly. I'm just, like, laughing in my own mind of, like, what is going on here?
And Landor definitely don't want to be here. They banned Corode against NBGs, so not wanting to float that as that decider tells me that Definitely aren't scrimming this as much as everything else compared to Envy, who did pick this against NBG, I believe, and won it pretty handily in week 2, 13-6. Or wait,
YFP.
13 to yeah, YFP 13-7.
YFP.
I had notes on Ascent, yeah.
You know what's even more
Envy.
interesting? You know what's even more interesting about that game? I really like the way Cainzera played, and Cainzera is doing a lot of the same stuff. So it's just like a VOD review or just like a little bit of a timing. Like if you just look at that match, it could be countered pretty well. We haven't really seen counters.
Chaotic is always good for these openers, but you just want this to waterfall into much more for Landor, and it's just an all-out war. Orbital strike that Landor barely dodges, and annihilation that Ion sidesteps, but right into the crosshair of T-Dog. So an absolute ult show match between the two, where Landor have now a 3 versus 1. Inspire's been a clutch god before, but T-Dog steadies his aim for the 4K.
There we go. We're understanding that the barrier mesh is not the end-all be-all. Inspire has consistently played in front of it, immediately aware. Just good for T-Dog to get that gun out and fast enough. But just a weird, wacky fight in mid, just brawling it through. I guess the thing I was kind of discussing was specifically how Cainzera takes control of space with a really nice utilization of movement and also the flashes that Phoenix has. That's mainly what I was referring to, but even right now, the fact that Landor was able to bring this up here and really press Envy's button really shows that they are figuring out this mid control.
Poppin gets caught in mid again, but you know, he kind of asked for it when he's spamming through and he's got the traces through the smoke, so gifting now the advantage to Landor. Now with the Nightfall in. Their issue has been getting through A main. That was probably what was going to be discussed in that timeout because they got annihilated by the Envy Crossfire in A main. So now trying to cut through A link and we're definitely slowing it down.
I mean, they have mid control yet again. We've been in this spot before, but this time again, they've put a lot of pressure in towards A. They've even invested a Nightfall into this, yet they are still stuck in towards mid. Waiting for the smoke before they can try and inch their way on B, where Inspire is ready. I think these are some kill trips set up.
Cage triggered.
Inspire's going to be expecting trouble. Now in a different spot, out of sight, out of mind, gets the spike down. It's going to delay things for Landor and play his life. And kind of hurt someone below him. And Inspire's just going to poke and prod at Landor, who's going to pit towards B main so that they can plant and fall back, forcing Envy to have to come to them. And I think Ion will be happy to do so with the Judge and Exter with the Dimensional Drift, but here's now the Dimensional Drift and a 3 versus 4 comeback here for Envy, scouting all the way through the pit. And when does he decide to decloak, not wanting to go through the back of B main? Activates the clone to get an edge in this duel against Chaotic and wins it along with Cainzera. The duelist deadly duo. Landor have to try and prevent the spike from getting diffused, and it's getting held, and it's too late. Envy got away with murder.
Through the pit, they just go for it anyway. Second time. Oh man, that something just fell. I literally had to sit up in my chair because I was like, what am I watching? I'll have to take care of that later, but to take care of this right now, just the second time that we've seen Envy just completely disrespect is like, oh yeah, we're just gonna diffuse. And it hasn't been read into, right? And even more than that, on top of that layer, is that he has to deal with players running at him. Moose can't even spam the angle to try and take down Cainzera because he has players running and running, bodies being thrown at him.
Landor taking much more care of the A main approach. And just not hesitating when they check the corners. You don't want to check it, feel like you did when there's someone there, pull a Chaotic. But I want to see Chaotic pull out the showstopper and not get dinged mid-air and just stuffs it right into the smoke. Converts an important kill. A star player now gone for Envy, but a Galaxy ahead of Landor to take care of. And planting A will still be successful.
And now the mesh is starting to work a lot better here for T-Dog. It's really denying Envy this rotate back in. But still, I have to take a look at what utility is still left. Poppin has that ult as well as a full kit.
Nightfall that's ready to be pulled once Envy's flank gets into position, and they're really not going to wait. They Gonna try and take this 2v2, but Bones is just so good. And Landor stays steady at the front lines, and Envy maybe should have synced up after all, just thinking they didn't have time to wait for this flank to get into position. And it's a clean round for Landor.
Nice, they're starting to pick up some steam post timeout. They have managed to string together at least 2 rounds. They did get diffused on in that one, but at least the strategy was really solid, I would say. Like, I would still argue that they played that well and just got caught off guard, because at the end of the day, Envy's just that team. They just have plot armor. They're consistently going to go for it. Now, speaking of the current plot, Landor's looking to claw their way back. They had 6-6 on bind. They're looking to get that here.
This is an aggressive push from Envy. The double duel is pushing up. And you got the stim beacon from Ion. Better respect that if you're Landor. And they're trying to stay calm and spawn, but how can you? Envy are stomping away, and Bones has to be ready. He's the only one I feel like has been able to silence Envy on these aggressive pushes. And Landor will space out and still remain standing.
And just look at how far back Landor is, kind of anticipating an eco rush of some kind. Like, we're just gonna all buy stingers and run at you. But Envy, no, they're playing this a lot slower, waiting for Landor to push in. And they're grouped up in mid, knowing that Landor love to abuse that position, go into that and take that space. It's good that they're not doing that, though.
Yeah, it's good for them to not be too antsy and just be ready to get on that A flank once the A hit happens.
Just waiting on the A site, but should be easy entry.
Teleport in. Sacred gonna be at the very back of the site. Now this is a play. If he can win that against Poppin. Oh, Poppin was just holding a sheriff, I think, so it's not gonna benefit. Meanwhile, Landor just make a bloodbath of the A site, not giving a chance for Envy to get away with the thrifty. And carrying over 4 rifles would be ideal. Inspire's gonna be checked by Moose, and so be Landor being able to catch up a little bit before the half ends.
And with a lack of good utility and weaponry, it's just a go down to spike is the goal, right? Like, try to go down that spike, make sure that you can get some ult orbs, maybe even find a pick out on the exit. I mean, Ion's just kind of posted up in here. Inspire waiting for this push, calling that bluff again.
Last player standing.
This is giving vibes of the 6-6 half that Envy had against YFP, and then that they ultimately ran away with. And Envy started on defense there too, so kind of expecting a quote weaker side with the double duelists. But
to be fair, in that game, YFP, like, after picking up a thrifty round 2, managed to, I believe, I'm just gonna pull it up. I think it was like 7-6 rounds that they pulled through in the half. Like, they did a really good job. And then only after a chunk of time, Envy was able to, like, claw their way back. Whereas here it has been a little bit more back and forth. Now, that might, I mean, it's still the same scoreline, 6-6, but hopefully it gives a little bit more to Landor of like, oh, you know, we're able to kind of adapt in that mid round and not really get stomped by Envy. Gives me a bit of hope also for that second half, which has been a bit of a problem for Landor.
yeah, Landor were a bit more lucky with an 8-4 starting half on their offense, but that was in a Fun Havers tournament. A little bit different. And different competition and chaotic. These first bloods are huge, but then who's covering him? Exter just gets a big double. Sacred maybe can take care of things, but Kane Zero, that was just his ult. You'll have to kill him again, and that's something that is gonna be a big, difficult thing to do. Maybe not for T-Dog, I guess. So Neural Theft, though, is gonna activate for Inspire, and that's gonna give sign of how the Landor duo is setting up.
For the timing, but they have already got Poppin rapping.
Player standing.
Oh, I thought Poppin had the heads up against T-Dog. T-Dog is really locking in for this match. He has had really pivotal kills for Landor. But Inspire and A go well together like peanut butter and jelly. He's been a monster here before. And the Annihilation will claim him and make it so he can't defuse. T-Dog is something else.
Oh my god. That's the funniest thing is that the animation plays for Inspire getting the final kill. That is so insane near the end. I don't really have much to say other than just, dang, T-Dog got the reflexes. First off of Poppin and then off of Inspire. I mean, honestly, it saved them. It brought them to the 6-6. So maybe the plot armor is shifting. Maybe it's two main characters battling against each other. Who's going to win? What arc are we in? When is, you know, the drama-free filler episode? I guess never, because it's always exciting with these two teams here in Challengers.
Very big deja vu, 6-6 half.
Been here in this place.
And T-Dog is carrying his team. Like, can we just say it? He's doubling everyone's kills. He's like one of the few that are able to shoot back against Envy. Won't discount the chaotic openers, although he gets bested by Kane. Now it's Envy just trying to even stay in their own spawn. Landor going for a big gamble aggro push down mid. And it's a red carpeted lane of Landor blood, but Bones kind of shows up when the team needs it. Double swing. Exter is still going to challenge it and gets distracted by the Prowler. So Envy a little bit behind and very much separated from each other.
It's back to mid. Every single time. Landor really enjoys having mid control, which I am starting to become a believer of, like Landor mid control and also just mid control in general on this map, because as pointed out, it really allows for the attacking side to pivot, and having that control early as the defender makes sure that they have a harder time pivoting. Now, this is going to be an A hit. Spike is slowly making its way towards there, but are they going to be trying to set up and get proactive? And they already have Inspire down towards A link. It's going to be a rotate out towards spawn side. So they group up together and fight. There really isn't too much utility other than two smokes from Sacred on the defuse. So that's huge.
And Spire doesn't want to get too far away and leave Poppin out to dry because someone has to watch this Spike. Not first. Landor showed their hand. Poppin ready to respawn. Great headshot into Bones. He was low, but Moose and Sacred, how do they do it? Envy, the team up, the 2 versus 3. Win in their favor, gives them the pistol.
Ooh. There we go. Picked up by Envy. By the way, I like that plant a lot. In ranked, I run that plant also because, you know, maybe I guess it's because, right, especially the way Envy plays, it's very good to like fight not only with a teammate off and off angle, but also where Poppin was, where you can kind of take that initial fight off the flood. And it really allows a team like Envy, who's notorious for fighting and wanting to go for these little scrappy duels, to continue with that momentum. But this is going to put Landor in a bad spot. I've been hearing this place before, something about deja vu and bind, but whatever the storyline may be, they're looking clean.
Moose lost on how to work with Sacred because there's 2 lanes to watch, way too much to handle, and a Marshall that's yapping away. So Envy gonna make this round very quick. But wait, this flank is something. Nope. Ion denies.
Ion's yapping away. I love that terminology. It took me a little bit to notice, but yeah, I mean, these guns are yapping. I think Bones is the only one that has a chance here, but even then, the time's not in their favor.
One enemy remaining.
Like 17 HP, and Ion sneezes his direction. Bones, even through pinging Poppin, can't win, so now it's only 3 weapons into the bonus for Envy, so Landor are making Envy sweat, but this is the half that Envy would like to run away on.
True. Thankfully, we do see better of Landor in terms of their buys. Now they have a good buy up here. T-Dog, though, it's going to be hard for T-Dog to carry on the defensive side, right? Because at the end of the day, yeah, you could go for lurks like T-Dog went. You could go for flanks. You could go for stuff like that. But realistically, when it comes down to the retakes and the site holds, you're playing a Sentinel. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to kind of entry in and take fights.
Even through all the blinds, okay, Chaotic is good for 1. Kane Zera is just this whole army. You can blind Envy, you can trip them, you can throw a barrier, you can put them in a cage, and they'll still find the key and they'll still kick down the door. So this was a pretty important rifle round for Landor to convert. 1v4. I mean, I don't think the gods could even do that, but T-Dog has had a really solid Corode. You need a really well-rounded Landor, and Landor to peek to try and win against Envy.
Consistently could just get impressed by these guys of like, damn, just being able, just jumping off to the side, like, oh yeah, you're gonna net me, but I'm gonna jump off to the side and catch you off. He could have also Ion spammed the wall and probably taken down T-Dog, and that's what I meant. Like, T-Dog cannot single-handedly rally this team. It is gonna be an eco going into this, so I doubt that there's gonna be much of a timeout or a reason for one, but there needs to be a change, because you're on the precipice of getting double digits for Envy. They're so close. They're literally 3 rounds away from getting match point, 4 from winning it all. And this one is pretty much guaranteed considering the buy and the economic state of Landor. Unless we see some crazy stuff out of T-Dog, getting 2-piece, maybe popping an ultimate, going absolutely nuclear on this hole.
Spire's gonna try and hold down the triple flank while Landor's anchors try to keep themselves afloat. And besides removing Eggster, Landor is just gonna have to watch this round sail by. Inspire swings ego chows, as the COD kids would say, into Landor, and it's not gonna work out for him. And that gives Landor some much needed rifles to either save or attempt to turn this round in their favor.
Attempt they shall.
I did not expect Landor to actually try and push this.
Me neither. I'm not gonna lie. I think the only thing would be maybe Chaotic gets his ultimate, but even then, that's a stretch, right? Like, that is a bit of a stretch, and especially like early in the game, yeah, you know, Chaotic try and go for the ultimate. You're on the first half. The second half, you're 10-6. You're going down. I think it's a bit rough. I don't think that that's going to be the case. And I mean, just looking at the replay as well, the amount of pressure that T-Dog faced was insane. Kainzera definitely used to taking fights like that, scrappy in the fight, but also fearless in the face of the danger. Homie was under every status condition. Truly, the little Pokemon Beebo has been flashing him, and he still goes and fights. He still goes and takes those challenges.
Get the spot from Chaotic. Wouldn't mind some initiation with the showstopper, but just the way that Envy are so good at reacting to Chaotic when he satchels in. Now he can't really, I mean, not that you do that as much on defense, but silencing Chaotic. All right, try to get proactive with the showstopper. As soon as you hear the dimensional drift, Envy's in your head, they're in your nightmares, and Chaotic can't get the one he was looking for. So Envy lead the round with, yeah, some damage in their health pools. But it's still a 5 versus 3 strong head start as Moose hopes to convert a play. He will not shy away and will anchor down 1.
It's going to be a rotate called for Envy. But at the end of the day, they've already done way more than enough damage in this round to just lock and guarantee it in. And I mean, it would take a lot out of Landor. I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout round 17. I'm surprised that we didn't see some sort of change out of them. I guess they fought a little bit cleaner together. They tried to go for that fight out in towards B main, but even then, like, they couldn't get ahead of it. Envy's the kind of team that, like, yes, we thrive in chaos, and I assumed Landor would be able to control some of that chaos based off of how they played in other maps, but I guess it's just such an unpredictable, unstable little catalyst that Envy is, that inevitably, no matter how much you try, no matter how stable you can get it, it's just going to, you know, it's going to be a hex core for all those arcane enjoyers. It's just going to go out and pop, and then you have to really piece everything back together.
And Envy are 37-9 on maps for a reason. Like, no team has been able to download this team. And like, Landor have the talent, and they're trying to change things up with fun little inserts from Chaotic in these corners, or Moose standing on business when he's 1v4 on the site solo. T-Dog was 17 and 11, was doubling the kills of everyone else at one point. Like, everyone from Landor is contributing to some form of success, but you can't take down the stage champs. I think 11-6 will help. At least Landor will have time to think about how they want to do it.
I guess the one little like inkling is that we do have some alts being churned up, and I keep saying that, but at the end of the day, that is a nice way to swing things in your favor. Problem is that so does Envy. At the end of the day, right, Envy is just really fundamentally understanding the way that they need to be playing, and here in Challengers, they have two people with really good aim. Inspire, who has great timings from years of experience. Poppin, who's just getting simple calls and allowing the setup for these stars to shine. And, you know, yes, it's two different stars and you'd think they'd clash, but no, they go really well, hand in hand. That's not even to mention Eggster, who's the one-trick pony of the century, has probably the most insane mechanical play on Yoru that I've ever seen. And honestly, wouldn't be surprised in all of like competitive Valorant, just the best Yoru objectively. It's a perfect storm in some cases. Let's see what Landor has in store. I might be a little bit down on them, but hopefully the stocks can go up. Ismo, bring us some faith, I guess. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore at this point.
Yeah, we need a W Landor, Wandor even.
Let's
try and hold it down against the Yoru. Eggster creeps around, he teleports out. It was all, it must have been the wind, says Chaotic. And the barrier is all set up. Landor have denied B, so back to square one.
Good setup. They're going for a B retake, it seems, which is fine. But now that they've gotten some pressure towards B, they immediately flood back into it. There it is. Annihilation lands.
Went fishing. Nothing there. And orbital strike from Ion just kind of gets everyone to scatter, and everyone kind of running into each other there in the corner. Landor really stifled the momentum here of Envy.
Nice re-clear into B and taking those fights together. Oh, crossfire they set up. And even though T-Dog is down, Moose was able to capitalize off of the fact that the stun went through and Ion was looking in the wrong direction. Now this could be this is most definitely a hit on the A site, right? They already have Inspire locked into here. But how do they get to it? Is Poppin gonna try and work his way into mid?
Poppin says, screw the spike, I'm gonna feed. But actually just tried to go 1v3. I respect it. Definitely the A main pathing would have been safer. But hey, it's okay. You can just go next and force a lot of repurchases from Landor. Mainly just 2. And where the economy is at from Landor, you're not gonna have the best of buy going forward.
I think the only cope that I could say is that potentially this Viper's Pit can lock down a chunk of the site. Maybe even Moose swaps with T-Dog, but doubt that. I think, again, it's just it's still the fundamental layer of how Envy plays, just jumping out and taking fights, needs to be challenged. And the way that Landor did it by just holding across and like making sure to re-clear into space and challenging and even allowing to give up some of that space on the B site before going for it, all that stuff, it's great, it works, but how long can they keep it up? Right, because the one thing that Envy's really good at is by being able to kind of change up where they're going. A nice little mix-up in the mid-round.
With all this kind of preemptive deadlock util at B, it's would have liked to seen that earlier, because this is just going to ruin Envy's day. Decide to now hit the opposite site. You got the run it back. You got a Nightfall if needed. And now teleporting at the back, Kane Sarah will be respawning in, and Eggster. There's just so many clones, so many Envy members to kill, and Landor do a good job of dwindling down their forces, but it's just Bones, and now he's just got solo Nightfall, and Bones still wins that. So it's gonna be talking a lot of smack to Poppin later, bit of hopping around. Bones is gonna humble 3 this round. But he may just get backstabbed by Inspire here very soon. He has to wrap around, and actually Moose is going to be first to check that.
Pops the ult to ensure the victory here. That's how desperate Landor is for this.
They didn't cover the spike. So...
Oh my gosh.
All right, Neural Theft into watch this W. And that, you know, that was a round of all time.
What a throw! There's no other way to sugarcoat it. That was just... They had the ultimate popped. You made the perfect call of this. The spike's not even covered. And then they just run into Inspire. Trying to catch the timing, and it just doesn't work. Which is crazy, considering that Landor looked pretty solid. They started to control the bits and pieces of the chaos, and it just fell through. Little black hole. Don't know where everything went.
Void in your mind, it grows, and the lead for Envy grows. They're one round away from remaining undefeated and going up against the other undefeated team here in VCL. Playoffs on the horizon. Landor standing in front of Envy and using the wall to their advantage. Moves 1 for 1. The trades from Envy are too good. Kainzera's in the equation, hoping to subtract Landor, but also pick up the spike. Kainzera clutches under pressure, and it's Chaotic and T-Dog. One of them with a stinger to save this. Chaotic at 10 HP. Don't need a man, but he's gonna need some help very soon. T-Dog rounds the corner. 2v2 for the win for Envy. Spike down. Where's the help from T-Dog? Delayed swing. But ultimately, it's Kainzera on top and Envy undefeated still in Challengers.
Just at a loss for words, but honestly, as much as we instigate chat and say like, oh, Envy this, Envy that, they're the top team for a reason. Both in terms of like viewership and in terms of intrigue for people who are interested in Valorant and in the tier 2 space alike. They are insane when it comes to their fundamentals. Near the end of the game, there were multiple rounds where Landor had the numbers advantage, or even more so, had a lot of advantages going for them. And on pen and paper, you would assume, okay, they're going to play it this way, they're going to manage to win it out. But they can't, they don't. They just get diffed. There's a timing that's caught. Inspire catches them off guard, manages to hold onto the swing. Kainzera goes huge, gets a 4K, just denies anything from happening. And it's just kind of infectious to watch. You watch it and you think to yourself, man, these guys are insanely good at what they do. So huge shouts out to Envy. I know I was kind of flip-flopping, voting against them, but still, huge. I mean, no, I thought Landor was going to do good and the Landor stocks would be up, but no, it didn't come through. And it just goes to show how strong Envy is, Lemon.
Mechanically, and also their ability to trade. Like, I saw a lot of effort from Chaotic to try and help Landor land on a good foot, and just Chaotic is dead within the first 5 seconds of the round because there is just, it's so back and forth, and Envy are always on top. No team has been able to download how to beat them, but hey, maybe our host Sierra can get some strat leaks going in the interview. All right, Sierra, I believe in you. We're gonna have Envy on the line very soon, so stay tuned, everyone.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Going on into the series, it was against two undefeated teams, and Envy are going to be the one to come out of this remaining undefeated. 2-0 victory on the day after taking down Landor on none other than their own map pick of Corode. Goms, I mean, going into this, we got to see this composition that Envy was running last week. We got our first look at what Landor is running, but getting into it, I mean, Envy just looked strong. They looked coordinated, and it was just a tall task.
No, they played, honestly, you can obviously tell 13-7. They played great. And I think with the double duelists that we got to see and the excess amount of flashes, like Roy had said, I think that honestly played a very, very big role into the amount of space they were able to take up. Even with, like, we did see T-Dog on that deadlock, which, I don't know, it didn't work out the way I feel like they had planned. There wasn't a lot going on in regards to kind of taking up space or even just keeping it, just because the entrances here, there's such a surplus that, I mean, what's one wall going to do versus the excess amount of space that we're seeing being taken up by a double duelist composition, right? So I feel like that might have been where a lot of that went wary, where the Sentinel did feel like lackluster in terms of that. But I think T-Dog did handle the situation well with positioning and just being able to keep up with the team in regards of the KDA.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, guys, I really don't think that Landor played poorly or anything like that. Like, there's so many of these rounds were just going back and forth, right? Like, there's so many trades, people making plays. Like, there was room for expression for both of these teams, but ultimately, it did feel like Envy was coming out a little bit ahead on some of these trades. They're closing out a little bit more rounds in the late round. Some clutches lost that could have maybe gone Landor's way. We would have a completely different second map. But yeah, I completely agree with Gompers. I think just the rapid speed of how fast the Envy comp can layer util off the Prowlers, off the Phoenix util. It feels like at no point do they ever have to like stop to like wait for cooldowns or anything like that. Like, they can take a space, immediately accelerate for the next one. We saw a lot of that in play when they're taking mid and they were splitting up towards the A site. It just felt like it was layered so well, and they were just feeling so confident, and just things were just falling into place for the Envy side.
And I will say, I'm always such a big fan of the Phoenix, just simply because the duration of which it takes to get your ultimate back is absolutely insane, first of all. And to work that in cohesion with Exter, having their ult, getting excess information, and then Kane Zera being there to every other round, right, utilize the Phoenix ult. So I think that in itself is an impressive composition and duo that they're kind of carrying into this map in particular. And they might be onto something. I really did like it. I had no doubts about whether or not it would work out. I think it was quite interesting.
I mean, I got to give the props to the fact that Landor on those first kills is just
right.
So well. But then Envy, on the other hand, how they're always at, maybe not playing with numbers, but still coming out on top. And I mean, you look through this, and again, some of these ideas from Landor are like not necessarily playing bad. It's just when you have we call Star Jewels for a reason, right? On the opposing end that drops almost 30 kills on a Phoenix. I just, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he looked absolutely gross on that agent, and he was farming his ult so often. Like, when you have a Phoenix that's popping off, dude, like the frequency of how often it's up is just so crazy, and it feels almost like out of control, right? But I mean, on the other hand, Landor, I feel like they had the IGL curse, right? Like, whenever we see IGLs usually at the top of the scoreboard, it means a lot of the things that were required for success just weren't really going well. Maybe people weren't trading well. Maybe people weren't, closing out rounds that they should have. But yeah, I completely agree with Sierra. I think the stats show it. Landor was doing a great job finding those early picks. They were doing a great job opening up rounds. They were just having a hard time keeping things in check after, once we started getting closer to the sites, getting to the retails, getting to the post plants. That's when things really started crumbling.
And I will say, I really don't think it was Landor's ability or mechanics that kind of led them to this distress. I think they did good with obviously the composition that they had. My problem with what they picked, though, is just that with Envy and every single player that they have and every single agent that they've chosen, it's a really nice domino effect to where every util kind of works together in cohesion in a way where you can work off of popping, right, getting initial information off the rip, and then Exter kind of flashing in backside as to where Kane Zera can get that close-up pick, with their flash instead, and just having that double flash workaround and only one type of smoke for a site that honestly doesn't need that much coverage. I think they work this out so well to where, you know, there isn't much you can do with the deadlock in terms of like, you know, just so many entrance points within Corode, as well as, you know, Chaotic trying to work with such a big, wide variety of angles off of that damage util. It just didn't feel like there was a lot of cohesion in regards to that double controller as well, which I liked it in the beginning, but they weren't playing around that as diligently as I had preferred. So I do think Landor, again, fixing up maybe like what the meta is going to look like for them in the future, just learning from their mistakes here, and honestly potentially having Phoenix be a mainstay pick, because I do think having the ultimate ready so regularly is such a flex for this map.
Yeah, and I'm excited to hear more about the Phoenix as well as other things going on with Envy, as we have cainzero on the line for our interview now. So let's go get some thoughts. First off, I mean, we talk about you being this duelist extraordinaire. We've come to see so many matches with this pop-off duelist. I want to talk about the first map of the series because we saw the Brimstone instead. Is this something that's been in the works for a little bit? Or are you trying to push to be a little bit more flexible? This wasn't quite expected from us.
I mean, I kind of just played Brim because I was like bored of playing Duelist, and I told my team, let me get like a map where I'm not on Duelist, and they're like, all right. So it was kind of just Brim on Bind.
Simply put, and the board of Duelists and wanting to play a Brimstone instead, I think is crazy. Is just too many reps with the Duelists? Do you like trying out these different roles?
Yeah, I enjoy playing like roles other than Duelists, just to kind of like see if I'm capable of playing them.
It makes sense. I mean, you popped off in the first map, so definitely showing you're capable. And I want to talk about the second one too, because I put you back on the Duelist. But you are playing a Phoenix of all things. We got to see this last week up against YFP. Now today, why the Phoenix as opposed to any of these other Duelists?
Honestly, like with the new Duelists like nerfs on like Neon, I don't really like playing those Duelists. And ever since Corode came out, I like played Phoenix. I just play Phoenix like every single time in ranked. And honestly, I'm just trying to like make Phoenix like a cool pick on Corode and see if any like franchise teams would play Phoenix.
And they could say that they're copying the Envy comp because you guys got that first. And I've noticed when you're talking, you're saying like that you wanted to play the Brimstone and that you wanted to play the Phoenix. And I want to know then like the team decisions with going for these comps, if it's a lot more with like comfort and where kind of like the players' heads are at, or something that's like a bigger team conversation.
Most of our comps are just like, yeah, like just comfort. And it's just like ideas. Like I just like give the ideas to like my coach or like, and like I guess like the players of like thoughts of character, like because we know like Bind and Corode are gonna come in. So like before those maps came in, I was like let them know. I was like, yo, can I play like Brim on Bind, maybe Phoenix on Corode? And then our coach is like, he helps me like slot into characters I want to play very nicely.
Love to see that coordination there and how that all works out, especially too. It makes for fun broadcasts because we don't know quite what the team's going to do. And you're now undefeated so far within Challengers for Stage 3. One other team is as well, Cubert Academy. You'll be going up against them next week. I'm kind of curious of your thoughts heading into that matchup.
I think it'll be fun. Always fun to go against Knights. And I think they've definitely got better from the past. They've got some upgrades. And I think it's going to be fun to go against them. I think they're in their peak form right now.
It'll be a lot of fun to see. cainzero, congrats on this win. Best of luck going up against Cubert, and have a good night.
All right, good night. Thank you.
Thank you for chatting. As for us, back over to the desk. The call out to his old teammate Knights at Cubert Academy that's looking in top form, and envy that, hey, if cainzero wants to pop off on a Brimstone Gompers, you know what? They'll let him.
I agree. And honestly, Brimstone or Phoenix, right? I feel like any role that we've seen, it just seems to work out. And it's nice to know, like, if you're kind of feeling tired on a role, there is that room and that space to grow under something else. I think it was interesting for that Brimstone pick, but I think it's necessary, right? If you're so tired of dealing with the same agents, sometimes it does give a new perspective to the team. And also just the mindset, you know, how, okay, well, this doesn't have to be a boring game. This can be exciting and we can learn a little bit more about ourselves as well.
And I think one thing I want to kind of circle back to what cainzero was talking about was like the kind of the comfort, the integration that this team has. And we've talked about this on the desk pretty extensively about like, you know, finding your own identity, playing your own identity. But I feel like this team is the embodiment of that. Like at least it appears from what they tell us in these interviews that the coaches are fully in line with just making whatever is thrown at them with the players, kind of integrating it, you know, building around these comfort, building around these ideas. And honestly, it seems to work out really well for them. So shout out, I guess.
Especially too, like some people think of comfort and they think of the same old, but to see that that is also reflected in, okay, I want to try out this new agent or I want to try out this new role, and seeing that it's still integrated within anything, especially too for a team that has been criticized for running a lot of the same stuff. I just think it's really cool to see this era of Envy, and it's definitely one that's working out because pulling up the bracket, one of the only two teams that are undefeated so far within stage 3 of Challengers. So of course, that means that they are going up against Cubert Academy next week. That is going to be a really exciting matchup. Absolutely cannot wait. And of course, the winner of that is going to be qualified into the playoffs. Reminder, 4 wins. We see you in playoffs. 4 losses, you are out, which means as well, Roy, we're going to have our first elimination match next week as well between Burger Boys and Prosperity.
It's already elimination time? Oh my God, who's messing with the time machine out here? Slow down, Jesus. But yeah, I think the top bracket looks cool. The bottom bracket looks pretty cool. Actually, I think the 1 and 2 bracket is insane. SRG, TSM, SRB, SAD. There's a world where we maybe get the SRG versus the SRB roster. I know they have not played against each other in VCL, so that could very well be a possibility. Even the 2 and 1 bracket looks a little terrifying to be in as well. So the competition's getting tight, and closer to elimination we go, I guess.
It is absolutely insane. I don't even know where to go with this because the fact that we're at elimination already, I think is crazy. And you look at those 2 and 1s as well, and a lot of really strong teams here. And reminder, this is not where you see them on the lines. They're not matching up against each other, but still, Gompers, like this is a challenger scene that's completely wide open at this point.
I agree. And it also kind of showcases where everyone is withstanding right now. I feel like this is a pretty good estimate as to who are people that you really need to worry about in playoffs, who are teams that, aren't quite necessarily like someone that you should be worrying about right now in this certain moment. I do think Landor, they played brilliantly. They definitely deserve that. Honestly, they could have gone 3-0 within that circumstance. There's some things that need to be fixed in regards to, again, composition picking. Corode was an interesting second map pick, but obviously that was on the side of Envy. Overall, I feel like everyone was doing great with what they were given with the teams that they had to play off the rip. It's obviously unfortunate that Maryville had to play against Envy down in the last match that they had played within the last series, but it's fun. It's exciting. It's something new being given. And I think TSM, they are also on the rise with that first win of this stage. So it's quite interesting.
Unfortunately for us, as fun as this week has been, that is it for Valorant Challengers for this week. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We have promotion match. We have elimination matches next week. So make sure you are tuned in. We will see you after the weekend. Take care, everyone.
It's going to be a hit. The nightfall ensues from Caillou to limit Maryville, to trip them up on their pathing. And this is going to really ruin Maryville if they're not careful. They have not had any good duels yet. And Satellite and Redux are on the prowl, and it's a third.
Sunset is a map that, if I'm not mistaken, Cubert isn't the biggest fan of, but they still know how to play it, right?
They gotta show us they know how to play this map too. And Cubert, I mean, they kind of went into this with a Bucky, and everyone's running with knives.
Crazy.
Everyone's running with Flood in through market as Maryville try to split up. Les at the front door to watch. Ren's with 3, looking for the ace. Nismo won't have a chance to res, maybe a second to do so. Redux is back into the fight, and that gives Redux the win, or just Cubert Academy the win through a bloodbath and domination on Lotus, ending here on that spot with Cuppy and the orbital strike and the volley, and you still could get Kane's-Era. He gets the drive-by kill onto the sky, and there's only one dog left in here. It's the top dogs of Envy, but T-Dog still got some bark in him. He's gonna bounce in the shadow and inspire them with a stinger to save this. Chaotic at 10 HP. Don't need a man, but he's gonna need some help very soon. T-Dog rounds the corner. 2v2 for the win for Envy. Spike down. Where's the help from T-Dog? Delayed swing, but ultimately